Welcome to a brand new season of GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. We're at a sunny Paul Ricard for the opening 6-hour race of the 5-round endurance season, with another outstanding entry, dripping in cars, dripping in quality. With pit stops, driver changes and strategy all to factor in, as well as the race going into the darkness, it is going to be a tough day for the crews and a busy day as well. It starts with qualifying, it finishes in racing. Let's look at the manufacturers involved as well this season. Aston Martin, eager to go well, winners of the 24 Hours of Spa 2 years back. Audi, the R8, still a dependable race-winning proposition, and BMW, capable of victory. Indeed, it won here last season. A fan favourite, the Chevrolet Corvette. And no GT grid would be complete without Ferrari. You've got the Ford Mustangs as well that sound awesome, especially on the Mistral Straight here at Paul Ricard. The new Lamborghini Temporario makes its debut in Europe, and McLaren with the 720S that went so well here last year. Mercedes AMG can never be discounted, the front-engine grunt-and-go monster, taking on Porsche, the type of car that took Rutronics the title last year. It's the first round of racing in Europe, but the championships globally have been busy. For example, Australia kicked off at Phillip Island, where pole position for the first round went the way of Jaden Ojada's Mercedes AMG. There was drama all the way through the race at the seaside circuit. Ferrari versus Audi, for example, compromising points for both. But in the end, it was an Audi victory as Brock Feeney and Brad Schumacher came through victorious. Schumacher had qualified the car on pole for the second race of the weekend, and there was early drama that affected the chances of many. But through it all came Mercedes AMG. Jaden Ojada, sharing with Paul Lucitti, managed to convert the race 1 pole into a race 2 win. Others, though, were rather less fortunate. So good points in Australia for Audi and Mercedes AMG in the global manufacturers' points. In America, there was a new format, a 3-hour race to kick off the season in Sonoma. Pole position went to Mikai Stevens and Mikael Grenier's Mercedes AMG, and as BMWs got together during the course of the race and compromised points, there was a great battle going on for the race lead. It would be a win for the pole-sitting Mercedes AMG of Stevens and Grenier. Ferrari second, and third went the way of Porsche. Again, key points in that global manufacturer contest. And a week ago, things kicked off in Asia. Pole for the opening race to Lamborghini, Akash Nandi's car, but it was going to be a win for Porsche. Alessandro Giretti and Rohan Huang came through to take the first checkered flag of the season. And race 2 was all about Porsche. Bastien Bus had qualified on pole position, and although his Porsche lost out early on, it would be a Porsche that came through for victory. Alessio Picariello and Wei Lu taking honours in race 2. So you take the points from Australia, America and Asia and factor all those in to the Global Manufacturers Championship. As Europe kicks off, Porsche has the upper hand over Mercedes AMG, with Ferrari third, Audi Sport fourth and BMW in fifth. This weekend at Paul Ricard, the opening race of the endurance season as far as GT World Challenge Europe is concerned. And as perhaps to be expected, it is a monster grid of cars once again. Boots & BDS switches brands for this year and heads to Porsche. Rutronic has a Porsche, but also the new Lamborghini Temporario. And Valentino Rossi is back for a full season of GT World Challenge Europe. The Verstappen name is on the grid as well. Mercedes AMG Team Verstappen Racing. The car looks fantastic, and an interested spectator at the prologue was Max Verstappen himself. How long before we see him on a grid? Thinking of Formula One, there is another Formula One link this weekend. Lance Stroll, no stranger to endurance racing, makes his GT World Challenge Europe debut, and he's confident of a good result. That said, it is going to be a wide open race in Pro, Gold, Silver and Bronze, as 60 cars are set to go racing. The Paul Ricard circuit measures 5.7 kilometres in length. It's got a fast pit straight, followed by a quick sequence of corners and a really tight first gear corner at the bottom of the lap. The cars can top 280, 290 kilometres an hour with a toe on the long, fast Mistral straight before some technical corners bring you to a first gear final turn onto the pit straight. And it might feel flat, but this 3-sector long circuit does have quite a climb, especially along that Mistral straight up towards the fast right-hander of Senior. And that is the elevation change. A maximum camber of 3.5 degrees. The elevation range is 29.9 metres. So that's the circuit from the outside. Joe Osborne, your guide to an onboard lap.
Here we are at Paul Ricard, built in 1969, 5.7 kilometres in length and 15 corners. We're on board the number 50 AF course 296, Lilawadu, into turn 1, braking just after the curb here on the right, down to third gear, 130 kilometres an hour through here, into turn 2 immediately. Have to be careful of track limits on the exit. Keep one tyre on the circuit all times. Now thundering down to turn number 3, it's a short, sharp brake after the 100-metre board, down all over the curb on the right, and then slow it down even more to hook up this curb on the left. Here we have turn 5, a great overtaking opportunity, potentially a bit of a lunge. You can see the car's working hard here, having to correct the opposite lock. And the exit here at turn 6, so important because it slingshots us down the Mistral straight. Full throttle now, and for over a kilometre, the speed's rising. We'll get up to 280 kilometres an hour on this back straight. But for now, we're just thinking about, can we get a slipstream? Do we need to look at any of the pressures and the temperatures of the car? And then we're jostling for position as the speed keeps building all the way down this straight into Senior Corner. This is where the track rises 30 metres. It's a soft and long brake just to help the car get into turn number 10. You can get the car over the curb on the inside if the car allows, and then we're into Labose, a double apex right-hander. The speed always falling away, and then we have this long period of nothing where we can't brake and we can't throttle, trying to hook up this second apex. Short straight into turn number 12, a late apex here, so we need to turn in late and then bring the car back to the inside to try and straighten up our exit so we get the best possible traction. Around this long, easy flat 13, shortest distance is best, so keep the wheel on the white line. Cut it open to open up the last left of the lap. Tuck it back in to try and open up the brake zone for the last corner. Turn 15, the slowest of the lap. We'll see lots of overtaking here, just 60 kilometres an hour at the apex. Careful of track limits on the exit as we finish our lap and start another for the 6 hours here at Paul Ricard.
We're getting closer to the start of a race and therefore a season here at Paul Ricard. Welcome everybody to the first round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. The first action of GT World's season in Europe. You've already seen that we've started in Australia, America and Asia, and now Europe can join in and manufacturer points can be scored. David Addison and Joe Osborne in the booth. Down on the grid, Bryn Lucas and Gemma Scott. They'll be patrolling the pit lane for us over the course of the 6 hours ahead, which is in a sense similar to Spa. Okay, it's shorter, but it has that same evolution. We're going from daylight to darkness. It's a type of race where you need to work out strategy. When do you run the bronze driver? Do you want him in the dark? Do you want to get rid of him early on in the race? Do you keep your star driver for a double stint at the end? Qualifying is going to dictate part of that. Early safety cars maybe will dictate all of that. You can have all the strategies in the world, Joe, but turn 1, turn 2 sort of can upset everything very quickly.
Yeah, with 59 cars, anything is possible, and that's what we're used to seeing, aren't we? I'm super excited for this 6 hours, split evenly into basically 6 one-hour sprint races.
Well, presiding as ever over GT World is Stefan Rattel. He's enjoying a big crowd here, a massive grid of cars. Let's join Stefan on the grid.
Stefan, it couldn't be a more perfect start to the season. South of France, blue skies, glorious grid of cars behind us, and look at the trophy that you're cradling that will be battled for this year.
No, it couldn't be better. We are absolutely delighted, both by the public attendance, by the grid, by the diversity, by how close it has been in qualifying. As always, GT3 racing is so competitive, and I think we're heading for a fantastic season.
And what a wonderful time to be celebrating GT3 racing with the popularity of Formula 1 drivers joining us here on the grid. 30 rookies this season. That seems mega.
No, it's, you know, if in addition of all the rest, now we have Formula 1 drivers having an interest in the team, and even current Formula 1 driver in a car. That has never happened. We had many former Formula 1 drivers, you know, driver that would go to Formula One, but it's the first time that we have actually a current Formula One driver racing in GT3, and it's fantastic, and I invite many others to follow.
Absolutely, and talking about the experienced drivers such as those, but let's talk about the drivers who are learning their trade with GTs and the GT Academy.
Yes, we've launched this. We really believe in the development of young drivers to go all the way from now we are involved with the Ginetta series in the UK, drivers 14 years old, and they can win their way from the academy up to GT4 and then GT3 National, GT3, and all the way to the top to the Intercontinental GT Challenge, GT World Challenge, and FIA GT World Cup in Macau. So I mean, it's a whole thing that can bring them to the top.
So much action, and we've got it all to come for the next 6 hours as well. Stefan, I'm going to say thank you very much. Let's go and enjoy the race.
And enjoy the show.
Thank you, Stefan.
I have a feeling that we did have a former Grand Prix driver on Stefan's very first grid, Jean-Pierre Jarier, going back all those years to the first race that BPR ran. However, Lance Stroll, yes, a current Formula One driver. People bemoan the fact that F1 drivers don't do anything other than Formula One. Well, right now there's huge interest in GT racing, not just Lance, but also Max Verstappen's involvement in his team. And we'll look forward to seeing what develops of that over the course of the season as well. Now, at the other end of the scale, if you like, there is the GT Academy. Gaspar Simon won it last year. He's in conversation with Bryn Lucas.
Yeah, a very, very happy winner. I'm sure you can attest to that one. But a great start to your fledgling career when it comes down to the AMR logo you have on your gilet there.
Yeah, for me it's a dream to be on the GT World Grid for this race. It was not in my program to race at Le Castellet for this weekend. My first program, my principal program was the GT4 Sprint. I want to say thank you to Valkenos for this opportunity, and it's a dream for me to be here.
What was it that made it possible, other than winning that amazing prize, but what was it that made it possible for you to get the seat behind us?
The principal interact of this prize is to be in the grid. It's helping me a lot to be in GT3 because I don't have a lot of budget, and for all the silver drivers to have this opportunity, this prize money to drive in GT World, the biggest championship in the world, and I think it's the best opportunity for me for this season. So.
Look, you're getting into the third stint. We wish you the very best.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that GT Academy looking after, if you like, the next generation of GT driver. And Gaspar Simon looked the real deal in qualifying this morning. I mean, straight away he was doing very, very good lap times.
Yeah, it was a purple Sector 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he stole that from Johnny Adam, who was also in an Aston Martin. So he's obviously accounted for himself very quickly and got used to it. Here is our pole-sitting car, a car that we're used to seeing at the sharp end in this livery last year. Slightly less green this year, just the yellow and black livery on it. Timur Engel's helmet on the top. He's starting that car, but all three drivers were very, very quick this morning, and Lucas Stoltz the quickest out of all of them, but all of the three drivers, their lap times within 0.3 of each other, so that is a really strong car. But last year started well, but I think I took your point, David.
It doesn't like cooler conditions, and Lucas Auer was saying to me that others like the Porsche and the BMW will come on as the race wears on. So it is good. The rate is going to evolve as the temperatures up. Right, let's get back to the grid. Gemma Scott has found Ralph Aron, who is another of the Mercedes drivers. Let's hear from him.
Ralph, great to see you here, smiling, looking very happy and healthy. How are you feeling after your moment that you had in Bathurst?
I'm feeling good, thank you very much. I mean, it's nice and sunny here. I wish I was on the grid, but my recovery is going really well. Everyone has been incredibly supportive, and I've got a lot of messages and help, so I'm really happy to be here and hopefully back on the grid soon.
Do you have an expectation of roughly when we'll see you back?
I started rehab this week. Everything is, I mean, it's very dynamic, but everything is moving very quickly, so hopefully in a couple of weeks I will get the green light to jump in the car.
But of course you're no stranger to this championship whatsoever. You raced this season in 2023. What's it like to be part of this grid?
I mean, it's really nice to be a spectator, but it's even nicer to race. It's a fantastic championship. It's the highest level, so yeah, hopefully back soon.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well with the rest of your recovery.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ralph Aron, very much part of that Mercedes family. Just to reiterate the point, he's not racing this weekend, but he is a Mercedes driver. He is here, and it's good, as you see, to have him there on the grid as the front row, Mercedes and McLaren, get set, with the start driver for the Mercedes AMG being Maro Engel. Benjamin Goethe will drive the McLaren that lines up alongside. Now, let us go back to the grid. Bryn has found Reuven Moore, who is Lamborghini's technical guru. Let's get back onto the grid itself.
Well, Reuven, just as the national anthem fires up behind us, behind you, you've got a very, very beautiful Temerario. This is the first time we've seen this car race in anger here in Europe. It's exciting times.
Yeah, it's super exciting. You know, the race debut was, let me say, in US, but really the first time here in the GT world, let me say, in Europe. And for sure, we start a new chapter. You know, we have now the long-term chapter was the Huracan, a very successful chapter. Now we restart the new chapter. For sure, we have still some homework to do, as you see on the position on the grid. But it's the first race, and it's clear that we have a lot of opportunities.
It's the early signs. The seeds are there, though, aren't they? What a beautiful looking car on track. Also, the 30th anniversary of the Super Trofeo. That's a big benchmark, a big tick in the book.
Yeah, this is really a big tick, to be honest, and also it's also a clear proof of our relationship with SRO. You know, I mean, we started together, and we are now together, proud here, 30 years celebrating. A lot of cars on the grid, fantastic colors. So we enjoy really the show. The weather is nice, so fantastic.
The weather is glorious. The car is glorious as well. We can't wait to see it race in just a few moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes to the start of the formation lap. There is the Temerario. Just to make the point of the Rutronic racing team, Joe, they've got a Lamborghini to operate and learn about, but also a Porsche. So, yes, they are being what a team should do and looking after customers, but they have made that really interesting decision to go with this brand new car. Not only is it new to the team, but it's new to everybody. So they're learning and having to forge a relationship at the same time.
Yeah, and it's not been the easiest start yet. And just remember, Rutronic were quick with that Porsche. They finished second here last year, so they've left a good thing.
True enough. Back to the grid. Gemma has got Benji Goethe, McLaren driver, very quick McLaren driver as well.
Benji, just before you get yourself finally prepped to get into the car, starting the season here, front row of the grid, is this a season that's going to look really strong for McLaren and finally the time that we're going to see McLaren really battling now for a title?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously pretty ideal start to the season. Yeah, we got both cars in the front 2 rows, so it's definitely a promising start and shows our intention that we want to challenge for the championship, saying that it's still a long championship. Our pace so far has been good, but a lot of rounds to go, so yeah. First, concentrate on this race and then see what happens after.
Well, it's hot now. It's going to cool as the evening goes on. What's the strategy, if you dare tell us anything?
To be fast. To be fast, to keep it clean, try not make any contact, stay clear of the track limits, and yeah, if we do that, I think we can be there at the end.
Thank you very much. Have a good race, Benji.
Thank you.
So, Benji Goethe for the Garage 59 team. He joins Tom Fleming and Louis Pret. That is a really good driver lineup. And Tom Fleming, who's made that successful switch from Ferraris to McLarens. They ran in the Gold Cup, and there they are on the front row of the grid. There, number 7, Aston Martin, lines up third. It's going to be Marco Sorensen who starts, and Mathieu Drudi, Nicky Team, his co-drivers. It's another very competitive car within the Pro Cup. To the grid we go again. Bryn Lucas has found Porsche racer Ralph Bohn out of bronze.
We're looking up and down the grid, so many drivers trying to stay cool, the car's trying to stay cool. How are you going to do that for the first hour or so of the stint here?
Well, to keep cool is always something we need at the start, independent of the temperature outside, so let's do our best as we do it usually.
Mindset's a very important thing. You start in a very, very strong position as the bronze pole sitter, onwards and upwards, forwards the way, but you can't go forward from first, can you?
Well, let's see what the start will bring. I cannot say even more at the moment, and I'm really thankful for the team's good work and see that I bring a good start home.
We wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ralph Bohn is very much a Porsche specialist. He's raced in Porsches in Carrera Cup in Germany, and just about every endurance series going he seems to have raced Porsches in. So you cut him in half and you'd find a Porsche logo, I think, and along with the Renaults, he's had a lot of success. So, what about the front of the grid? Maro Engel is going to start from pole position. Maro, Bathurst 12-hour winner, is with Gemma.
No stranger at all to pole position. Maro, slightly different driver lineup this year. Finished 4th last season. The objective, of course, must be the title.
We're at the first race, so we're obviously happy with the way this morning started. I mean, what a great day to go GT racing. It's pretty much a full house, as busy as I've seen Paul Ricard. I think it's a great time to be be racing in GT World, and yeah, we look forward to the race. Hopefully we can put on a good show and try and win the race, or at least be on the podium, but it's a long way to go, so we'll take it lap by lap.
I think the view in front of you is pretty spectacular already. The view behind you, for us, is quite spectacular, with the number of cars piling into turn 1.
I'd rather look forward.
Have a great race, Mauro. Thank you.
Another great ambassador for Mercedes, Mauro, who's raced for them in the DTM. He's raced for Mercedes in the 8 Supercars Down Under, and then for Mercedes in GT3 racing, with huge success both in endurance, sprint, overall, and IGTC, as well as GT World. Right, the grid is starting to clear, and Mauro talks about Paul Ricard being as busy as he's ever seen it. I've got to agree with that. I mean, seldom have we been here for a GT World event where there have been so many people, and so many people even before you and I got here.
Yeah, it's been busy everywhere, hasn't it? The paddock is pumped. You can't move for it. There's so much fan activation going on as well. So there's so many things to come and see. It isn't just these 59 GT3 cars taking battle for 6 hours. There's much, much more.
Years ago, you could have said, oh, yeah, but it's Valentino Rossi that's done this. Well, now it's GT racing in general, and Valentino will come to as well during the course of the race. Sebastian Bode is also on the grid. Let's quickly hear from him before we go racing.
Well, Sebastian, I appreciate you getting ready for this one, focused as always, but it's the perfect start, the perfect position. Tough conditions out here, an evolving track, evolving temperature. It's a long way to go, this 6 hours.
Yeah, the race is longer. That's my first start of the season, so I'm very happy to take the start here in Le Castellet, in my country. So that's a good. I very enjoyed that. We are a lot of people. I saw the old people behind me, and we have the pole position now. So just enjoy the race, and I hope we finish in the same position I'll start in 6 hours. So see you on the podium, I hope.
Well, let's hope you're smiling at the end. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Sebastian Bode ready to get on board the car that he shares with Kobe Pauwels and Oliver Söderström. There is the Dan Harper, Max Hesser, Valentino Rossi, BMW. Valentino back for a full season in GT World. He dipped in and out last year, did his home race at Misano, of course, and one or two others, but it's great to have him back for a full season. And I think we've now got to the point where we talk about Valentino Rossi as a GT driver, not ex-motorcycle world champion.
Yeah, we've seen him put some very fast lap times in, but also the racecraft is so smart, and he's happy to mix it with anyone and everyone. So that car maybe further back than they would have wanted in the 46 WRT car, but it's definitely going to be a force to reckon with, especially when they get Hesser and Harper in later on in the race. As it cools down, the BMW loves it.
Yeah, remember last year the WRT number 32 entry was nowhere in the first couple of hours, and then it edged its way back into the mix. The Porsches came on strong, or got stronger, in fact, as the temperatures dropped. Mercedes might struggle a little bit, but again, you've got some very quick drivers in those cars, as there is the Arthur Leclerc, Sean Gallard, Lilu Wadu Ferrari. Picking out one or two more on the grid. Number 21 is the Aston of Sebastian Bode. You just heard from him, for the Belgian Contieu stable. Everywhere you look, there seem to be people, and if you look onto the grid, it is absolutely awash with cars. The best part of 60 for the grid. The one at the back, just to make the point, Renat Salikov will start in the Winwood Racing Mercedes that had a loose wheel in the qualifying session, and therefore couldn't complete qualifying, and goes to the back of the grid. But they've got 6 hours to make some progress.
Yeah, I spoke to Renat earlier, and actually he was quite upbeat. He was like, at least we can just concentrate on going forwards, and it is a Winwood bookend grid, isn't it? On pole and 59, so they're covering all bases.
And you cannot, however blasé you get about motorsport, not be captivated by a grid like this. In fact, there is the Mercedes that's now going to start from the pit lane, which in a sense might be a shrewd idea, because not only are they behind any dramas at turn 1, but they'll also save themselves a lap of fuel.
Yeah, and warmer tyres as well, because they're still in the oven, hence why it's up in the air. I just hope for the team that the wheel goes on smoother than it did in qualifying, and they don't have a repeat problem.
Cynic. Right, the grid is being cleared. Lots of the guests that have been there getting up close and personal to GT3 cars make their way to the spectator viewing areas, and the engineers have all gone. The last of the officials are there. The 15-second board being shown. Niels Vitic in charge as race director once again, so he gives the signal now for the lead car to accelerate away, and then for the green flag to be shown to release the race car so they can play catch-up, get a bit of warmth into tyres, into brakes. And just compare and contrast Paul Ricard now in the sunshine, in the daylight, compared to what we'll have in 6 hours' time or so, when it is dark, when there are lights, when there are fireworks, when everyone's jaded but still pushing to the very end. I would have asked you at this point to pick a winner, but I don't think it's a fair question. I don't normally mind throwing you under the bus, as you know, but it really is absolutely wide open, this. So, while you ponder, let's just remind ourselves of class pole positions. Silver, number 21, ComTU Aston. In gold, it's the Garage 59 McLaren number 58, and in bronze, the Herbeth Motorsport number 91 Porsche Pro, and overall to the Mercedes AMG Team Man Filter Mercedes. Mauro Engel will be your start driver aboard that car. So 4 classes, 4 races effectively within one, and there you can see the grid snaking its way down towards turns 3, 4 and 5 towards the Virage du Camp. So, deep breath. Let's go through the grid. Pole, Mauro Engel. With him at the front, Benji Goethe. On the second row, Marco Sorensen lining up alongside Dean McDonald. And row 3, Bastien Bus in the Lion Speed Porsche. And alongside him is Maxime Martin, starting in Mercedes AMG number 17. And any one of those 6 could be a winner. There are plenty more behind as well. Starting 7th, number 111 is Simon Gachet in the CSA Racing McLaren, and Danny Jonkadea in the Mercedes AMG Team Verstappen entry will go from 8th. 9th is where you find Le Mans winner Nicholas Nielsen, and Kelvin van der Linde starts number 32 BMW alongside. Ahead of Valentino Rossi, Frederick Schandorf lines up alongside him. Then you've got Sebastian Bode and Sean Gelael, the Indonesian driver in the Ferrari. Next comes Mari Boyer starting in the Lance Stroll partnered Aston. Baptiste Moulin is next. Then Alex Arca in the dependable Audi, and Hugo de Wilde switching this year to Rover Racing. Then you go to Robin Knudsen lining up alongside Finn Wiebelhaus. Arjun Maini has Augusto Farfus for company. Then it will be Simon Riker alongside Mikey Porter, Jaden Kelly, McLaren Trophy Europe winner last year, has Gilles Stadsvader alongside Ezequiel Perez Companks, Audi, and then Freddie Tomlinson in the McLaren. Anthony Barto in Mercedes AMG alongside Ariel Levy. Next, then it's Alexei Nesov and Antoine Dokin on the next row of the grid, ahead of Mathis Liesmann and Ralph Bone. You've got Matteo Villagomez lining up alongside Christian Hahn. It is Giacomo Petrovelli alongside Antares Al, Dustin Blackman, Max Lynn, Luca Enschler, Stefano Costatini. Next up, ahead of Gabriel Rindone, then Charles Dawson, reigning British GT champion, Mirko Bortolotti, Bastian Mardini, Ahmad Al-Hafi, Carrie Schreider, James Kellick, Chandler Hull, Tanat Satter and Tira Kulkam next, ahead of Dominic Albert and Dorian Boccolacci a long way back, lining up alongside Scott Noble. Then there's Dylan Medler and Marcello Tomasoni, the back row being Alfredo Hernandez Ortega, and from the pits, Renat Salikov in the Mercedes, as we are set to go racing then for 6 hours around Paul Ricard. There's going to be an awful lot of shuffling of the order with pit stops, perhaps the inevitable full course yellow or 2 or 3 over the course of the race. We got through last year without a single safety car. Yes, we had some quick full course yellows, but no safety car, and Niels Vittich will be hoping for more of the same. So, they've done it in Australia, they've done it in America, they've done it in Asia. It is time for Europe to get underway in GT World for 2026. GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, Endurance Cup Round 1. 6 hours of Paul Ricard is ready to go. Mercedes AMG versus McLaren on the front row of the grid. Mauro Engel versus Benji Goethe, the 2 drivers. The second row of the grid, Aston Martin and McLaren. The third row of the grid, Porsche and Mercedes AMG. The best part of 60 cars ready to go racing. And the opening round of Endurance Cup then for 2026 is good to go. The lights on the gantry on red will flick in a moment to get the race underway. If the race director is happy with everybody's formation coming out of the last corner, the lights go green, we go racing. 1 or 2 being ever so brave, going over the white line on the outside of the circuit, going down towards turn 1. But a good getaway is made by Goethe, who outdrags Engel, who comes back in with this drama in the background, car in the wall already. Looks like it might be a Boots and VDS Porsche, and mayhem has broken out as cars bounce across the road. Others go off in avoidance, and there's a big lose in the middle of the pack. It's one of the Garage 59 McLarens that's gone around. I fear we're going to have to go safety car here. There's been one incident going into turn 1. There's another incident coming out of turn 1. Mauro Engel leads the way, and I'm fearful that it's Dean McDonald's McLaren that we have lost, with Benji Goethe in second place. Others going off the road and back on, using that sort of bypass, coming down towards turn 4. But it's been a very, very dramatic start.
Yeah, you're right. It's McDonald in the 59, the garage 59 that was there. It was a big impact on the wall as well. We're under local yellow at the moment, but I think it's going to have to go to a safety car. What an initial getaway from Goethe. It was an early green flag. Felt like it caught some of the drivers out, and I think that's why we saw the pack really explode, because some cars weren't accelerating when others wanted to go full gas.
So Engel leads then from Goethe, and then the cars behind headed by, I think, Maxime Martin, who has been able to keep out of trouble and gain ground. So they're still battling as they accelerate now. Two senior safety car called. No real surprise. Niels Vitic makes the call then as the race director to deploy the safety car. Everybody will back out of it, and it might be a safety car for a few laps, because there aren't just cars to move, there's going to be debris to get out of the way as well.
Yeah, and you're right with the call on the Boutsen VDS Porsche. The number 10 car was the car that seemed to go in quite hard on drivers left. We've got, I think, a car off at turn 7 as well by the looks of our tracker. Car 89, sorry, the line speed Porsche potentially in the gravel there. So a lot to dissect, and this is where the drivers get a chance just to take a breath and go, wow, how was that? They've had a quick read as well of what car they've got underneath them. Qualifying, new tyres, low fuel. Now they'll be on a very fresh tyre, if not new, but full of fuel. 100 kilos of fuel makes these cars feel different, and they'll just be getting their eye in.
89 is Bashar Mardini, so if it is that car that we've lost, it's got going again now, but it was Bashar Mardini behind the wheel. The leaders are coming over the line. There is the cue. The weaving is to try and maintain what temperature is in the tyres, but they're about to go past the incident zone. There you can see 555, I'm afraid, which is an early retirement. That's Baptiste Moulin. So you can see there's damage to his car, punctured tyre, damaged suspension potentially as well. So that's a big, big shame, because that was a quick car this morning in qualifying. So from CSA Racing, one gone. Leaders go through, and we'll pick out the others. Into the pit lane has come Jaden Kelly. That's the Greystone McLaren, is it not? And he's potentially picked up some damage, and they're going very, very slowly past the incident zone. So as they head towards turn 1, let's just eavesdrop. Baptiste Moulin, team radio.
Okay, so everything's good. Obviously, you're okay. Let us know if you start to feel any pain, anything like this. We'll help you out as best we can. Follow the directions of the marshals when they come. When you do get out of the car, turn all of the power off.
That message from the engineer is fascinating, because all the hard work of the last few days has just disappeared within 2 corners, and yet there's no shouting, there's no blaming the driver, there's no hint in that voice of how angry they must all feel. Just go through the process, talk to your driver. There is the Greystone McLaren. That's Jaden Kelly's car that I said had come into the pit lane. So that's clearly got involved on the first lap.
Yeah, look at the water coming up the radiator. It's obviously under high pressure, but that's it's a 30-minute job at least. Are they going to try and fix it? The front end is bent as well. There's a lot of work on that car.
And I think the Porsche that we were talking about, the Boutsen car, Robin Knudsen at the wheel. He was the start driver of number 10. Robin Knudsen, new to the championship. Very quick Porsche racer in Scandinavia. I think he did McLaren Trophy as well at Spa last year, but clearly that was an impact.
Yeah, just looking at where the cars are all located on the grid, that 555 CSA McLaren was 2 rows in front of the Boutsen car. Had a bit of damage on its rear left. My guess is the Boutsen car has got a good run off the line and has got the momentum, and then the CSA car is there and there's been contact, and then Jaden Kelly is 2 rows further back and has just got caught up in that. And this would seem like a separate incident at turn 7 later on in that. There's a huge amount of damage on the rear end of that car.
And a rear puncture as well. You can see the tyre had all deformed. So that was Bashar Mardini into the pit lane for Lion Speed. Right, time for a big deep breath. Safety car on track. So we were quite pleased last year. We got through without a single safety car in 6 hours. We've got on the first lap of the race. However, these things happen.
Yeah, 6 seconds this year. It felt like it took to happen.
Yeah,
but the interesting thing we'll take out of this is there's no real fuel saving in the Strategy of GT World Challenge. We have a maximum stint of which is 61 minutes unless there is a safety car intervention, as we see the 10 car. And yeah, that's where the Porsches deform, with not a lot in front of the front bulkhead, obviously, but great to see the drivers walking away.
That's Robin Knudsen, so he is okay. Right, let's have a look at the replays. This is a high shot from the drone, and so it will be in a moment. You're looking down as the cars come over the line, but this will be a replay of the start. So yeah, the front row late to accelerate. Look in the background, cars are going left and right to try and find clear space, and then there's going to be a Boutsen Porsche shot, just going underneath the camera. And as the cars get towards turn 1, look towards the right of the screen, suddenly there's going to be a car that seems to go 90 left, I should say, and bang into the wall. But glanced across the front of other cars as it went to the wall. There is Baptiste Moulin coming the other way into the barrier. And if you're in the middle of the pack, where do you go? Because there are cars now either side, and there's debris being flung at you. Look at a huge chunk of bodywork being clipped.
So this is the second row car, isn't it? This is McDonald, who is off on the exit of turn 2. I see some chaos in the background. It's the CSA car and the Rover BMW and the Com2U car as well of Boyer. They sandwich into the CSA car. It's then fired into the Porsche, and then that gets Jaden Kenny as well. We get roughed up there. That is going to be a penalty for me. Sorensen in the 7 car into the back of us in the 59. So I think the 007, but yeah, look at the energy involved. You can see the Greystone car has hit the Porsche but had nowhere to go. Yeah. It is phenomenal driving by 40+ cars to avoid those 3 cars that were really damaged, and Dean McDonald does well to roll back and out of the way there.
But hemorrhaging places as he then tries to rejoin. Dean McDonald has got back into the race, but from 4th on the grid is now 53rd. And we'll try and also get to the bottom of what happened to Bashar Mardini. I mean, again, here, it's a crowded house and others just skip. Now, that, you could argue, ought to be a penalty because that car has just gained a whole heap of places.
Yeah, from the shot, it's 5 cars higher than it should be, that AF course Ferrari. It should be behind the white BMW, 3 behind. So I think that could attract a penalty. The drivers are instructed to take the escape road. You can see the tarmac area here. Here we see Rossi. So we're going to see some stuff kicking off potentially to our right-hand side and our left. You can see cars running, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide, and relatively clean in front for Rossi, though.
And then it starts to kick off, and of course if there is an incident in front of you, if you suddenly stand on the brakes, then you might get hit from behind. But Valentino Rossi managed to get through that without too much drama. He might see a spinning McLaren in a moment. There it is. Which way do I go? Ducks to the right, gets through. McDonald's car rolls off the racetrack to the left. So Valentino Rossi gains position out of all of that and has put himself up into 9th place at the end of the opening lap. And then bang, off the road there goes Bashar Mardini, possibly with a bit of help. Look down from the drone here, going to see how it all kicks off again. So look towards the bottom right of the screen and you'll see the Porsche suddenly fling itself across the road, but may have been earlier contact that turned Knudsen around.
Yeah, and then just trying to watch McDonald. He was close to getting in the back of Goethe there, and Goethe actually has a moment which I think then holds up McDonald. But it's definitely Sorensen going in the back. We'll come to you be able to argue that it was actually McDonald slowing down that caused the impact, or will race control deem that Sorensen should have been able to mitigate that and not run into the back of Dean McDonald.
They could try arguing, but ultimately Lewis Roby, as the chairman of the stewards, has the choice to either accept or disbelieve, doesn't he? So we're currently working lap 4 under this safety car period, whilst cars are removed and debris is attended to. And always, if there's a drama within the first 3 laps, it would go safety car rather than full course yellow. But it was quite a drama, and then multiple ones around the circuit as well. So Mauro Engel leads the way. Now, of course, this has the possibility of helping some teams, as in also comes the other surviving Boots and VDS car. This is Maurice Schuring, Dorian Boccolacci, Alessio Picariello's car that comes in to get off the strategy. Boccolacci at the wheel of it. I was going to try and say, it helps some of the teams because they're burning the bronze driver without competitive laps being turned here. So you're getting rid of his drive time without the car dropping away in terms of an overall pace.
Yeah, that's why the engineer, if they had their way of the strategy, they would run all 3 drivers for double, so back-to-back stints, slowest to fastest in that order. That's the quickest way to do a race. But unfortunately, the drivers are humans, and sometimes they don't like doing a double. Maybe your slowest driver isn't good at starts, so you'd lose more time that way. So there's theory versus practical in that instance. And yeah, VDS trying to get off the strategy. Now there's been this full course yellow. I quickly spoke about maximum stint time, 61 minutes. It's now 66. It extends by 5 minutes anytime there's a full course yellow or safety car. So these cars can now run to 66 minutes and 59 seconds until they come into pit lane. So Boutsen, by pitting now, they can go longer with their second stint. So might buy them luck to get another extended stint time effectively.
So they're going to be at the back of the queue, but they'll buy back a load of those places, partly on pace and partly when the others pit, because they'll be able to, as you say, go a few laps longer. Number 65 Mustang there, turning its way through. Finn Wiebelhaus, who is the leading silver at the moment, in 11th place overall. The leading gold is second, and it's Benji Goethe, and the leading bronze is 29th, and that's Giacomo Petromelli, sharing with Johnny, Adam and Tom Wood.
Just a bit more context as well. If you do pit under a full course yellow, you save 37 seconds of track time versus green.
Okay.
So that's a huge positive. At the moment, the safety car is a massive positive because you get it all back. All you lose is track position. But of course, that 2 car was starting way back on the 27th row anyway. So that's a smart move for them. And I think it's their big roll of the dice to get a result today.
Yeah, Boutsen, in fairness, new to Porsche, so they're learning. They've got some Porsche factory drivers to help with that process, but it's all new. And sadly, they just lost one car very spectacularly with Robin Knudsen's accident. So they're already the racetrack looking a bit messy. A little bit of rubber and some marbles on the outside. It's going to be even more so at the end of 6 hours with the amount of rubber that will get chewed over the course of the race. So, looking around the circuit, I think largely incident zones are pretty much cleared now in our safety car period. And Maro Engel is your race leader. Benji Goethe is in second place, and in third is Maxime Martin. In fourth, it is Danny Junckadea. Marco Sorensen is fifth. Frederick Schandhoff sixth. It's Kelvin van der Linde, Bastian Bus, Valentino Rossi, and Simon Gachet who round out the top 10 right now.
Yeah, look at the amount of debris from that crash. The marshals have obviously brushed it as best they can, but it's going to be dicey for the first few laps there. The more switched-on drivers will be taking a note of that and going, maybe overtaking into turn 1 isn't my best idea. Easy to pick up a puncture on all of that. There'll be little bits of sharp carbon fibre, rubber, maybe some metal, where we saw the Greystone car missing some of its front crash structure.
And news from the pits, 89, Bashar Mardini's Porsche out chassis damage from the impact when he went off at turn 7. And 44, Jaden Kelly's McLaren U identified lots of damage at the front. The team is working to get it out, but it will be hours rather than minutes, and then it'll be a glorified test come shakedown. So, yeah, it's been quite a significant incident, because although we're talking about Robin Knudsen's Porsche as, if you like, the main casualty, others have been affected quite seriously in a peripheral way. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, unfortunate for those teams to attract so much damage on the first lap of a very long season. And there we can see the 2 C's run. Verstappen racing car. And Danny Junckadea will be happy with his opening stint. Of course, he started in 8th place, so he's had a good start to the race, and he's already half the deficit from his grid to the front. No suggestion on our timing screens yet that the safety car is due in. Normally, midway around the lap, you might get the safety car in this lap legend. So Niels Vitic will be just making sure that everything is swept away, everything is clean, barriers aren't damaged as well before he lets them go. So the cars come over the line. And as you are riding on board with Danny Junckadea then, 4th, Jay said he's made progress already, helped by the dramas off the start as the Maserati lead car, safety car brings them down through turn 1. Lots of weaving going on just to maintain the temperature in the tyres. So we started with 58 of them. Safety car in this lap. So Robin Knudsen's Porsche, what is left of it, will be taken away. And we'll go back to green at the start of lap number 7. We're currently on lap 6. We'll go green this time. If you follow the British Touring Car Championship, you may have heard a phrase about safety cars breeding safety cars. Let us hope it is not the same in GT World, because now with everybody all packed and people thinking, right, I can make progress here, I can gain a few places, it can get Larry on a restart, can't it? Yeah, it really can, especially now. It's been quite a long time, 15 minutes. The tyres will be slightly out of their window, so the cars will feel loose. They won't handle as well over the curb, so the cars aren't going to be easy. The drivers still haven't got their eye in either, and now the sun's setting as well. It's another factor to hurt the driver's vision. So safety car in this lap, the weaving becomes a little bit more significant. You can see on that graphic the number of places gained or lost. Frederick Schandhoff has gained 6, 9 places gained by Finn Wiebelhaus, 7 by Augusto Farfus, 8 by Mikey Porter, 7 for Stadsbader, and Sebastian Bode has gone the other way. He's lost 7. Matthew Villagomez, 10 places gained, and others have also been big winners. James Kellett's Paradigm BMW up 10. Right, there's Valentino Rossi. He's been another beneficiary. So as the clock ticks on down, we've had about 14 minutes of the race, and the cars coming out of Le Beausset ready to get back underway once more then. There's Danny Juncadella. Fourth, Mauro Engel is the race leader. You get the feeling, do you not, that Benji Goethe is going to have another go at turn one on the restart. He had a very, very good start, nearly got ahead of Mauro at the original getaway. Let's see what he can do this time.
Yeah, what's Mauro's tactic going to be? Naturally aspirated V8 versus twin turbo in the McLaren. The slower he goes, the more likely it will be that Goethe will be in the turbo lag window of that McLaren. So expect a slow restart, maybe as low as 45, 50 kilometers an hour, and then he will drop the gun. He's gone early, I think. He's tried to catch Goethe sleeping. He's got himself a couple of lengths, not a bad restart.
And Maxime Martin is also on the attack for second place. Right, we're back racing then. So the GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup opener is green once more. Mauro Engel leads them away then at the end of lap 6 down towards turn 1 with a bit of breathing space over Benji Goethe. Martin is third, fourth is Juncadella, fifth is Sorensen, Frederick Schandorf is sixth, Calvin van der Linde in the BMW runs seventh, and in 8th place it is the Porsche of Bastien Boost, the Lion Speed car, and it's all a lot tidier this time.
Now they're strung out, single file makes it slightly easier. Boost looks like he's got some speed. He was already looking down the inside of van der Linde in the 32. Still clean as cars exit turn 2.
So they wriggle their way then out of that 3, 4, 5 sequence down to the Virage du Camp and then back on the power for turn 6. It's a long corner. You've got to be patient and just gently get back onto the grunt.
Juncadella seems to be struggling here, and that Aston has got great straight line performance. So watch these cars now as they get onto Mistral. I think that green and yellow Come2U car is going to have a good chance to get past the Merc.
Not only is the Aston on the move, but the Merc is not staying, is it, with the top 3? Juncadella dropping back, and now look, Marco Sorensen gets a tow. That's going to give him another 10 kilometres an hour or so, up to 290 kilometres an hour in a straight line, and the Aston just breezes by. See you later.
The name's Bond, Marco Sorensen, and he is gone, and that is a great performance for that car to have, and it's a good thing to have in the back of your pocket.
But that's an Aston that doesn't need any of Q's gadgets. It can just do all that on straight line speed. Great effort. Sorensen clears the Mercedes AMG and starts to edge away as well. As you see there, the Porsche, Bastien Boost all over the BMW of Calvin van der Linde, but Valentino Rossi is joining the mix as well. So you've got Boost sandwiched here between the BMWs.
Yeah, it's a tasty sandwich, isn't it? And I just wonder, great move, didn't see that coming. It was out of shot, but he sent it down the inside. Look clean, van der Linde trying to respond now. We're watching from Valentino Rossi. That was an amazing move. He must have just thrown it down the inside at the last second, got it to the apex, got it stopped well, slight defence now into the last corner, tried to cover this off, and now he will try to make his escape. Remember what we said about the BMWs, they come good when it goes cooler in the night, and I felt van der Linde was just trying to hold everyone up, knowing in a couple of hours that car's going to be coming forwards through this field.
Yeah, the circuit, the temperatures are going to come to that car, aren't they, as the rest of the pack now come over the line. So Mauro Engel, the race leader, he's done the fastest lap, and he's got 1.2 seconds in hand at the moment over Goethe. So one or two teams being quite relieved they've got through without problems. Now the race can kind of settle down and we can start to get into a flow and a pattern. Sorensen has gained a place. Bus got past van der Linde to get up to 7th. Alex Arca in the leading Audi now is up into 13th. He's also gained, as has Farfus, and Sean Galal lost a couple of places on that restart.
You see Porter there in the McLaren trying to make some space as well, and obviously we focus at the front, but with 59 cars on the grid there's always a battle going on somewhere, and that's split across 4 classes as well, so it isn't just the overall winner that we're going to be looking at. You've got Goethe at the moment leading that gold class, second overall. Wiebelhaus with that mega start has made them in the lead of the silver class, and then we've got the bronze class at the moment, Petrobelli in that Acuria Cross, Aston Martin leading that class.
So the cars come through senior. This is lap 8 out of 6 hours of racing. Not a set number of laps, remember. The flag goes out. First time the leader crosses the line in the darkness when the 6 hours are up. You look at Bastien Boost there in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. Lion Speed stepping up now with Porsche's blessing to the Pro Cup and a full factory lineup. Porsche affiliated drivers, platinum graded drivers, and now you see Lion Speed pitching for outright success, and Bastien Boost all over the back of Frederick Schandorf in the Ferrari. Frederick made his name initially in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, then driving McLarens, but now in a Ferrari, still going rapidly, but Bastien Boost is about to make a move on the inside, then look back for the rear wing, you see Schandorf tucked up behind Junqueira. Bastien Bus made his move on the inside at the Virage du Pont. Didn't work, but he served intent.
Yeah, the problem is Bus has used his surprise card up now, and it's always a lunge there. So it's the driver doing the lunge. You're not sure if there's going to be contact, so you feel like you have to have some remittance to get out of it. Schandorf played a blinder. He saw him, gave him enough space not to cause contact, but not enough for it to be an easy move. Now Bus is kind of lost that surprise element, and I think advantage Schandorf. But Schandorf's only in Bus's grasp because of Junqueira's pace. That car is really our first cork in the bottle in the field. Junqueira's pace in quali was okay. He was the slowest out of the three, a tenth slower than Lallem, 6/10 slower than Gounon. So maybe Junqueira not just happy with the balance of his car.
And also, just keep an eye on Bastien Bus's Porsche, because he's got another potential problem, which is the Kelvin van der Linde BMW. Not that far behind, and you're coming to a part of the racetrack now where the BMW uses all of its power to very good effect. Valentino Rossi is still 9th, Simon Gachet 10th, the leading Mustang. Finn Wiebelhaus is 11th, Nicholas Nielsen is in 12th place as the lead cars now come up towards Senior. Over the brow, turn into the right-hander. Engel is leading the way. He's done the fastest lap of the race, as well as he tries to clear away from Benji Goethe. And the rest of the field now all files through. More battles going on lower down as McLaren takes on Ferrari.
Yeah, Porter with another move. This time it looks like he's going to get stuck on Sean Galeo in the 50A, of course, Ferrari there. And Optimum not particularly happy after qualifying. Felt they had a good car, but just wasn't very quick. So looks like they've changed the setup slightly, and Mikey Porter is dragging that car forward, as is Freddie Thompson, the sister car, down in 23rd overall, but 5th in class.
Takes some getting used to talking about Freddie in anything other than a Ginetta, doesn't it? It's his father Lawrence who owns the Ginetta brand these days. There's Bastien Bus in the Porsche, then coming out of the right-hander of the Virage du Pont up towards the end of lap number 9. And the lead gap is 1.4 seconds, as now Benji Goethe has done the fastest lap of the race. He's a fraction faster than Engel that time around. Alex Arkel's gained another place, by the way, in the number 99 Audi, as you look at Bus going through, and Bastien Bus part of that battle pack for 6th. Schandorf ahead, van der Linde behind. So Porsche comes out of turn 2, speed building then on this part of the racetrack up towards 5th gear, and then there's a little dark patch of curb on the left, which is where the drivers brake and then spear the car into the next sequence of turns 3, 4, and here, first gear, down at turn 5. And look, the gap's come down at that part of the track, hasn't it? The BMW, van der Linde, right on the back of Bus, who then just starts to edge away a shade up to turn 7.
Yeah, Porsche always strong with traction where the engine sits. Of course, you get on the throttle, the car squats, and the weight of the engine helps aid that. Pretty good in a straight line as well. Schandorf has just got away, and that's going to give him maybe a lap to try and concentrate on getting on the back of the Mercedes Junqueira in front. Rossi's sticking with the battle pack easily, isn't he? Van der Linde in front. We haven't really lost any time to him, so he might just be in a bit of a mindset here of just not using the tyre too hard. Don't sit right on the bumper creating any understeer. Just sit where you're happy. If you can't gain but you can't lose, then just think outside the box a bit smarter.
There is Rossi then turning through Le Beausset. So Valentino, who came into GT World initially as an Audi driver with WRT, and as WRT made the switch to BMW, so he went with, and I think BMW very, very happy to have Valentino as part of the family. Bus clambering up the curb in the Porsche there, all over the back of Frederic Schandorf, who at the moment is the leading Ferrari driver, doing a good job actually, Frederic Schandorf, who is still quite an underrated driver, but as we've seen season after season in GT World, very quick.
Really is, and Bus again just with a half look there, just trying to catch the mirror of Schandorf. And when Bus got up on that curve, that wasn't an intentional line. It's not the quickest way of doing 13, but you've got no vision when you're tucked up that close behind a car. You can't see where you're going, so you have to guess where to turn in. I think that's why he was a bit tight, but he definitely looks like he's in a rush and wants to get past Schandorf.
Nose to tail then, we got the Porsche versus the BMW, and the reason that Bus has dropped back a fraction from the Ferrari of Frederic Schandorf is because he has to defend from van der Linde, so it takes some of the pressure off. Now, you were talking about the pace of Junqueira. I agree, it isn't as good as Maxime Martin's pace nor Mauro Engel, but he is at least being able to keep a little gap, a length or so, over Schandorf, who's not crawling all over the back.
No, I just think Shandorf's probably lost a bit of time with Boost looking at him a few times. He's having to run ever so slightly tighter into the last corner to cover off that move, which is probably 2 or 3 tenths, and that's now been the last 3 laps. And that's what Jim Adair will need, is to try and settle into it. Of course, the cars are going to transform as the fuel load comes off over the stint, so maybe that Mercedes will come alive, and it's more of a balance for an average part of the stint rather than this early to mid part that we're watching.
See this long train of cars accelerating now along the Mistral Straight, including, there with its back to you, the blue and yellow Lamborghini Temerario, the Rutronic Racing run car. The Endurance Cup winning team last year, Rutronic, then it was Porsche, now it is the Lamborghini Luca Engscher at the wheel, but 34th. I think there's a bit of head scratching amongst the Lamborghini teams. It's not really what they were expecting. No, it really wasn't. And maybe hurts even more after such a strong year last year in the swan song of the Huracan as well. So it's been brutal for them. So a bit of damage on the front of Freddie Tomlinson's car. Hopefully just a bit of dive plane bodywork on the front end. I can just see it jutting out as we look at Petrobelli in the 56 Blackthorn Run Acuria Cross car leading the bronze class. That's why we have the the light flashing on the rear illustrates to everyone around him that that's a bronze graded driver in the car. McLaren with a bit of damage there as well as it went through shot. I was about to say also that Renat Salikov, who started in the pits, has been back into the pits just to do a stint reset and to short fuel the car. So Winward playing with the strategy on 87, which is a car that runs in bronze, trying to get that back into the mix. And they've got, of course, a long way to go, but they've kept it on the lead lap, and that is always crucial in this form of racing, with everybody running to the same regulation. The only difference in the classes is driver grading, driver categorisation. So drop off the lead lap, your history. Yeah, exactly. We've just got a quick glimpse of the Stella Corvette from the side. The white car just in shot there as well. And, now they've got Dennis Lind aboard that car for the season. He's not in it right now. That will be quick. As we can see, the silver WRT car get down the inside of the Audi. It's so tight there. You lose momentum, and the Audi's able just to swing round and keep up its momentum. Onto the Mistral they come then, and this battle down for 24th place. Simon Reicher is in the Audi, and the BMW dropped back in fact there because Matthias Niesmann loses out to Freddie Tomlinson. So the McLaren really quick going on to the Mistral. That's the car with the damage. Look, you can see on the right front the little bit of bodywork sticking out to the side. There it is, and back to attack comes the BMW. Matthias Niesmann on the outside up to senior. He goes through, and also there Ariel Levy in the Audi goes round the outside as well. So is that bodywork acting as an air brake, or is the McLaren just not good in the straight line? It's good in the corners. Tomlinson fights back. Mega move shows it down the inside, side-to-side contact. All fair at the moment, still going on. The Audi's going to lose traction on the curb. It's still on the inside there. And there's an Aston Martin and a Mercedes joining the party. We're just seeing a lot of slipstream. That Audi basically got a triple toe past the McLaren, and now Freddie Tomlinson needs to try and stop the rise. He got damage. I think rear left looked wobbly. Maybe that side-to-side contact has done something. And there is Freddie Tomlinson's car then. So with damage on that front right, he's heading for the pit lane. So dramas into the pit lane he comes, and it might, I'm afraid, be the start of a tough 6 hours from here on in. Yeah, it didn't look right straight away, and we saw the contact, but it was such slight damage. I can't believe it would have broken anything, but potentially the rear toe link too weak on that McLaren, and it's definitely going to come in, and they're going to have to inspect that quite quickly.
Coffee box is that. What damage have you got? Front right suspension. Front right.
So Freddie Tomlinson talking to the team about damage to the suspension on the front right. So we'd seen the damage, bodywork, but there was something more sinister. And you'd seen, well, he dive bombed into Lebose, looked all right at that point, and then the contact was on the left-hand side of the car. So I'll let you worry about that. Yeah, maybe the bodywork damage shows us there was a contact, some impact at that point, and then it was coincidental. It let go at the time. There was contact on the left side, but as a driver, sometimes it's hard. You think the damage is on the front right because that's how it's feels, but it can almost be the opposite side, and that's how the car's reacting. Someone not worried about damage is Mara Engel. He's just been stroking this around, hasn't he, for the opening 30 minutes. The lead now up to 2 seconds. People with better eyes than mine are suggesting that it's not actually damage in terms of bodywork on that McLaren, but a bollard that's stuck and got wedged in. So it's kind of academic if the car's got suspension damage anyway, but it might not have been damage to the bodywork. I'll go with the suggestion that it might well be a bollard that's got itself wedged into the bodywork of the car. But either way, sadly, Freddie Tomlinson is in the pit lane, and the incident he's had with the Audi is being noted by race control. Right, the pack comes steaming through. There is Marco Sorensen. Look at the gap that Junqueira has now dropped, but also I think he's getting away from Schandorf. Schandorf is busy again, isn't he, defending from Boost, and that's compromising his pace, so he can't stay with Junqueira at the moment.
And that's going to be an interesting one to see if it swaps, or that's going to be a trend for the rest of the race. Just looking down the order, and Finn Wieberhaus made a mega start, and sometimes that happens through luck and you place the car right place, but your pace doesn't let you stay there. Seems the opposite. Wieberhaus seems to be quick and actually all over Gachet for 10th place, so the Ford running well.
Indeed so, as the rest of this long line of cars pours its way down through turn 1, which is a third gear corner if you're on new tyres. If you're on old tyres, you might want second gear drive to stay, just to stabilise the car a little bit and get that confidence back. So there is the McLaren of Freddie Tomlinson now in its garage, and the team goes to work, the Optimum squad.
Yes, tolling, like I thought on the rear left. You could see Ian Smith, to Optimum, Baz Lynders as well, and then the boys working as hard as they can to get that replaced. But it's going to be at least 3 to 4 laps lost, and then this is now Schandorf, isn't it? Boost still there. No answer yet. We saw him overtake Van der Linde at the next corner, but he was having a quick look there. He looks like he's really trying to force Schandorf into a mistake. This is where we saw him dive bomb Van der Linde cleanly, may I add. I wonder if the AF course team have told Schandorf about that. Just be careful into 13, because that's where a move has already been done successfully by the Porsche behind you.
Schandorf also here has to make a decision, does he not, as to whether he's thinking about an overall place or a gold position, because you've got the Ferrari in the gold cut, you've got the Porsche in the pro cut. Yeah, they're squabbling for 6th place overall, but in terms of championship points, gold is important for that Ferrari team. Over the timing line they come.
It's a very sensible comment, but a racing driver is not sensible, and I can tell from the body language of Schandorf's car, he is not thinking with your logic. He is fighting every single position, be it overall or class.
And Boost having a go on the outside line, and while they squabble, that brings Kelvin van der Linde back into the pack, doesn't it now? So this for 6th, 7th and 8th places. Schandorf defending from Boost, and now, as Boost has got a bit stuck, that brings van der Linde a bit closer. Boost has another look to the inside line, can't find a way through there. He's getting ever more committed. I hesitate to say desperate, but the way that Boost is going now, there's a lot more energy and effort being put in, because he wants to get past. He's had enough from the back of that Ferrari.
Yeah, he knows that Schandorf's best hope here is to back him up to van der Linde, and he's got to show that he's not going to do it. I said on my preview of the lap here at Ricard, it's a short break at turn 3. It's 100 metres, so there isn't really an overtaking. That's why I had the big breath inhale, because you just don't see it work there. And it looked like as soon as Boost tried it, he was like, I don't want to be here anymore. And that's when you see contact, is when you're trying to get out of a move that can't be done.
So right now, race leader is on lap 15. Is this the change? Can Bastien Boost make the move up towards Senior? He's on the outside line. You're going to have to be brave to go all the way around the outside, and also not open the door to van der Linde, who is tucked up behind in 32 BMW. Schandorf, in fairness, is doing a really good job of hanging on to the place. He went wide here a lap ago, does not go as wide on this lap, so that means that still stuck behind him is Bastien Boost.
I really worry that this move is coming and it's not going to be clean. It's just when the cars are running at such similar pace, it's very difficult to suddenly get the momentum and get past. All the cars, of course, have ABS, so the brakes, you hit the brake hard and it doesn't lock up, which really makes the braking point even closer for all cars. There isn't really as much the driver can do, and again, it's that half look, and he's just trying to get Schandorf so he doesn't get the exit. He's lucky that he's got that gap to van der Linde. He won't be able to get away with that for much longer.
Over the timing line, Maro Engel is now leading by 2.6 seconds, and Boost close enough perhaps to have a go, thinking about it into turn 1. They're dropping away from Junqueira. Boost dives to the inside late, doesn't work. Schandorf again is able to defend, and Bastien Boost is getting ever more frustrated now.
Yeah, this is the first time Schandorf got a poor run off a corner though, but he's already covered the inside. There's no way around the outside here at 3, and they either stay on the track or don't hit each other. We go to the drone. I think the lunge is going to come into the next right-hander, and it's just going to be a late, and it's just going to be, I pray it works. I'm not sure what lap it is, but look at van der Linde. He's ready there to sweep up.
Not this lap is the answer to the dive going into turn 5. This is 6. Ferrari just trying to escape. The drone doing a very good job of keeping up with them, and in fact almost having a go at the BMWs. You ride atop Kelvin van der Linde, who now, look, is right up behind Boost. The Ferrari's got away, and it's van der Linde on the attack this time as they head up Mistral Straight, nose to tail. Bastian Boost versus Kelvin van der Linde, the BMW, right under the rear wing of the 911. Boost hanging on to position. Schandorf getting away a little bit, but then as the toe kicks in, they're back with him at the end of the straight. So nose to tail, Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, great battle.
Really good, and I was surprised the BMW wasn't able to get alongside that Porsche, seemingly very strong in a straight line as well, so that all bode well for them. You said you didn't want to throw me under the bus earlier, who I thought was going to win. I'm going to go with Boost to be the winner. I think that 80 Lionspeed car looks fast. I think they're going to be there right at the end.
And there, a little bit of an incident between Giacomo Petrobelli and was that one of the Paradigm BMWs? It's James Kellett's car, and that is a change of lead in the bronze if the BMW stays ahead of the Aston Martin. So a significant bit of contact that might come back to haunt the BMW team.
Yeah, showing you what a great job Petrobelli is doing though, because although that was a change of lead, that's the silver graded driver of Kellett getting past the bronze driver of Petrobelli. So that isn't as bad as it looks potentially for your Kyrgios, because Petrobelli's pace is so strong.
Race leaders have gone through. Lead gap just creeps up again slightly as Boost thinks about the inside against Schandorf's Ferrari. This, remember, is for 6th place. No way through for Bastian Boost. But Schandorf goes wide out of turn 2, and this is Boost's chance. No, it's not his chance because he can't level in a straight line with the Ferrari. He slips back again. He looks on the outside more in hope than in anticipation. Trying to settle Schandorf, who does go wide. He's up the curb, and now Boost lines up for a go on the inside. Gets a face full of Ferrari. Frederick Schandorf clambers over the curb. So does Boost. This is getting all very, very, very sketchy at times, but you can see the commitment being put in. Schandorf is under massive pressure. Boost, massive attack, and van der Linde just waiting for the opportunity to present, and he in turn is being caught now by Valentino Rossi, having a 9th place in his BMW. Now Boost under the rear wing of the Ferrari this time. He's much, much closer coming onto the Mistral Straight than he was a lap ago. So is this where Schandorf finally succumbs to Bastian Boost? Here comes the Porsche up on the outside. He's got the toe, an extra 10 kilometers an hour or so. The BMW trying to benefit from a double toe by positioning itself as Boost thinks about the outside, but he's left the door open to van der Linde. He's got to suddenly close that door and lock it and bolt it, and he does, and Schandorf hangs on to 6th.
Boost is trying the same thing every single time now. I think he's just got to regroup and save up for one big attack. Schandorf now kind of has him sussed. He's stopped the momentum, but Schandorf's pace, now they're battling. They're nowhere. These are the slowest cars inside the top 25 at the moment. They're losing nearly a second a lap to Juncadei and the top 5 cars in front of them. So this needs to have a resolve pretty soon for all of these cars.
Yeah, it's not that Bastian Boost is not trying to resolve it. He's just got Frederick Schandorf doing a really good job of defending, and van der Linde is loath, I think, to stick his nose in too much for fear of it getting damaged. So over the line they come again. We know that Bastian Boost attacks at turn 1 and at turn 3 and at 4 and at 5 and wherever he can, really. So over the line, this time he fades to the outside as they head down towards turn 1. You're looking at the car streaming out of the Virage du Pont, the last corner on the lap, at the other end of the pit straight. Turn 1, the left, turn 2, the right, and it's there where Bastian Boost will be on the attack if he can possibly achieve it. So the cars all stream through them. We're on now to lap number 18 of the race in this first hour of 6. There's your bronze leader. We have had the change. So now James Kellett up ahead of Giacomo Petrobelli after that little bit of contact down at turn 6. The 991 BMW goes through. James Kellett, Dries Van Thor, Darren Lung, the drivers. Big chunk of bodywork sits by the side of the road coming out of turn 2. And James Kellett, former Ginetta champion, very quick driver, the Yorkshireman, and finding another happy home for a 2nd season with Paradigm.
He's actually pulled away quite a lot from Petrobelli. He's got the Corvette in between, but Kellett's pace is strong, and this is where Petrobelli needs to dig deep and try and keep the gap as small as possible. And yeah, Kellett has suddenly got some good pace and is able to start picking off the cars in front of him. And it'll be interesting to see where this BMW is like compared to the WRT ones. I was surprised earlier that the WRT cars weren't quicker in a straight line. Have Paradigm got a different setup on theirs, a slippier one, less downforce, less rear wing that will let them overtake cars at the end of this straight.
Yeah, Paradigm is Darren Lung's team, operated out of that global motorsport metropolis of Skegness by Simon Traves, who, when he's not running Paradigm GT3 cars or Ginetta Juniors this year, is a Formula 1 stock car racer of good skill in his own right. And James Callett's about to dive up the inside there. Look of the Anthony Bartone Mercedes AMG. Job done. That was very nice and incisive.
Yeah, very efficient as well. From a time loss perspective, that would be a few tenths of a second. It's the best way to get the move done. I think Bartone did a good job as well. Didn't fight it, kind of rolled over and let the car come through on his inside, so they both get away with not losing too much time. As boost to the inside of Schandorf. Job done.
Finally, he's done it. Bastian Boost goes through on the inside at turn 6. So he did that on pure bravery, no extra turbo boost or anything. So Bastian goes through, gains the place, and now Van der Linde thinks, right, I need to get on with this myself. And right away, he's all over the back of Schandorf. He is about to discover what Boost found. Schandorf is hard to get past.
Yeah, even harder when he's cutting the apex so hard at turn 5. 4 wheels, fully off the track. We haven't touched on track limits yet, but we've got the rule of your 6th one will be a penalty, and that's for the 6 hours. It's not for the driver. So cars will have to keep an eye on it. Track limit warnings really not that prevalent inside the top 10. Only one car with one, and that's Valentino Rossi. So far, drivers being well behaved.
Race leaders then battle up front, as now Van der Linde has the inside line, and I think this is going to be his, because there's no way that Schandorf can brave it out on the outside. Van der Linde goes through. That's really going to annoy Bastian Boost, isn't it? It took Bastian, what, half a dozen laps, if not more, to get past. Van der Linde has done it in about 2/3 of a lap.
That was phenomenal. It looked like he was going to go to the outside. Schandorf was then like, okay, I can come back over to the racing line, and then suddenly chucks it to the inside so aggressively at 280 kilometers an hour. He must have known how much grip he had, because it's so easy to have an aeroplane crash at that sort of speed. We go on board with Rossi, no longer Van der Linde in front. We've dropped a couple of places now, haven't we, to Gachet, and Acker as well, I think, has got past. There we go. So he's now outside the top 10. Rossi just needs to try and steady this ship.
Lights just starting to fade a touch here. You can see how different it is now compared to what we had about 40 minutes ago at the start of the race. Engel leading still. Goethe is second. Maxime Martin is third. Sorensen is fourth. Junqueday fifth. Then it's Boost, Van der Linde and Schandorf in their new order. In 9th place, Simon Gachet. 10th is Arco. 11th, you're right, having dropped 2 places, is Rossi. And Finn Wiebelhaus is in 12th place as the cars stream through. There is Simon Gachet, the much underrated French driver who does a very good job on limited funds, but is now an in-demand driver amongst the French teams. And just in case you thought the Audi R8 was an old war horse that wasn't competitive anymore, Alex Arca in 10th place.
Yeah, and these are now the top, what's this, 2, 3 and 4th place in the gold class. So suddenly Schandorf looking comfortable in gold. The pace hasn't been there. Is that because he's been defending? And is he going to be able to steady that, or is this what he's got underneath him?
Drivers making that run again along the Mistral straight. Just one extra thing while we have a chance for, if you like, a bit of admin, is you won't see physical blue flags being shown by the marshals around the circuit, but the drivers do have them on the in-car driver information display. So they'll know if a blue flag is being shown because it will come up in the car. Such are the technical advances these days of race organisation, race officialdom, all coming out of race control of the systems that operate within modern-day GT3 cars. You might see yellows, but you've also got the lighting panels, but in terms of blue flags, it just comes up in the car to warn that specific driver.
Yeah, there's no excuse as a driver anymore. It's right in front of your face. All the flags full course yellow countdown as well. So yeah, a lot of technology on board these GT3 cars.
We're currently working lap number 20. A lot's happened in the previous 19 rounds around this 5.7 kilometre long circuit. As you look at Alex Arca, then the team owned by his father, Arkin Arca, as there, Wiebelhaus makes his move against Valentino Rossi. Nicely done, and the Virage Dupont, the Mustang, dives up the inside. Now, why is Rossi losing places? He's lost now 3 in the space of a couple of laps.
Yeah, the tyres, it started to drop off with the pressure coming too high. So just trying to find a rhythm again, but that Ford has got some great performance, isn't it, in a straight line. You can see it just edge away. Rossi closing up ever so slightly under braking, able to place the car better over the curves, but then watch the Ford escape down the next straight.
You can also see how the development has moved on of that Ford Mustang in the space of a couple of years since we first saw the cars in GT3 racing. So the Haupt racing team that made that very bold switch away from Mercedes to go the Ford route, and Rossi under attack again. Look, the Rover BMW there of Augusto Farfus tries to get in on the act as well. So yeah, Farfus on the attack. Rossi struggling. Same type of car, different teams operating them. One BMW getting stronger, but Rossi now willing this stint to come to an end.
Yeah, he really will be. 20 minutes still to go, though, so still a long way to go in this stint for him. And Farfus on the flashes already as well, trying to say, I need to get going. And at the moment, this BMW doesn't seem to have the answer like it did last year. I'm waiting for it to go fully dark to see if it suddenly ignites once more.
Well, Mario Engel, meanwhile, is doing a very solid job. He's not stormed off into the distance, but he's just edged away lap after lap to be nearly 4 seconds to the good right now as the cars come out of Senior, another of those parts of the racetrack where track limits are being carefully monitored. You get 5 strikes before a penalty comes. It's been an increased allowance from the original plan. As there, up the inside goes Farfus, and there's not very much at all that Rossi can do to defend from that. So the BMWs switch places.
I think Porter's going to have a run on Rossi as well. Somewhere behind is going to be an orange McLaren. He tried to hang it around the outside and it just didn't work for him. Are we wide here because of line or because of a McLaren? As we now go back to Engel, who's starting to lap cars. He's got to get past these efficiently but cleanly.
Indeed so. That's the 67 Mercedes just up the road ahead, which he will negotiate shortly. That car will hopefully skip out of the way, give him an easy run through. It is behind the wheel of that car Scott Noble, who's done quite a lot of GT4 racing in the States, but has driven in the European Le Mans series in the past. This is the view from the Bronze Cup Mercedes. Onto the Mistral straight they go. And now that run up towards the senior right-hander. Engel carving his way through the traffic. He's done the fastest lap of the race, as I say. And so that Mercedes AMG going to build the gap all the while here.
So those 2 cars have cost him nearly half a second in traffic to give it, and they were clean, weren't they? It was only a clean overtake into 3 and then the drag race down the back straight, but that is what traffic will do, and that's what we're going to start to see more of. Now Benji Goether's turn to get past those 2 Mercedes. Are they going to be playing team orders? They let the Mercedes through relatively easy. Will it be the same for the McLaren? And
you can see that the Gold Cup being led by that McLaren, coming through in 2nd place, and a flash of the lights, and now the move to the inside.
And actually Noble was as fair to the McLaren as he was to Engel, and now Maxime Martin will try to get past to keep the pressure on Goether. He's kept that gap at around a second, Maxime Martin, and Goether, after looking very quick at the start, first few laps, doesn't seem to have the pace of Engel. Juncker suddenly has been better, hasn't he, last 4 or 5 laps, and then the gap to Boost. This gap really because of Schandorf holding the Porsche up. Van der Linde unable to stay with Boost, and Schandorf has steadied the ship like we hoped, and Gachet and Acker unable to get any closer at the moment.
I still think Alex Arca is doing a very, very good job. He's occasionally quite hard on himself if he makes mistakes, but Alex Arca is another very, very handy peddler, another of the young guns. He's so familiar with the car because he's pretty much only ever raced an Audi R8 in GT3. He knows the team because it's the family team, but there he is in a car that many people dismiss these days because it's an old one, it's out of production, but it proves that if it's a good car run by a good team with a good driver, it can still be in the mix.
Yeah, very competitive, and a lot to be said for sorry, it was Juncker, wasn't it? Just getting past Noble there, so they're all together, and we haven't seen anything about the Sorensen investigation, have we? So that turn 2 lap 1 incident obviously deemed as a racing incident.
So as the cars go to the Mistral once again, we're working lap 23 here. Last time over the line, Engel had done 47 minutes of the race. Goether still running in 2nd place, but 4 seconds back. And the team's now limbering up because the first round of pit stops is not far away. So this is how you operate if you're a mechanic at 2Cs. And the decisions will come as to whether, in some cases, you get your bronze driver out. Indeed, whether you get driver 1 out. Some teams may well decide to go driver 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Others might do 1, 2, 1, 2, and then a double stint for driver 3 at the end. All these different ways, depending really on what class you're in and where you qualified, and indeed how your first few laps went, to whether you need to play around with the strategy. We've been concerned about Valentino Rossi. Let's eavesdrop.
Augusto pushed me out of the top 12, so I hope they don't give me the back seat in front end.
Copy valid. We saw you touch the brakes and everything, so I think we are good. We had no track limit. Stay focused. You're doing great.
Yeah, I'm not sure when he watches that back, Valentino will go, Farfus pushed me out. Farfus got down the inside, and he took the line. And Rossi, I think, should have tucked in earlier to get the exit. He was worried about a track limit for it. As a huge slide there for Gachet. He's not looking after his rear tyre at all in that McLaren. And yeah, the engineer spotted what we saw and had to get on the brake and lost a lot of momentum. So I think Rossi there just trying to get his focus back to try and find some pace.
And it must be tough, mustn't it, when you lose a place like that, and mentally you get a little bit rattled. But as the team said, stay focused, doing a good job, and Rossi needing to keep the car in the mix. Of course, another safety car will bring them straight back into the mix with the gaps all coming down. 3 wide into turn 1, and a big, bold effort being made there by the BMW on the inside line. Hugo de Wilde battling with Ezekiel Perez Companc, who's been a regular in the championship for so long, and also Sebastian Bode there in the Aston Martin.
So very clean by all three. They did well to be aware. That's the one when you go 3 wide, is that you don't know what the guy on the opposite side is going to be doing to you. But the BMW now should be clear and has got some good space inside the top 20 to start trying to catch up with the Gold Class leaders.
Hugo de Wilde moving from WRT BMW to Rover Racing BMW for this season. So de Wilde now with former single-seater gun Tim Tramnitz and the experienced Jens Klingman in the purple and white Rover Run BM. That's Peter Nandorf's team. Now, Ezekiel Perez Companc squabbles with Sebastian Bode. You see Audi versus Aston Martin in a straight line, and the Audi is going to be ahead by the time they get to Mistral, although Bode lines up to have another go back at him on the inside line going into the corner, but that does not pay off.
No, a bit of damage on the rear of this Aston as well, on the rear right, some bodywork damage. And just again shows you how strong the slipstream is, because we've seen the Aston Martin of Sorensen breeze past in a straight line, so we know that's possible. We're talking to Sorensen, they're in pit lane. That's earlier than anticipated, and hopefully not a problem, but looks like panic stations have come to you.
Now, is that, as you say, a problem, a panic, or is it to try and do something different on the strategy to get out of the wave? I fear it is an issue.
Yeah, the team aren't ready. The wheel gun's not turned on. I can see a driver trying to get ready. This is maybe as a radio issue, because this is not being communicated from car to pits.
So what we'll see is whether or not the car goes into a box. I can't see any tyres going on. I can see tyres coming off, but there's not much going on, is there?
They'll still be in the oven out the back of the garage, and it's a big garage here at Ricard, so it's a 20-30 second run for the tyre guy. This is where problems come. Wrong tyres, not at the right temperature. They're not doing a driver change. The tyres look dirty. They've not been scraped. This is, they're done. They're well out of the running now.
Bizarre, isn't it, for a team that's so well drilled normally to have a situation like that, as the sister Comp 2 entry gets up the inside and there's contact, and that's going to turn around number 50 Ferrari of Sean Galile. I think that was Murray Boyer's Aston that did the deed, and that surely is going to get looked at.
Yes, if you want an illustration of what a drive-through penalty is for contact, it's right there. And I expect the 18 car to get a drive-through in the next couple of laps.
So not a great lap for Aston Martin, one in the pits with a problem and one getting involved in an incident that might well come back to haunt. So let's have another look at it.
So you can see Gallo's closing the door, and he's at the apex, and Murray Boyer will say, well, I'm there, where am I meant to go? Well, you're not on the circuit and you haven't got level with the car. So for me, he's just desperation trying to get the move done. Shame, because the 18 car that he shares with Lance Stroll has gone forward and has looked quick, but I think that's going to get a drive-through penalty. A drive-through here, penalty at Ricard as well, is nearly 40 seconds. So it's a huge detriment to their performance today.
So battles are on as the race leaders are currently on lap 26, 4.8 seconds between them. And that incident we've just been describing is straight away under investigation. So the stewards adding that to their list of things to have a look at. Nothing as yet has come up in terms of penalties. A lot has been noted, a lot is being looked at, but deliberations continue. I think the stewards are just sat there watching the race and occasionally have something to do. Far from it, they are busy all the way, and reviewing isolated incidents. They don't really get a chance to follow the flow of the race particularly, especially when it's so busy. You're going from looking at all the evidence of one incident to another. Right, there's 99, that's Alex Arca charging along.
Yeah, been stuck behind this McLaren now for the last 4 or 5 laps. Actually, McLaren, after gaining and catching the Ferrari Shandorf in front, doesn't seem to do any more.
The Marco Sorensen pit stop, you're right, it was because of an issue. It was a puncture. So it was a scramble to get them into the pit lane, but a punctured tyre, the Aston PR department confirmed. So Sorensen with a puncture pits, and the car has rejoined, but of course it's lost a lot of ground as a consequence of that. It's currently being shown in 45th place.
Must have been real late on in the lap, obviously. Sorensen would have seen it on the TPMS, the tyre pressure monitoring system, but normally the team catch it before the driver of their telemetry. That wasn't the case. Here's the Audi drag racing. They go wide as they can, not to give any side draft. Is he going to be sending it around the outside? A senior, he is. He's done already. Amazing straight line performance from the 99.
One of the other races that we have here this weekend is the GT3 Revival Series, because we're celebrating 20 years of GT3. There are lots of Audis of different iterations in that. So we've talked about Audi R8s of seasons past, a decade or so plus, and here is an Audi R8 gaining places, still competitive. Yeah, up to third in class now, and that'll be important to start the year with a potential podium for Alex Acker and the rest of the team. And now Gachet can follow. He'll be able to see where his strengths and weaknesses are now from the other side. Coming up towards the end of the lap then, as they drop down to the Virage du Pont there, Simon Gachet trying to fight back if he can. Behind all of this, you've got Finn Wiebelhaus in the Mustang. He's being caught by Augusto Farfus, and then Arjun Maini in the next Mustang is not too far adrift. So the leaders have gone by. We are about 5 minutes away from the end of the first hour of the race, and therefore we are getting closer to scheduled pit stops. But that number 7 Aston with its puncture out of sequence now. The other car that we need to keep an eye to is the number 2 Porsche. Remember, that pitted very, very early on in the race on lap 3, and Dorian Boccolacci has now brought the car up to 31st. Yes, a real good one there for that car. Just looking at some of the average lap times. So Engel's got the fastest average. That won't surprise anyone at all, because he's in the lead and comfortably. Second, Bastien Bus. So if you take his top 60% laps, he is second, and that's why the gap to Jungier has come down so quickly. And I think that car, that's why I have it as my favourite for today, is just because it is so metronomically fast over its own stint. But all 3 drivers were within 0.2 of each other in qualifying, so that is a very strong car, and it's our lead Porsche at the moment. The other side of the coin is, in a sense, the Lion Speed engineers, mechanics. They have to try to be as good in the pits as the drivers are on the track. As you see there, 65 go through. This is the car that leads the Silver Cup. Finn Wiebelhaus in the HRT, the Hap Racing Team Ford Mustang, with that massive rear wing hanging off the back of the Ford. Out of Le Beausset, that long right he goes, avoids the high curb on the outside, and the Mustang is edging a little bit closer to Simon Gachet in that McLaren, having fallen behind Alex Arca. Yeah, it's an Evo car this year, isn't it? As we see another Come2U car pitting. This can be within strategy, maybe trying to pit slightly earlier before everyone else does to get the clean pit stop and not get caught up in any traffic. Mustang then now comes out of turn Virage du Pont. There is Bastien Bus going through ahead still of the McLaren. So Bastien Bus goes 59, through. Isn't it? That's now a lap down. Yeah, it is. It's the Dean McDonald car that had the early spin. I think it's got Loke in now. I think they've gone off strategy as well. You're right, and it's in 50th spot. Joseph Loke now at the wheel. But all they can do is try to buy back the lap when others pit. Yeah, and that's why they've probably gone off strategy to get themselves back on the lead lap as early and as efficiently as possible to try and get some luck. But they had bad luck last year here, didn't they, Garage 59? And that car at the moment has suffered the same fate. Luckily for them, the 58 car is running super strong at the moment. Martin has brought the gap back down to 0.8 of a second, however. 67, the blue Mercedes we've been on board with, Scott Noble, he's being given a 30-second penalty for track limits. So that means 6 offences already. Yeah, with 5 hours to go, so his teammates won't be best pleased. That's all their lifelines used up as well, and the penalties ramp up as well. So 30 seconds now, it only gets worse as you keep getting more and more penalties. Yeah, I think the next is 75, then it goes to 150, and after that, the stewards want a word. So, yeah, that's not a great situation, as you say, with 5 hours to go. No, annoyingly, the stewards don't come to you either. You have to get out of the car and go to them. It's not a drive-through service they offer. They don't give you a choice of penalty either. Here is then the leader. Maro Engel is the lead driver. A little bit of debris on the right-hand side of the road there, just slightly out of shot. There's the second place car then going through, which is the McLaren of Benji Goethe, and Maxime Martin is third. That gap has come down a bit to the eye as Martin, perhaps realising he's coming to the end of the stint. He's giving it one last push. In fourth place is there. You can see the next car but one, the Mercedes, with the lights are flashing. That is Danny Juncadella. Coming up to Charles Lahull's Ferrari. There's Bastien Bus, and then he runs in 5th Ignore the McLaren for a moment, it's off the lead lap, and that's your 6th place car, as the Lumi rank shows. Calvin van der Linde 7th is Schandhoff, and Alex Arca not only is up to 8th, but he's catching.
Yeah, he's looking quick, isn't he? The balance has looked really good across the car there on the 99. Dylan Pereira as well, still to get in that car. Of course, he's super fast, so that car could be knocking on the door. I think of maybe a top 6, possibly even higher than that by the end of the race.
Rest of the field goes streaming through as you see Pereira turning through there in 21st place. Ariel Levi and Sean Gallard recovering after being tagged into his spin. And that's your 25th place car, which is the Mirko Bortolotti driven Lamborghini. 991 is the bronze leading James Kellett. So the Paraline BMW leading in bronze. In silver, it is the Finn Wiebelhaus Mustang. In gold, it's still Benji Goetter's McLaren. And in the Pro Cup, Mauro Engel, the overall race leader. So right now, we are into the 2nd hour of the race, and that means that the teams are starting to think about pit stops. And also, not only do you need to think about your strategy, you do need to keep an eye, I guess, on the garages left and right. You don't want your car being hemmed in, as there the BMW almost pushes the Mercedes along, and off the road both of them go as they come onto the Mistral straight. James Kellett trying to get past that Mercedes. I don't think that's a battle for position.
Not, no.
But he wants to get past.
He really does. And the Mercedes there, who's just trying to be in his way. You can see him moving left and right. I'm surprised at that. The contact at that speed can sometimes create a big issue. So, yeah, need to be careful there. It's Ortega there, finally gets through, but Kellett won't be best pleased with that.
No, he won't. Ortega up from Lamborghini Super Trofeo, learning about GT3 and all the aero and a different type of car as well, the Mercedes AMG. James Kellett then up into clear air now. 26th he is in the race. And as I say, we're heading towards that first round of scheduled pit stops. There in 26th place is the car in the hands of Matteo Villar-Gomez. That's the one that Gaspar Simon will be in, the SRO GT Academy victor. So looking towards the pit lane, waiting to see if anybody out of that leading group comes in yet, whether it's a fraction early. They might squeeze another lap, but there are cars coming in. And in has come Mathis Lismont. In also has come now Sean Gallard's Ferrari. So pit stops start to cycle through, and this is where everything gets thrown up into the air.
Yeah, and, I think it's relatively smart to get an early pit stop in to be safe, but you can't afford to do it if you're inside the top 10, because if they're a full course yellow now, you're going to lose a lot of strategy advantage.
Let's just listen into James Kellett's radio here.
Hey, I just got broken down by the cross driver. Oh, no.
Copy, James. Keep it calm. You're on TV at the moment, so keep it clean.
I should point out, though, could always be a touch of editing should James embarrass himself. However, it certainly shows the passion and the emotion behind the wheel, Joe, doesn't it?
Yeah, you could tell which one the driver and the engineer was.
Yeah, quite.
Between that relationship, and yeah, he's had a mega stint. You can see on the previous graphic there was up gains of position, and he's 24 places higher than he started. So he has had a mega stint, and he just needs another couple of laps to sort of round that off as the perfect opening stint.
But of course, he'll have to get back into that car in due course. He might even do a double stint, but so we'll see what the team elects to do. As there, the BMW and Ferrari coming back into the race now, blend in to the lead pack. Van der Linde is in, number 32 BMW. So the number 32 WRT car there is on the pit lane, coming towards the team. So that gets it out of the traffic. Also in is Farfus. And also in is Valentino Rossi and Mari Boya and Alexei Nesov. So the stops are coming now in greater number.
Yeah, the maximum stint is 66 minutes. You can see Rossi looks like going to do a driver change because he's got his hand on the radio. Yeah, radio's out. Top belts have already been loosened, which is fine, but he can't undo them before they stop. And WRT pretty much towards the end of the pit lane. And there's commentary ready for this car. Brand new set of tyres going on for Boya. Looks like Boya's going to do a double stint. Mechanic probably going to change a water bottle there just to give him some refreshment. It was actually just a water bottle drink in the car, and there's Rossi jumping out.
Murray Boya second in the Macau Grand Prix last year, so somebody new to GT racing. Not a bad debut, it's got to be said. Valentino getting out of the way of the pit crew, doesn't want to walk through their actions and trip somebody up or bump into them and delay the pit stop, so presses himself against the car, keeps out of the way, threads his way between the mechanics. So stint one done, but Valley will get back in the car later in the race.
Yeah, you'll need to go and get some hydration. When you're stressed like that, your energy usage just goes through the roof. And WRT going relatively conservative for them and just pitting while it's clear. And, well, I'm not sure Wirtz had seen the windward Mercedes there, because he swung out and then suddenly decided I need to go a bit closer to the right-hand line and on the flasher, because he wants to get past that car as soon as he can.
I'm confused. 89 is being given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, but 89 crashed out on the first lap. And Bashar Mardini brought it into the pit lane and retired. So I'm puzzled as to who that is meant to be for. It might get a change of number shortly, but that makes limited sense to me.
Yeah, not 100% on that one either, as Engel is in pit lane now. So Goethe stayed out for another lap. He will have to box this lap, however, so it's going to be an out lap versus an in lap. The out lap normally wins because of the fresh tyres, but you have got higher fuel. And we can see the dynamic Porsche get released and then held. I think the driver's stalled. Luckily, the fast lane's still open. There is our race leader, the man filter car, going full service. Looks like Engel stayed in, so it's going to be a double for Maro.
And Benji Goethe stayed out. In other words, he did not pit. So the McLaren now takes over the race lead, going further then on a tank of fuel. So there is Engel ready to go back, and that will be the end of his work done, effectively, once he's done the next stint, the next hour behind the wheel. Then Lukas Stoltz and Lucas Auer divvy up the remainder of the race. There you can see the AF Corsa pit stop cycling through as well, as 32 BMW back into the race. Charles Wirtz has taken over that car, and it is the best placed of those that have made a pit stop thus far. Another car that's coming into the mix now is the 87 Mercedes. It started from the pit lane, remember, but with the pit stops winding through and that car being out of sequence, it is climbing back up the order into the mid-pack. 18 is being given a stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision. That is the Murray Boyer Aston, is it not? So Boyer, Roberto Mehi, Lance Stroll's car getting a stop-and-go for causing that collision against Sean Gelael.
Yeah, not particularly surprised on that, Riari, and race control acting pretty fast and fair in that regard as cars stream out. It's an awkward pit exit here at Ricard because it fires you into the racing line, into the brake zone of turn number 1. So both parties need to play there. So if you're on track, you kind of need to yield, even though you are the one technically with priority.
We've talked about James Kellett's Paradigm BMW. Just quickly to mention that Ash Sutton, 4 times British Touring Car champion, has taken over the sister car now, which is 992. First time he's raced here, although we did see him at Monza in the Paradigm BMW last year. More stops cycle through. Leader is in, so in comes Benji Goethe, and in the background you'll see also in is Danny Joncadea. So that was the on-the-road leader when it pitted. We'll see where the McLaren blends back in relative to Maro Engel's Mercedes, which is here, and also see whether Goethe stays behind the wheel. I thought he was doing. Didn't see any activity of the driver getting out. Mechanics perhaps giving a drink bottle and making sure the driver is okay, but Goethe staying in. As here is Engel wriggling his way up towards the Virage du Pont and ready to complete another lap, and this will be lap 32 done for Engel.
Yep, so the fuel has to be attached for 43 seconds. Driver change and tyres happen at the same time. Looks like Engel's going to breeze past. He's got the momentum. You can see the 2 cars there still up in the air for Goethe, and they're going to drop and go in a nice clear pit lane, even though they went long on the stop.
James Kellett's given way to Darren Lung, we understand, in the class-leading Paradigm car. And there, look, back into the race, the Jules Gounon-driven Mercedes now jumps ahead of the McLaren. So you've got the McLaren there, Tom Fleming at the wheel, having lost a place in the pits. Jules Gounon has taken over from Danny Joncadea and jumped ahead of the McLaren, now with Tom Fleming driving it.
Slow pit stop for Garage 59. They lost 7 seconds there.
Right.
And that's exactly why. So it wasn't an in-lap issue for Goethe. It was just a slow pit stop. So maybe the fuel didn't connect. All cars have to be connected for 43 seconds. Can be no advantage there.
Right, race leader is Maro Engel in the yellow Mercedes. 'Twas ever thus. Then the red-nosed Mercedes 17, which is still Maxime Martin. Then you've got Jules Gounon in the Red Bull Mercedes. Then it's the McLaren, and then it's the Porsche Bastien Boost still at the wheel. So that will be confirmed when they cross the line. The timing tower will put itself in order. Now Dorian Boccolacci becomes the on-the-road leader, and bearing in mind that is because the car pitted way, way earlier. It's out of sequence, so it leads now, but it owes us a pit stop, doesn't it? Because it's coming to the end of its 65 minutes.
If there were to be a full course yellow or safety car, though, he will really win with a cheap pit stop and the next stint for that driver being extended. And that's why we said at the time they've done this to try and roll the dice. This is their window where they need some luck.
So Mauro Engel, race leader, comes up towards the end of the lap on his own, for the moment at least. He's got clear of all the traffic because the field of the race just changes with cars leaving the racetrack, going into the pits, and then coming back in after the stops are done. We're into the second hour of the 6 as the Mercedes AMG rumbles its way over the line. So in terms of the race order, number 2 Porsche is the leader on the road, but owes us a pit stop. So in real terms, this car is the leader. 48 Mercedes, Mauro Engel at the wheel of it. Then you've got Maxime Martin there with the lights are flashing in second place in real terms. And then third of the stoppers is Jules Gounon's Mercedes there. So that means that the McLaren, rather, I should say, which was Benji Gurton, now Louis Pret, has lost a couple of places. So it was, as Joe made the point, a slow pit stop for Garage 59, nothing more sinister than that. Then it's Boost ahead of Weir. Sorensen is 8th after the puncture and the early stop. And 9th is Malte Ebdrup in Ferrari number 71. And in 10th place, now 99, of Alex Frasinetti, who's taken over from Alex Arca.
The one that surprises me the most is actually our 8th place car at the moment, Sorensen. We saw him come in unannounced, didn't we? But it seems like actually Comchi got the job done and didn't lose too much time, because that car, I thought at one point, was going to lose a load of time. They're out of sequence, so they will owe us a pit stop at some time, unfortunately. But actually, they didn't lose too much time with that the forced pit stop upon them.
So Dorian Boccolacci, the on-the-road leader, lapping at the moment about a second a lap slower than Mauro Engel. Now, that might be down to traffic. It might also be down to the fact that he is coming to the end of the stint and his tyres aren't as healthy as once they were. Meanwhile, here, Audi powering past Ferrari. Alex Frasinetti getting up past Ebdrup. Malte Ebdrup as they come now up towards Senior. So the Attempto Audi up into 9th, which is 8th of the stoppers. So say we're going to have Boccolacci pitting fairly shortly, and then the order will shuffle once again. There's Renat Salikov in the Mercedes, another one that's out of sequence. He was 11th at the start of the lap, but losing out to James Kell, the British driver in the McLaren, who's just got up and past him. And then James goes a little bit deep, and Renat Salikov tries to fight back. A very experienced bronze is Renat. That car, remember, from last on the grid, a pit lane start, now trying to get itself back into the mix in the class. The team trying to be clever on the strategy. Freddie Tomlinson, by the way, back into the race after the damage to the McLaren early on. Race leaders go through and onto lap 35 now. Mauro Engel closing onto the back of Dorian Boccolacci. So the Porsche is going to give up the lead when it pits, but it's being caught anyway by the faster Mercedes.
Yeah, we've seen Mercedes looking really strong at this point in the race, but that is deja vu from last year as well. And then hopefully they can keep that going. They would have had a lot of learning going on, of course, over the winter as well. These teams don't just park the cars up in the workshops and hope they still work. They are frenetically testing on track, testing off track with some very clever tools they can use. They put them on a shaker rig where it effectively replicates what the car's going through in a static environment. They can tune the dampers especially to that. So all of these teams would have come back this year with a better car than last year.
Now, we've also had a driver change in 46. Max Hesse has taken over. That means we can hear from Valentino Rossi. Let's get to the pit lane.
Well, Valentino, it was a baptism of fire, as we say, getting back into the car. It's great to see you back in the sport. It's great to see you back in the car. It wasn't the easiest first stint. What have you learned for when you get back in the car?
Yes, the first stint was not too bad, especially the first half, because I feel good with the car, and I was behind the Kevin with a quite good pace. What I was able to do also during the practice. I start to suffer a little bit too much with the tires in the second half, and I lose a little bit too much time. Also because after you have a lot of car in front, a lot of car behind. So if your pace is not fantastic, you lose also for the battle. But anyway, we are there. The race is long. We need to understand our pace during the night.
Does that mean that you expect it to be better for you when the temperature drops here, or are you operating better at high temperatures?
This is a good question. I mean, we hope to be better when coming the night, but mainly we hope. Now we have to understand.
It's great seeing you back here. Good luck later on.
I'm very happy to race here. It's a great championship. I always enjoy a lot. out.
So Valentino Rossi then out of the car. He will get back in. Marco Sorensen, by the way, just gained another place in the recovering number 7 Aston, as here that Tom Fleming has got a bit stuck, hasn't he, in the traffic, and he's also got the Porsche bearing down on him again. Bastien Bus, interestingly, stayed behind the wheel of number 80, so that car's good early pace continues, and now Bastien Bus up behind that McLaren. So let's see what he can do to get past. In fact, it's Louis Pret rather than Tom Fleming. It's the sister car, isn't it? Louis Pret is behind the wheel now.
Yeah, Pret's pace was strong at the end of last season, and in qualifying was okay. Wasn't as good as he would have hoped, I'm sure, but he's now got to drag this car back up after cruising in second place in the opening stint. It's now looking a bit harder, and the Mercedes there are starting to change order as well. It's the first time we're going to see Gounon. Martin and Engel stayed aboard, so now Gounon is the change in the car.
Indeed so, as the cars work their way up through senior. Race leaders currently on lap number 36, and it is notionally Dorian Boccolacci in the lead, but his stint is about to hit 65 minutes, so Boccolacci is due in imminently, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly, and this was their hope period to get that full course yellow. That's not going to happen, and yeah, unfortunately for them, they're rolling the dice. That dice continues to be rolled, of course, for the remainder of the race. So every time we get a pit stop at the end of the stint for the majority of the field, they will go that bit longer, which is going to be about 11 minutes, isn't it? So it does give them an opportunity that others don't have.
Indeed so. Boccolacci leading that on the road. We've just had an absolute best first sector done by Augusto Farfus, who has stayed behind the wheel of his Rover BMW, as meanwhile, looking at the Silver Cup battle for third place, Alex Malikin ahead of Ezequiel Perez Companc in the Audi. Malikin in the pure racing Porsche, back into the championship this year. He's been in British GT, he's been in the FIA World Endurance Championship. He started off racing in the UK in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, the Cayman series, but Malikin back as a previous class champion into GT World. Eduardo Cosseteng's Mustang up into 13th place, a little bit further back, so there's still quite a bit of shuffling that is going on as Companc there turns through the first sequence of corners, and he's currently running in 20th place, chasing after Malikin's Porsche just up the road ahead. One or two cars now being looked at for speeding in the pit lane, one of which is 71, Malte Ebdrup, who's taken over in the all-Danish Ferrari from Frederick Schandorf, and that car's dropped back quite a bit after being up there early on. It's now fallen to 10th place.
Yeah, there's also the 63 is under investigation for pit lane speed as well. All the teams try and run it as close as they can to make sure that they're not losing any time. But as soon as you go over the 50 kilometers an hour limit, that is going to attract a penalty straight away. And the usual one is drive-through. And if it's massively over, it's drive-through plus a stop and go. And be interested in seeing. Yeah, the 71 Ferrari, just looking at the pit stop time, was good. So it hasn't lost time in the pits like the 58 McLaren. It must have been in or out lap.
Danny Juncadella has hopped out of number 3. Dorian Boccolacci, by the way, has just come into the pit lane. But let's hear from Danny Juncadella. Interesting first stint. He's caught up with Gemma Scott.
Danny, fresh out the car, preparing your recovery drink as we speak. That stint was mixed, wasn't it? Difficult at the beginning, a lot of going on track, but moving up from 8th starting position through to 4th. Are you pleased with that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, it was a decent, very good stint. Of course, at the start I gained 4 positions, which that ultimately paid off very well because you're in the right group. I really struggled at the beginning of the stint after the safety car restart. Somehow I really struggled to switch on my tires. It took me like 5-6 laps. I was a bit of a moving chicane, but then I got it going, and I think I got a bit the gap back towards the leaders, the guys at the front. But yeah, still a long way to go. We need to analyze what can we do better. We can tweak tire pressures a bit to make it work our way, and we'll see.
Yeah, things starting to settle down a bit, but we've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the end, it's an endurance race, 6-hour race. It's a lot can happen. We're going into the night. It's an exciting race, always nice finishing in the night, and we'll see. I think better to be at the front than at the back for sure, and we'll go from there.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Danny Juncadella being honest at least about what the issue was, him not being able to turn the tyres on quick enough, so he explained from that where the car has fallen to in terms of pace, but it is now coming back to the mix. Dorian Boccolacci, I think I've told you, had pitted having been the race leader. He has rejoined number 2 Porsche So we'll see where that car puts itself at the end of the next lap in terms of the real order, and therefore we can work out how much it's won by coming off strategy early on. Now, 63, which is the now Maximilian Paul driven Lamborghini, the Temporario, they've not had a happy race thus far, and a 10-second penalty issued to that car for speeding in the pit lane.
Farfus is one hot knife right now, and everyone else is his butter. That's 2 cars in 2 laps. That car is the fastest car on track, like you said, purple sector earlier on, and there is the 9 Porsche getting a move done as well. So now we're getting some new drivers in. The cars maybe not in the right order, but the Santaloc Audi fighting back.
That's Compank ahead of Malikin, goes through and picks up 3rd in silver. So Compank goes ahead of Malikin, who was a bronze champion a couple of 3 seasons back. And as the cars continue to circulate, then we're another hour or so away from worrying about the next stops for the majority of people. So Engel tries to build that lead, and it is now 9.9 seconds over Maxime Martin, who is not being caught by much by Jules Gounod, only hundredths of a second really last time around. There they go. Admittedly, they've got the traffic to worry about, but the gap between the top Mercedes in 2nd and 3rd places remains pretty constant. There, 3 wide as through the traffic blasts the Audi. This is where you've got to be really brave. You need to get through the traffic as quick as, but you can't put yourself in jeopardy.
No, you really don't. And as a bronze driver, that isn't sometimes the place you want to be. And I think that's what Noble in that blue Mercedes is doing well at the moment, is just staying out of everyone's way and kind of letting the train just come past uninterrupted.
The Frederic Chantor Ferrari now being driven by Malte Edrup, 15-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Must have been fast and, to get 15 seconds, and interesting to see if Brint or Gemma can find out, is it driver coming in or driver going out? That was the issue. Sometimes you latch the pit speed limiter too late, or the driver getting in knocks it off, so it could be either or.
But Maro Engel continues unaffected, trying to build the gap, because if the Mercedes as a brand are going to start losing pace when the temperatures drop, they need to try and build gaps now and hope there are no safety cars again to bunch up. And the Scott Noble Mercedes spins in the background at senior. You saw the blue Mercedes suddenly swap ends and disappear. There it is, off the road.
Looks like it's fired up quickly and he's trying to get going. There's a bit of a gap in 3 cars' time, and then he's got to get going. Not a nice place to try and rejoin.
No, indeed. So the American driver is on the move again. So Scott Noble leaves the scene of the crime. Thankfully, no damage. Lots of runoff there up at Sini. Very busy battle pack going on here. 20th place at the moment. You've got that BMW, which is currently Amaury Cordil at the wheel of the car. And McLaren's up the inside of BMW's behind. The BMW is Tim Tramnitz's car. Joseph Loke is in the McLaren. That was a car that pitted early, and they're back on the lead lap now.
Yeah, they've got 15 minutes more on this stint, so they'll be working out, can they get to the end if it stays green without an extra pit stop, and they're right on the cusp. They need a full course yellow in another stint to let them go that 5 minutes longer in that respective stint, so they can try to get home, and they've got a chance here, maybe a top 15 if all goes well.
So Joseph Loke, who really did impress last year, didn't he, in his debut season in GT World, doing the same again right now. Behind is Tim Tramnitz, who is in his debut season of GT racing, having switched from single-seaters. And a lot of learning to go on in the rover racing BMW as the field attacks the Mistral again. And you can see now just how the light is starting to change. We're not really daylight, we're certainly not at dusk yet, but the light's just starting to fade, isn't it?
Yeah, and the temperature's dropping quite quickly. Air temperature now down to 16 degrees. And the track temp following down to 25. Getting close to that sort of happy spot of where cars get their fast lap times in. The majority of the fastest laps last year were done around lap 90, so you've got 3 hours into the race. So where you've got a tiny bit of light still for the drivers to see and to commit, but the track temp has dropped as well. Very little humidity as well, so we shouldn't get that dew forming on the circuit at any point either. So this could be perfect racing conditions for these lovely GT3 cars.
So the leaders accelerate their way up towards the end of a lap, and as they do so, this long train of cars still arguing. It shows how the BOP all works. You've got 3 different brands here all being comparable, squabbling amongst themselves.
Yeah, there isn't really one car that sticks out at the moment of being favourable at all, is there? You can see the sparks being kicked up by the titanium skids on the Get Speed Mercedes, going out to shot there, exhaust starting to glow on the Audi as well. The bollards have been well and truly removed, haven't they? All the apexes now, and the marshals will try to replace them under a safety car, but since we've been green flag running since that safety car on lap 1, they haven't had a chance to do that. And again, it just feels like everyone's falling into their rhythm ever so slightly better now. We've lost that sort of frenetic nature that we were looking at, and it felt like an incident was any time coming. And this is where we see an overtake between these two cars that have been fighting what feels like since the start of the race.
Indeed so, coming from Senior to Le Beausset. So as the race leaders go by, currently we're on 2 for the leader, lap 41. And you're right, this already feels totally different from the first hour. In some cases, different drivers, cars perhaps now in different positions, but it just seems to have a calmer flow. In the cars, everyone's still driving flat out, aren't they? But it's just a different feel. Yeah, suddenly you've lost that first stint of the year. Wow, everyone's super excited. And now, wow, this is a long year. This is a long race. We need to make sure we're there at the end. And yeah, let's hope that continues under clean green flag conditions. The CSA McLaren there, now with James Kell behind the wheel. Pace looks good compared to the Audi, and just able to pull out a small gap. Indeed so. That's the Mistral straight you're looking at, with Ahmad Al-Hafi there now up into the lead of bronze, number 42 BMW. So the Oman driver returning to GT World, having had a number of seasons away in European Le Mans Series or the FIA World Endurance Championship, was a very happy character yesterday when he bounced back into the paddock. And Ahmad Al-Hafi, who put Oman on the motor racing map with his efforts years ago in the UK in Formula Renault and then Carrera Cup GB, back into the SRO family. And it's a competitive car, that, because Ahmad Al-Hafi is an experienced driver, Javier Sagrera, quick single-seater gun, and Callan Williams, who was sprint silver champion a couple of years ago. The year before that, he was a champion both in sprint and overall in gold. So Callan, after a year on the sidelines, coming back into racing, that will be a car to be reckoned with. And that's Darren Lung, who is third in bronze behind Ralph Bowen's Porsche. So the bronze battle at the moment, they are in 33rd, 34th, 35th overall, but it's a fierce fight. Yeah, and Dustin Blattner as well, one position behind. Yeah. So some very shiny bronze drivers there. And at the moment, Al Harty has the quickest lap out of them, but actually the Porsche behind her, Ralph Bowen, has the fastest average of this very short stint thus far. Darren Lung is hanging on. He's only a tenth or two behind on an average lap stint. So there. We saw how quick Dustin Blattner was at times last year as well. Almost silver pace from that bronze graded driver. And he's returning in the same car with the same team. So that's going to be a huge positive for him as the season unfolds. Unlike many, having done some racing, a lot of racing over the winter, he's one of many on this grid who was in the Asian Le Mans Series. For example, Dustin Blattner's getting really crowded here. Look, coming out of senior, cars on the curbs, cars up the inside. Tim Tramnitz is on the attack in the purple and white BMW on the inside, and he's going to be able to vault a place, if not two. Yeah, great move from whatever happened at senior to where we picked it up. But yeah, and Loke has made up a few places in that. He's kind of escaped that battle pack, which is the place you want to be when it's all kicking off there. And looks like Malikin's looking like he's in a hurry. You can see the headlight flashing in the back of the 21. Come to you, Aston Martin, still with that bodywork damage. Now with Soderstrom aboard that car. At the moment, it's still advantage Mercedes. They're still the three leading Mercedes AMGs, lapping quicker than the pack behind. The temperatures have not yet got to that tipping point, it suggests, for the opposition to be able to play catch-up. It is Louis Pret in fourth place in number 58 McLaren. I was convinced that it had Tom Fleming's name on the timing screen when that car rejoined, but anyway, it's Pret now. Then it's Bastian Bu's fifth, and Marco Sorensen is sixth. Now, the car is 23 seconds off the lead, so despite that puncture and the long stop for number 7, which was 1 minute and 35, which was about 10 seconds slower than it should have been, they're kind of still in the mix. I know you said they were done, but they're not totally out of it, I would argue. Yeah, the thing that will make them done is that their stint has to finish 14 minutes earlier. So it's whether they can get to the end on that. They're very similar to the 59 car that they had to stop earlier.
and now they've got to try and get to the end without going over the maximum stint time of 61 minutes in green flag conditions.
Because even if there's a safety car or a yellow in this stint, it gets extended, but it does by everybody, so it sort of balances out. So Engel leads from Martin, and then Gunn on his third, Pret fourth, Booth fifth, Sorensen sixth, Charles Wirtz is seventh. The charging Farfus is up to eighth. James Kell's going well, isn't he? Up into ninth place now in number 111 McLaren. And the Audi in the hands of Alex Frasinetti is in 10th place. That's the car that he's taken over from Alex Arca. Frasinetti, who's been racing over the last few years in Italian GT and Lamborghini Super Trofeo. That's Jules Gounon, whose last lap was about half a second quicker than Martin, so he is chipping away. There is the Maxime Martin Mercedes just up the road ahead. 2C's car chasing after the Martin-driven entry, which is operated by Team Get Speed. Maxime Martin will give way to either Fabien Schiller or to Maximilian Goertz when we get to the end of this next hour. There they are on the Mistral. Those two Mercedes, which we always think of as being ideally suited to this circuit. In terms of the configuration, yes, but not necessarily to the temperatures, as you've been hearing from drivers.
Yeah, just maybe they found something where they can keep the tyre in the operating window easier than they did last year. You can see here on board with Gounon, a big bit of rubber stuck to the windscreen, and luckily for him, it's not in his eye line, so it won't be too distracting. The thing that will be distracting is this Mercedes in front of him, and he'll just be starting to work out, can he start to reel in Maxime Martin, and then can he get the move done for second place?
That gap is definitely coming down, isn't it, to the eye. Jules Gounon has done a personal best second sector on this lap. He took a 10th out of Maxime. Comes from a good racing family, of course. His father, a double winner of the Spa 24 Hours. His uncle, a winner of the Spa 24 as well. And Maxime has also done that, so it stays in the family. But one of the most experienced drivers on the grid. He's barely missed a season since GT3 began. He started off, I think, his GT3 career in the Morgan, didn't he? A long time ago.
Yeah, beautiful car, that. Do you remember? It won at Silverstone, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it did, yes. Yes, Jacques Lafitte had a part to play in that, didn't he? His daughter drove them for a time. Right, Mercedes go through, second and third. The gap's down to 0.8 of a second. That last lap for Gounon was a 55.6. For Martin, it was a 55.9. It's game on here. Jules is just chipping away.
Just gives you the confidence as a driver. When you start catching, suddenly you stop making mistakes because you're just able to hit your marks, whereas the opposite for Maxime Martin will just be looking in his mirrors going, where am I losing the time? I'm in a Mercedes. Yes, we're on by a different team, but I need to try and stop this rut. I need to try and pick up the pace, and then he's got traffic to worry about as well for the next couple of laps.
But he's chasing after a car, yeah, you're right, different team, but the same type of car, so the strengths of Gounon's car should be the strengths of the Martin car. Overtaking ain't going to be easy.
No, really not, and that's where Paul Ricard with the slipstream gives you another option as a driver to suddenly be given 4 or 5 kilometres an hour. But you've got to time it right, because if you're on the bumper as you enter the straight, you haven't got the momentum. You need to just judge it and just use it as a slingshot, as we see a change in the bronze class there. And now Ziggo Sport Porsche 93 car overtaken by the Winward car, which started from pit lane.
Yeah, Chris Fogler's quite cruel to us, isn't he? Because just when you think, OK, we've gone back to Ferrari, we understand this, having had Mercedes and then McLaren's, now we change again to Porsche. Something totally new for Chris, but I think you made the point in qualifying. They've tried pretty much everything. Chris has tried everything. He's had rear engine and mid-engine and front engine, so gets through the pack.
I didn't expect Martin to have to get past there. This could hurt Gounon. He's going to have to go a long way around here to get it done. But look at Martin. He's really struggling to rotate the car. And certainly that corner, he's unable to get any rotation. Same at the last corner. So it looks like he's got a fair amount of entry understeer. And he's just having to wait for the car to slow down, turn, and then go. Whereas riding on board with Gounon looks a lot pointier and direct.
The car stops at pit exit, yeah.
It's the new Lamborghini, I think, isn't it? The Retronic car has just stopped, and it's too far for the marshals to be able to recover it. That's going to be an awkward one. I think that's going to have to go to a full course yellow unless Mapelli can fire up that Lamborghini Terramero of Retronic Racing.
Yeah, so it is in an awkward spot. You're right. Let's see what comes of that. It might be that they can do a sort of Control-Alt-Delete reset and get the car started again, but strange that it's expired at the end of the pit lane. It's not actually shown as being in the pits either, that car, so it might have just crept over the line and therefore it's expired on the continuation of the pit lane. We go yellow then in that last sector.
It's in Sector 1, though. I don't know if that's a different thing. He's also 26 minutes into his stint, Mapelli, so he's not been in the pit lane. That is where the car has broken down on the start-finish straight, and he's parked it safely. I think it is going again.
I think the reason the yellow's in Sector 3 is you're being warned about it at the last corner, because then you get into Sector 1 where it is. So the warning comes at the end of the lap, the previous Marshall's post. But as you say, you've got to go again, so we don't have to worry. Maxime Martin is getting worried there because Jules Gounon is pressing on behind him. Maxime steps up the curb. At the start of this lap, Jules, who had been 8 tenths back, was only 3 tenths back. So it is certainly a Mercedes that is closing up all the time here. And the move is going to come pretty shortly, isn't it? Or the attempt is. Yeah,
Gounon will be hoping here that the Windward Mercedes just holds up Martin so the move can be easy. And you always know Jules Gounon very smooth at the moment. That's ringing true. He will just want to get this move done because he will be focused on Engel, who's still pulling away in the lead in that yellow man filter Mercedes.
Nose to tail, these Mercedes for second place. Just quickly to mention the Greystone McLaren damaged early on has officially retired. The damage is too great. Over the line they come. So Gounon then all over the back of Maxime Martin. You're riding with Jules Gounon. They come over the timing line now, down towards turn 1. Max covers off the inside, then has to go to the line. Gounon has a look to the inside. Doesn't try to make a move as we look through the trees. Really arty shot there, looking up from turn 3. The Mercedes ahead is the Windward Salikov car. He's doing a double stint in that. That, remember, was the one that started in the pit lane. Maxime Martin is able to get through. So also is Jules Gounon down at turn number 3.
Yeah, I think smart driving there from Salikov, the bronze-rated driver in the 87 car. Just gets out of the way, but actually doesn't lose that much time rather than having to concentrate on his mirrors. And now we'll try and hook up here. It's a very good Mercedes calendar shot here, isn't it? Yeah. It'll be put on their Christmas card list, I'm sure. But Gounon won't be thinking about that right now. He'll be thinking, I need to get going, because in front of Martin, Engel now 13.8 seconds clear of this battle.
And behind is Louis Pret in 4th place, still leading gold. And then Bastien Bus. Now Bus, without throwing Joe under the Bastien, it was his prediction for a win. Well, he's 18 seconds off the lead now, so that Porsche needs to find something, or the temperatures need to find the Porsche.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think is that the drivers have to use their qualifying tyres in one stint. I wonder if they put a new set on for the first stint, and now he's taking his quali tyres. The Porsche loves its tyre that much. It just such a big new tyre advantage. It's not doing it, and we might see that car light up later. Gounon with that half look there, just trying to catch Martin. Loves that curve at turn 12. We don't see that used often. That seems like the 2C's Verstappen racing car seems to be able to take it and not unsettle itself.
Nose to tail they run. For second place, you're on board in the 3rd place car, which looks a lot more competitive in this stint, doesn't it? I'm not knocking down Juncker-Day here, but Jules Gounon does not seem to have struggled in the same way that rather downbeat Danny did when we heard from him talking about taking about 5 or 6 laps to turn on the tyres. So over the line goes Maxime Martin in 2nd spot. Jules Gounon runs 3rd. In the background 4th is Louis Pret, and now just under 6 tenths behind there, Bastien Bus then. So the Porsche is getting closer to the McLaren, and in turn closer to those 2 Mercedes that, if they squabble, might just hold each other up. So the Porsche certainly not out of the mix, is it?
No, Louis Pret doing the fastest middle sector that car's done on the last lap as well, so that's coming alive. And I don't disagree, it looks more competitive, the Verstappen car, but they've got exactly the same fastest lap and the same stint average so far. So is actually Martin struggling slightly more in this second stint? I don't know, but at the moment, actually very similar numbers across the 3 car.
Horatio Fitzsimon, a new name to GT3 racing, very quick historic single-seater racer in the UK, first GT3 race. He is being given, in the Bob Neville Team RJM McLaren, a 30-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags.
Pretty
Not
strong,
something we often see.
Yeah, it must be a lot of data there that they've seen, and he's obviously held up a lot of cars for a number of corners, and race control acting swiftly and decisively with that penalty.
Totally right. That's going through. Is your Gold Cup leading McLaren of Louis Pret. Max Hesser, by the way, has just gained a place in the Valentino Rossi BMW a little bit further back, putting the car now up into 11th spot as through the traffic goes Louis Pret. turning his way now up towards the completion of the lap, and Bastian Buus dives past the Renat Salikov Mercedes as well. Bastian edging nearer to Pret, isn't he, all the time, ready to make that move?
Yeah, they're both catching the Mercedes quickly as well, though, so Gunon will now be thinking, I really need to get past Martin, because it's not second I'm worried about, it's potentially getting overtaken for a third, fourth.
Because those two Mercedes are lapping in the 57s, and then Pret and Buus are lapping in the 55s, so there is most definitely a pace difference. Gunon a bit stuck behind Martin, and I think you're right, it is Maxime, for whatever reason, that seems to be struggling just a little bit, can't unlock the pace out of that car. Remember Scott Noble, who had a spin early on up at Senior? Well, now that car's being looked at for its pit lane speed as well. In bronze, Ahmad Al-Hafi still leading the way in the orange BMW there that booms along the Mistral. The Porsche you can see is second in bronze. That's Ralph Bohn, who was the start driver, doing another double. Get the bronze out of the way in that car, whereas the BMW chopping and changing, as they are at Paradigm as well, just rotating drivers a bit more.
I think Louis, Pret and Buus are going to be on the back of the Mercedes in the next lap to 2. And yeah, again, you just get that disparity. You suddenly see it and you go, there's going to be contact. But both drivers being aware of each other well there at Senior. And yeah, the battle's going on. You can see Pret in the background just getting held up by the Acuria Cross Aston Martin. But Martin now flashing to get past one of the Optimum McLarens.
And that Optimum McLaren will slip back down through the pack as the Garage 59 McLarens look so strong here. But Gunon is edging up to the back of Martin.
I'm okay. I'll tell you our preference is that we recover you for the final stint in the race because our pace looks very strong. I'll let you think about it.
No. It will be too hard. Let me focus now.
So slight different radio messages there. I've understood that Jules Gunon struggling with an illness, so that's why the question was, are you okay? From the engineer Al Fleming there, trying to be sympathetic, basically saying, right, we get this stint done. Look at Martin all over the place, and we can give you a 3-hour break, and I want you at the end because you're fast and to recover. And I think Gunon's just going, just get my 2 hours done with. I'm in the car. I don't want to have to get out. And I've raced with food poisoning myself. It is so hard anyway to drive a racing car fast. But then when you're under the weather, your heart rate's 20, 30 beats higher than it would be normally. And Gunon's going to have to dig deep here. He didn't sound particularly happy with his voice, did he?
No, and it's rare that Jules tells people to leave him alone. You know, he's a very affable character, but yeah, wanting to focus, get on with the job. So yeah, 2C's doing what it has to do from the pit wall to try to work out the strategy and plan the driver rotation. But yeah, right now Jules is working hard. He's on the tail of Maxime Martin. Incidentally, we've had the change behind. Bastian Buus has got ahead of Louis Pret. So before long, you're going to find Porsches catching these two Mercedes, and it'll be the Bastian Buus one that is there. Although one graphic says Thomas priming, the timing screen that we're looking at says Bastian Buus. That might be one that needs to be checked. Yeah, the graphic says priming. The timing screen that's connected to driver ID says Buus. So the plot thickens.
Yeah, and the H car carries on its march, and it's now trying to get past that Optimum McLaren as well. And looks like it's got the straight line speed to get past and sweep past that Optimum car. Will be getting blue flags as well, and I hope Louis Pret gets past as well, and that keeps that battle going between the two.
Yeah, if it's not Bastian Buus in the car, then the team need to talk to race control, because otherwise they're going to get the wrong time allocation to the wrong driver and then they might get a penalty. So we'll try and unravel which of our screens is correct. But the timing screen, which is the one all the teams are looking at, will have Bastian Buus' name on it.
So Jules, just to confirm, your preference is to stay in the car for the next stint?
Yes, because I'm already in it. You know, I'm struggling, but I'm in it.
You're more than in it, mate. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Right, so there you go. Jules says, don't get me out, just keep me in, let me get my work done. I'm in. It's better than having to clamber out and get back in. I'll persevere.
Al Fleming, the engineer, it feels like when you've had an argument with your wife who you still didn't understand what you did wrong, so he tentatively asked, do you want to do the double then? I know you said leave me alone, but I just want to check. And poor Jules Gunon, it sounded like he was going to be sick under his breath there at the end of that conversation. So yeah, I won't tell him how long he's got, but he's got at least an hour and 15 minutes, and he'll want to get past Martin, so he gets out the car even quicker.
Absolutely right. And what he won't want is to have to start defending for the Porsche. But that's going to happen, I think, because while he's stuck behind Martin, and legitimately stuck, if you like, because it's a proper battle for position, Bastian Buus is getting closer all the time. So that Porsche's last lap was a 56.2. He's chipping away, is Bastien. Onto the Mistral straight. Martin from Gounon. We'll have Bastien Bussi's name on the Lumi rank as well, because that mirrors what you have on the timing screen. So I'm still putting my money on Bastien being in the car rather than Thomas Preining's name, which is on that graphic. But why it's different puzzles me.
Yeah, it's either Boost, Feller or Preining, isn't it? I guess, and we'll work out towards the end which one it is. The pace looks like Boost to me, so that was going to be my guess as well, just to copy you. Just looking at the track limits as well, everyone's kept very clean. The lead angle's done 0, so he's perfect. Martin has done 2, and that's definitely him because he's done both stints. Gounon and Juncadella collectively have done 0 as well, as has Boost or Preining or Feller behind him, and Louis Pret has got 2 on that car. So everyone keeping a few lives. Remember, 6 is the penalty, and it's a big penalty. It's straight to a drive-through, which is 40 seconds time loss here at Paul Ricard.
So Mauro Engel, we've not seen much of for a while, but he's away up front. He's on lap number 52, and he's got quite a gap over Maxime Martin, who, of course, is going to drop back now while he's defending from Gounon. And then the number 80 Lion Speed Porsche. Look, it's almost there as they come across the line. So we're going to have a 3-way fight soon for second place. And Martin himself is getting stuck in traffic now.
Yeah, and it's behind the sister car to the Verstappen Racing, the 2Cs run 222 car. Is that going to affect Martin? Is he going to let him through, or is there going to be a bit of a fight here and try to help Gounon slip through? Yes, Mercedes, 2 different teams, Get Speed versus Verstappen Racing, and it's going to be spicy to say the least. And actually, they're all getting held up by slower cars. And look at Boost suddenly on the back.
So the Porsche ready to strike, and we are getting reports from the pit lane that it is Thomas Preining in the car, but I'm very, very surprised that the team haven't gone to race control to try to get that change on the driver ID, because it's going to come back to haunt Martin through the traffic now.
3-star Mercedes, 3 wide. Is it going to be 4? Gounon trying to make it. Oh my God. He's
massive hit of the curb, and he manages to hang on to it. But look at the Porsche round the outside there. The Lion Speed Porsche had the Lions man of the clear air. Through has gone Preining. Gounon's got ahead of Martin, but that could have been horrific.
Oh, I've never seen a GT car react like that over the curb. I worry now for Gounon that he's damaged the car suspension or the sump of the engine very low in that Mercedes.
If he was struggling before, he's not going to feel a lot better now, is he? He's gained a place, but he's also lost a place. He's still third because he's got past Martin, but don't forget that Porsche's vaulted both of them.
I think he kept his foot flat as well. The momentum of that car, as it was in the air, didn't really slow down. You would have thought that impact, you'd be on the brake to try and stop the car doing a backflip. He kept it pinned, and that wasn't the overtake I was expecting to happen between him and Maxime Martin. But this is really fallen into the favour of the 80 Porsche, hasn't it? And suddenly, what I thought was going to be a difficult battle for him, he's just cleared them all in one fell swoop.
We'll have another look at that, I'm sure, but Jules Gounon, there might be some more juicy radio traffic soon as the team say, right, how does the car feel now?
It's normally you asking me this, but was that a legal overtake? Was he on the track when it happened?
Well, he's in the air, I think, wasn't he? I mean,
is it track limits if you're not touching? Does he own the air rights?
Good question.
It's going to be a hard one to review that. And 3 wide was wild enough, that I was alluding to, but to make it 4, he obviously had the momentum and felt the gap was there, but the configurations here at Ricard, he was hitting an exit curb from the chicane on the back straight that they're not using. And I'm sure Jules never been on that part of the track, so wasn't expecting it, but here we go again. So he'll pop to the inside of the Mercedes without the headlights, and it's the curb that just pops him up in the air now, and that is huge. And the pit wall for the endurance pits at the back here comes in as well, and then Boost just sweeps around the outside, but yeah, phenomenal action there as they actually went 5 wide for a moment. Louis Pret's on board that McLaren, be worth watching at the end of this race, and hopefully no damage to the 3 car.
Through they turn. So there is Jules Gounon. Brave stuff. This is the onboard. Right. He goes, track totally blocked ahead. He goes to the inside, and there is the curve. Bang! You see the air. You see the nose of the car go up. And yeah, foot flat. I mean, that's brave, is it?
Totally pinned. Wasn't even a breath lifting out of that throttle. 260, 270 Ks by that point, full gas.
Just like it was a little ripple in the road. that is why Gounon is talked about in such revered terms as a star in a Mercedes and other cars. He's brave as well as fast, isn't he?
They're going to have to loosen those belts to get the space hoppers out at the end of this stint. That's all I'm thinking. And I wonder if he still wants to do a double after that. Car looks good, no bodywork damage hanging underneath. But yeah, serious impact there, and just hopefully all is okay. And he now needs to understand, well, I'm still in third place, but now I've got a Porsche in front of me rather than that Martin Mercedes, which has dropped quite a long way, already 2 seconds behind this Verstappen racing car.
So, Bastian Buus / Thomas Preining up into second place in the 80 Porsche, and that's been the big winner out of that battle because it's jumped both Mercedes in very quick succession. So the car now 16.5 seconds back, and straight away the Porsche lapping quicker than the race-leading Mercedes.
Yeah, and I wonder who thought that car was going to be fast, but whoever called it has got a good idea of where this race is going, and now is already taking that 5/10 out of Engel in sector 1 alone. So gap 16 seconds. Where's that going to go? They've got how long? They can do another 20 minutes in this stint, so they should get another 10, possibly 11 laps. So we'll start to get a flavour of where that gap is from Preining to Engel.
So we're currently on lap 54 for the race leader. There is number 17 then, that's the Maxime Martin driven Mercedes. Still leading goal is Louis Pret. Now that car is falling away a little bit, isn't it? And being caught now by Marco Sorensen in the number 7 Aston Martin.
Yeah, we saw Sorensen having some pretty strong pace at times in stint 1 before he got the puncture, but it was actually Nicky T was the hero in that car in qualifying. So I wonder what they're going to do with Nicky. Again, engineer would want Nicky in the car for 2 stints at the end to do a double, to run to the flag as the track starts to get quicker. And Pret, yeah, will just be looking in his mirrors again. The team would have told him, this isn't for position, you're in your gold class car, you're leading that comfortably from James Kell, who's down in 10th place. And maybe they're just going to let Sorensen go without losing too much time. There you can see the stint time. Sorensen being 58 minutes versus 42 being the lowest for Pret in front. And that's where they're going to have to try and get to the end. My calculations is that that car can just get to the end at the moment without doing an extra stop, but it is really 30 seconds one way or the other, and it's actually the same for the 59 car as well.
So Engel being caught by the Lion Speed Porsche then as they break the beam once more. The gap last time was 15.3 seconds. Gap had come down a little bit. Still gold is led by Pret. Still silver is led by the Mustang. There it is, Eduardo Cosseteng now at the wheel of the car. And in bronze, Ahmed Al-Hafi is getting away a little bit from Ralph Bohm. That gap's just starting to widen a little bit. Now we're about 8 minutes away from the end of the next hour, and therefore we're starting to think about pit stops in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Sorensen needs to be in the next couple of laps. That might be the only thing that Garage 59 think with Pret is actually don't let him through, because he's going to be pitting in the next 2 laps anyway, maybe even at the end of this lap, depending on where he is. And you've got to be in. If there's no yellow flag, 61 minutes and 59 seconds. So those stints coming to an end.
So over the timing line is about to go Ahmed Al-Hafi, the Bronze Cup leader. We might have wrongly attributed this stint to Bastian Buus. Bryn assures us, because he's been in the Lion Speed garage, that it is Thomas Preining, but I'm still slightly puzzled as to why we've got different IDs on different graphics and why the team haven't tried to get that driver ID tag changed, because at the moment all this drive time is being allocated to the wrong driver in the car.
There's Nicky T with his helmet on, so that's who's getting in the car next then. And
thanks for that.
His good motif, go hard or go home. So come to you letting us know who's going to be getting in. And interesting to see what they do then with their drives. They're going to double Nicky, because they've doubled Sorensen, or they're going to single between Nicky and Drudy to the end.
So there is 48, Mauro Engel, race leader, and this of course is going to come to the end of his time behind the wheel, isn't it? Because he will have doubled, and then we'll see again that you make the same point. Are they going to double Stoltz or Auer, or do a single, a single, a single, a single? I suppose they'll double, 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 because you'll want a nice long stint at the end for your your gun driver.
Yeah, I would expect them to keep Stoltz until the end. I think he had the advantage in qualifying out the 3 drivers. Lucas Auer obviously rapid in his own right, so they can't make the wrong decision. That's the benefit when you've got such a strong 3-driver lineup that Manfield to do in this 48 car, that they can't choose the wrong driver, but you want to make sure that you have opened every opportunity possible.
Right, line speed have confirmed to us that it is Preining in the car, so the drive tag is wrong. There's a transponder issue or a driver ID issue, so Thomas Preining has been the one who has done the hard yards in this stint, and he's brought the car into the mix, hasn't he, into second place overall, and heading into R3, which we will do shortly. That car is very definitely in the mix. I told you needed to watch it.
Yeah, it's a really good shout you made there, David.
Yeah,
it's almost like you know your motorsport.
Won't go that far. Meanwhile, quick look further back, Gounon then getting away from Martin by 3 seconds. Jules is going to stay in the car. He's told us and he's told the team as much. So we know roughly what the pace of that is going to be for the next hour of the race, whereas Martin is going to give way, isn't he? He's done his double.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking at some of the bronze class cars, Petrobelli will be done as well, so that car will come back up the order, and that's something we need to keep an eye on, particularly in the bronze class, because they all need 1 bronze driver to do 2 stints, and they're going to be the slowest of the 3. That's where the ebb and flow can really go. And here we go, Sorensen in the Dayton train car, swapping over. 43 seconds of fuel will be connected. 4 tyres going on. Just trying to spot if they're new or scrubbed. Like I said earlier, the drivers basically will have 1 set of new and 1 set from qualifying that have done 4 or 5 laps. Look like scrub tyres to me, so these would have been Nicky's qualifying tyres. Also the Garage 59 car in, so they're on the same lap. The Garage 59 one was in force, wasn't it, as a roll of the dice after getting turned around on lap 1. This car is in early because of its puncture on the previous stint, and these guys are just trying to get to the end without having to do an extra pit stop. An extra pit stop is 82 seconds. That loses you over 4,000 metres of track time against a car under green flag conditions, and off they go. Clean, slick pit stop from ComTU.
Now, temperatures are dropping. Which cars do we now start to expect to have different pace, either for better or for worse?
BMW for sure.
Better?
Better, sorry. McLaren, better. The turbo likes the cool air for sure. And then it's really how the teams are getting the car to react with the tyres. And the Mercedes seemed to struggle, I think, last year, keeping the tyre turned on. Didn't have the energy going through. So they'll be trying to keep the pressures up higher, potentially stiffer on the suspension to load that tyre more. At the moment, I think the Mercedes looks okay in the cooling conditions. Will it hit a point where it suddenly goes not so happy?
So there you've got the McLaren edging closer to the back of the Mercedes. In other words, Louis Pret 5th is catching Maxime Martin 4th. Tough stint this for Max, because it started off okay, middle third of it, bit of a struggle, and now having lost the place to Gounon and a place to Preining, so that car really is dropping away.
Yeah, it's been a race of 2 halves for him, hasn't he? And the 2 stints have been the defining factor, was it? He had new tyres in the first stint, and that was what the car wanted. Now he's taken his used quality tyres. The car isn't as happy. I don't know, but it definitely doesn't look like the same pace there in Pret. Looks like he's going to be on the move there. And actually, this car has struggled to stay with Preining, hasn't he, in the Porsche? So although Preining kind of locked in on the overtake, it was actually the pace that car's got. And then suddenly Gounon is really in the position he should be, I feel. 3rd place in the 3 car.
Which is where he was before, but then it was behind Martin with the Porsche behind him. So after all the efforts, all the bravery, actually he stayed where he was, just different cars fore and aft.
Yeah, exactly.
All that work for nothing.
You tell him that after he gets out.
Yeah, that'll chipper him up, won't it? Yeah. You know you've had a bad day, Jules. Well, yeah. I don't think he's going to come to the booth and talk to us, that's for sure. And if he's ill, he can stay away. Engel to Preining, 14 seconds now as we get towards the end of this second stint of the race. And again, you can see it for yourselves, but clearly now, lights going, the headlights are making more of an impact, and the incoming driver is going to have a totally different feel to the racetrack now.
Yeah, definitely. And it's sometimes hard to adjust, and there's lots of methods drivers try to get ready for their stint. My one personally in this dusk, dark or dawn is just to stand outside and be in the ambient light rather than in the bright garage and then suddenly go outside and go, oh, that's dark. Yeah. Now I've got to try and drive at 300 kilometers an hour. Just trying to adjust as best you can. Of course, that goes out the window because as soon as you get in the car, someone flashes with the headlights and your retinas explode. But everyone's got their own method. but there's no excuse to not get up to it. And that's the hard bit with GT racing. No warm-up lap when you're in the race. You just got to get off the pit limiter and straight on it.
It's a little bit different today, and indeed in endurance, where we have qualifying and the race sometimes on the same day. But often in sprint, you don't get into the car on a given day until it's your stint 2 in the race. That's even tougher.
It feels illegal. You're like, in the world of health and safety we live in, you're like, the first time we're going to drive this car today is leaving the pit lane flat out with 40, 50 other cars. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm cool with that. But yeah, here we can see the battle going on, and that gap has come down 13.4 seconds now to the Porsche behind. When we spoke about it, it was 16 and a half, and we're taking 7 to 8 tenths an average lap out of the leader, Engel. I'm sure he's managing it. I'm sure he's not giving it 110%, but this is the pace of the Porsche versus the Mercedes. I think like for like spinner there.
That is 50 Ferrari. Lila Wadu has lost it coming away from Le Beausset towards the Virage de la Tour from Bendor, that section of the circuit. So the car is on the move again, and that yellow flag will be withdrawn. Lila Wadu back into the race. There's your leader. There's Mauro Engel, who's been glued into that car for the last 2 hours, give or take, and the very experienced, very successful Mauro Engel heading towards the end of a lap, the end of a stint, and we are just about on the hour mark, aren't we now? So he's not far away from bringing the next wave of pit stops to us, and this car has just gone like clockwork so far.
Yeah, he's got 8 more minutes, so 4 more laps or so, and maybe some of that lead gap was diminished by the 2 BMWs behind that he had to overtake of Al Harty and Ash Sutton in the parodying car, so that could be maybe back in his favour. Let's see what the gap is this time by, and that will give us a good indication of it's pure pace or it was traffic affected.
Thomas Preining heading up towards the end of the lap, and we'll see whether he's any closer. Murray Boyer, by the way, who was given that penalty for the contact, he's come into the pit lane. I think the plan is that Murray might come and see us once he's got his breath back out of the car. Engel to Preining, 13 seconds that time around. It was a 56.1 for the Mercedes and a 55.6 for the quicker Porsche. So it's not going to happen by the end of the stint, but certainly when we get to the pit stops, this Porsche is going to be even more competitive. It's going to be even closer to the leader.
The gap could be sub 10 seconds by the time they stop. See the stint time there, 55 minutes coming up. So they've got to be in within 61 and 59 seconds as a reminder. Jules Gounon was also in the 55s last lap, so he was 2.5 tenths quicker than Engel in the lead. But this car really has found some pace, hasn't it? So Boos was quick in the opening stint. Now Preining has carried form as well, as ComTU are servicing one of their 4 cars they're running this weekend.
Yeah, that's 18, I think. Murray Boyer out, so we'll see whether Stroll or Merry is in the car.
Pretty sure that's Mary's helmet there. Stroll actually running pretty much all black helmet this weekend. Obviously his Formula 1 helmet, not GT compliant.
Interesting if they're going to give Lance the last couple of hours in the dark. That's okay, he will have raced in the dark at Daytona, but it's something he's not done for a while.
Yeah, it won't be a stroll in the park, that's for sure.
That was Joe Osborne who died today. Down the pit lane then goes the Aston, ready to rejoin, and a couple of cars being looked at for ignoring blue flags, allegedly. And Murray Boyer's name still shown against 18, but we are told of a driver change, and we're going with Roberto Mehi behind the wheel of that, aren't we?
Yeah, it also said its stint time is 1 hour and 42 minutes, which is pretty much physically impossible on the fuel load, so maybe an ID transponder issue aboard the 18 car.
Try and investigate that as we look there at Maxime Martin, who is 4th, but Louis Pret, look, he's almost on him now, so Pret, the Gold Cup leader, getting ever closer, and there might be another place to be gained here.
Yeah, and Petrobelli sticking with them as well. Said about Petrobelli a few times, but he's been really strong this opening 2 hours, and he will be done and happy to get out and watch the super fast Johnny Adam and Tom Wood take that car to the end.
Good to see Tom Wood into this championship, but we're looking at Martin versus Pret now, 4th and 5th in the race. Mercedes versus McLaren. But all of this bringing you towards the end of this next stint. There is a 30-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags to the Tom Callender, Michael Grenier, Gabriel Rindone Mercedes, and it is Rindone at the wheel.
Yeah, just looking down, there's a few stint times that have gone awry. You can see Chiva, and actually says Wood on this timing screen, not Petrobelli there. And the stint time hasn't reset when that car's come in. So the teams will kind of have to go up to race control to present evidence of when the car did stop to make sure everything was A-OK. And yeah, race control will have to do a bit of digging on that to make sure there's been no misdemeanors to the rules on that one.
It's strange that we're having these timing gremlins, isn't it? However, the teams will try and stay on top of it with race control. This is where you suddenly appreciate as well just how much goes into running a race like this. It's not just a case of flicking the lights to green, and if somebody goes off, you might put the safety car out, because there's all this extra administration to make sure that, you know, even if you're a second over on the drive time, it can have an impact. And the speed under a full course yellow, for example, or overtaking under the safety car, there's so much. So Niels Vitic, as the race director, is busy doing one thing, but then there's a whole army of people in race control looking at other things, whether it's track limits, whether it's driver ID, right person in the car, whether it's the drive time, all of these extra things. No wonder there are a lot of people involved in running a race like this.
Yeah, and I think that's where SRO have been so good. As the series has grown in popularity, they've invested heavily in the infrastructure behind it, so it doesn't sort of go weak at the knees with the weight of its own success. They keep it very strong, and that's what the teams want. They just want fairness across the board. They want to come to every race and have the chance of winning.
Right, so after that first safety car period on the opening lap, it's calmed down since, and Mauro Engel is heading towards the end of a stint in the race, leading Mercedes AMG, the team man filter entry, as he goes now up through turns 3, 4, 5. There the Audi goes through. That 99 is currently 11th, so Frasinetti has dropped back a little bit, but Witz is in, Farfus is in, Hesser is in, and now Frasinetti is in. So 3 BMWs and an Audi.
Yeah, and that was the WRT first pit stop, wasn't it? Just, I think, being a bit conservative, wanting a clear pit lane, which at the moment hasn't hurt them, but this is where it could potentially hurt. As we see Hesser getting out, Rossi getting in, having to get that belt out the way, so he's got a clean one. Hesser getting the radio and drink straight in. Then the lap belts. Also got the window net to contend with. Some drivers as well running a driver cooling system, either a cool vest, which plugs in and pumps water around, or maybe an air vent to the crash helmet. Farfus just checking everything's A-OK. Fair bit of bodywork damage, I think, all round on that car. Is involved in that start line crash with the CSA 555 McLaren, and also the rubbing with Valentino. Maybe that's where he's running. He's away from Valentino.
And Farfus now tries to work out the best option of getting to Donington for tomorrow morning, because his daughter's racing Ginetta Juniors there this weekend. So I think Dad, he could watch it on the GT World YouTube channel, but he'd also quite like to get to Donington if he can, and support from the pit lane, where Paradigm is the team operating the Ginetta in question. Meanwhile, Engel is in. Buss, or rather Priming, is in from second place. The gap was down to 12.3 seconds at the end of that second hour of the race. So the top 2 into the pit lane, and if he stays out, it would put Jules Gounon briefly into the race lead, but he's not yet got to a timing line, be it in the pit lane or on the track. He stays out, in fact, so Jules Gounon will inherit the race lead, but, as I say, owes us a pit stop.
It is Lucas Stoltz getting aboard then from the bright orange crash helmet. Engel getting out. He's done. He won't have to do another stint. Tyres and fuel at the same time for the man filter car. Negative of being a pit exit is that the fast lane is going to have cars in it potentially, and they have to yield to those cars. So they'll be hoping there isn't anyone coming blocking their way.
So does Engel give way to Auer or to Stoltz? We'll see in due course. The drivers now being told that all the cars have to have their lights on. We're sort of official darkness, if you like, as they're going through is Jordan Pepper, who has now taken over number 32 BMW, and potentially will gain on these pit stops because he's already into a rhythm, whereas others are still cycling through the pit stops. That BMW tends to come alive as the conditions change here and the temperatures drop, as Joe made that point earlier on. 914 is being given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That is Dominic Olbert in the Razoon Northern Racing Porsche.
Didn't see that, did we? I just wonder if that was maybe what happened to Lilo Waru down at the Beausset. It's the only instant I can think that could be possibly linked.
Certainly getting darker, isn't it, then, as the race still has 3 hours and 52 minutes to go. Last time over the line, Mauro Engel, when he broke the beam, or the car broke the beam in the pit lane, had done 2 hours and 5 minutes. Lucas Stoltz took over in 48, so that's the answer to one question. And Jules Gounon is going to stay aboard 3 when that makes its second pit stop.
We think anyway, don't we? It depends on how the argument finished up.
I'll rephrase it. Jules wants to stay in the car, but if a big burly chap arrives and hoiks him out, then it's all bets off.
Really?
There, punctured tyre 4.
It's a new Lambo, isn't it?
It is. That's the Mapelli car 63, isn't it? So punctured tyre for 63, and that's going to be a long, long lap because that's coming out of Labose. Maximilian Powell at the wheel of it. The car was 19th and it's tumbling.
Hopefully he can stay out of the way and not shed any bodywork to cause a full course yellow. Here's Gounon trying to look for a driver ready, fuel on, and he's staying aboard. There's a big can of Red Bull going over to him to try and get some nutrients and energy in him for another 61 minutes at least.
Some aspirin or whatever else he needs to combat whatever bug he's got. So Jules staying in the car, but as you say, tough at the best of times, never mind when you're not feeling very well. And there to give you an idea of number 17's relative position now, Maxi Goetz has taken over from Maxime Martin. So Fabian Schiller, presumably to get the final couple of hours, which should be interesting.
Yeah, he was the quickest man in qualifying, wasn't he? Out of all drivers, he was the man. So they're obviously keeping Schiller as their gun, definitely for a stint towards the end, if not all two.
And I know we go on about the likes of Gounon being a star and Engel being a star and Auer and all these other people, but Fabian Schiller is able to match the lap times and better them, as we've seen in qualifying, as you say, as we saw last year. Fabian Schiller perhaps doesn't really get the recognition he deserves, but he's very, very fast.
Yeah, rapid, isn't he? He had a few sort of messy mistakes at Spa 24 Hours last year, but there's no denying how fast he is. Definitely over a single lap and over a stint.
True enough. Right then, into the darkness they plunge, but there's still a lot of racing to go. We're getting another car down for speeding in the pit lane, I notice, and it is 11, which is the Contiu Tomassoni, Aaron Buss, Carl Marcelli entry. And also speeding in the pit lane is the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche 93. So still busy in race control. All of this data, I mean, things like that, pit lane speeding, it's a slam dunk, isn't it? You know, the speed is there. It doesn't need to be investigated. It just needs to be dealt with. So Gounon leads, but is now back out after a second pit stop. We'll get the correct order at the end of the lap. Now, what this has done, of course, is bring number 2, the Dorian Boccolacci Porsche, back up the order, out of sequence as it is, but not being able to benefit from any more interruptions. So at the end of the next lap, we'll be able to get a proper feel for the order, but it should still be Luca Stolz ahead, Gounon being shown as 4th, and number 80, well, one screen says Preining and another one says Feller, so we're back to the same problem of which one to believe. The driver ID in the car was wrong last time, so has Preining done a double? I'm sure Bryn will go back to line speed and say, okay, I know I've asked you this already, but which one now? And also, could you not get this driver ID sorted out, because it's confusing everybody.
It was actually a very clean round of pit stops for everybody, with the minimum fuel time of 43 seconds. It of course makes it very hard to gain time. It's so easy to lose time with a mistake. The big sort of time difference was really only the Man Filter car, which was 6/10 quicker than anyone else around it in the stop. So not a huge amount of time, but time you would want. And Lucas Stolz now needing it to get past some lap traffic.
Indeed, Stolz nips up the inside, so through he goes. Last time he was only just under 2 seconds ahead of Dorian Boccolacci in a notional second place, because as we've been saying, Boccolacci is off strategy, and so the number 2 Porsche will pit and then drop down again. But really, it's after every pit stop to see how far it drops, isn't it? You know, it's not going to the bottom, it's maybe to the 20s, then to the teens after each stint is done.
Yeah, and the drivers have to sort of dig deep, because it does sometimes feel like you're just driving around pointlessly. There's no chance or a result, but they've got to try and cross their fingers and get some luck for one of these stints where everyone else has already stopped, like now, for an interruption. Full course yellow safety car. You've got to stay in it, and you've just got to keep rolling the dice, as those sparks we see so often from the Mercedes coming into view now, the light dropping fast.
It is indeed, and therefore we might expect a new fastest lap of the race. It still goes back to lap 13 of Maro Engel, so early in the restart, if you like. But now, as we've been making the point, the temperatures are going to drop, then so happy hour beckons for the teams. And there, Stolz pressing on. You see the car having a little squirm as he set it up, coming out of the Virage de la Tour up towards the Virage du Pont, down to first gear. Really tight right-hander, and then you pull the pin the other side and come thundering over the timing line.
it's a good chance just to see what you've got ahead of you for that coming lap, and he'll just be looking at a Mercedes in front of him that he'll want to get round as quickly and efficiently as possible. And I think it's the Ferrari then of Liliuaru as well to potentially have to get past in the next few laps. And there is Boccolacci in the Mark VDS boots, and Porsche looks great, doesn't it, on that car? Look good on the Mercedes. I think it looks even better on the Porsche.
Yeah, it sort of goes with the lines of the car, doesn't it? And Dorian Boccolacci, we know, is a very, very rapid Porsche driver. He came from the single-seater ranks where his career had stalled into Porsche racing. He was Carrera Cup France champion a couple of years ago and has made a real name for himself in Porsches. Twice an ice race champion as well in the Trophy Andros. It doesn't exist anymore, but Dorian Boccolacci was a real gun in that. So he makes that run along the Mistral, and that car coming to the end of a stint. It has done 55 minutes, so heads towards the end of that, whereas the cars around, of course, are fresh into a stint.
And they almost look perfectly symmetrical down the back straight, don't they? The gaps between them all, and that's where it's hard to work out who's which car when you're in the car. Is this for a position or is this a lapped car? And that's where you've got to have a good engineer behind you who's reading the race around you and giving you the information before you even know you need it half the time.
Benji Goethe has got back into 58, so he did the first stint. He's doing the third stint. There, number 80 is the, depending on which screen you look at, either Ricardo Feller or Thomas Preining driven car. I think we're settling on Feller now. And 12 seconds away from the race, leading Lucas Stolz. Mercedes last time quicker was the Porsche. So still think that car is edging very much into the lead battle.
And you would say all three drivers now have been able to do that as well, wouldn't you, when they've been in clean air. Interestingly, they're single stinting all of their drivers. Of course, they might double stint Feller here in the middle, but they seem to have sort of bucked the trend with that one. So it'd be interesting at the end of the race to see who their quickest driver was. Like I said, in qualifying, that was their strength. All three drivers were so closely matched, and that's what you need for a fast race car.
Just to confirm another couple of driver changes or driver decisions. Darren Lung has stayed in Paradigm BMW number 991, whereas 992, which is the Robert De Haan, Christian Hahn and Ash Suthan car, Christian Hahn has got back in, so Ash Sutton a stint, Christian Hahn back in for his second, and then presumably they'll double stint Robert De Haan to the end of the race.
Yeah, and there's so many options on the strategy, and sometimes you can overcomplicate it. You end up having a big argument and just go, well, we're going to get to the end at some point with 6 stints, so just choose whoever you want. And that's where, again, a strong team, they dictate the strategy. You don't ask the drivers, they haven't got a clue, and they just tell the drivers what's going to happen.
Didn't really work like that with Jules Gounon, did it? I want to stay in the car. I'm staying in the car, said Jules, and stay in he has. But the car is back down into third place. And Nicky Thiem, number 7 in the Aston, is still in the mix as well. Okay, slightly off strategy now after the earlier problems, but that car running competitively once again. 5th that it is at the moment. It's going to become 4th when Boccolacci pits. Then you've got Benji Goethe leading gold. And number 17, don't forget, was 2nd not that long ago, is now down to 7th. That's the Maxime Martin, now Maxi Goetz car, I should point out.
Yeah, it turns around quickly, doesn't it, as Goethe gets past one of the back markers quickly, still leading the Gold Cup. I have a bit of a feeling about this guy. They're going to be like our Verstappen, Aston Martin last year, where they're in the gold class, but they're really looking at the overall. That all of their performances have been so strong, and they really are an outlier. They're the only non-pro car in the top 10, and yeah, I think they're going to be well up there throughout the season.
Indeed so. As you look there at the Garage 59 entry, they were quick but really unlucky last year. Good first stint for all the cars, and then gradually, one by one, they started to hit trouble. And it was the other McLarens that came through. CSA really did stand out with its reliability as well as pace here 12 months ago, and the French team operating those McLarens well. Optiman has obviously hit problems early in the race with one of its entries. So Stolz leads the way. Number 48, it's still there, having been the dominant car really up front. Dorian Boccolacci lapping faster, but getting very light on fuel now as the Porsche number 2 out of sequence comes to the end of a stint.
I wonder what his intention is with Stolz in front. Is he looking to overtake, bit of glory, get the race lead, or would he happily sit behind him for the last couple of laps of this stint?
If I'd asked that, you would have said he's a racing driver. Of course he's going to attack and get past. So I'll turn the tables. He's a racing driver, Joe. Of course he's going to attack.
Yeah, obviously, but I was giving you the chance to give an opinion, which for once, David, you've got right.
Thank you so much. Good night. Right. So Boccolacci, because he's a racing driver and he wants to attack, he's just done a personal best in the middle sector. It's game on.
It's going to be for the lead. This is really important just before he pits in the next 90 seconds.
But all the while he's closing on Stolz, that car is gaining time over others. So when it rejoins after the pit stop, it's going to be a little bit further up the order, he hopes.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to box this lap. It's too tight to squeeze another one. You can see him staying over to the right. You'll see him come into the foreground, into pit lane.
Does that make him Dorian Boccolacci? He's in the pit lane, by the way. You just saw him dive through the shot. So in comes Dorian Boccolacci.
Not a bad stint either for him towards the end of that. And we've got a driver change ready as well. Just trying to spot the helmet. Is that... I can't see from here actually, but still some damage on the front. You can see the race tank keeping the bumper attached to the front wing there, and stops on the marks perfectly. Fuel tank obviously in the front of that Porsche, and then they can get to work, and it's Maurice Schuring getting in that car.
Yeah, Maurice Schuring, another of the very quick Dutch drivers, another Porsche specialist, and somebody who's raced Porsches in just about every series going.
I think I saw some smoke in the background there coming onto the back straight, and I think the 914 car is stationary coming through turn 7.
Okay, there it is. That's the Razzoon Porsche that's had a spin by the look of it. So the smoke was tyre smoke rather than mechanical. The car has got going again. It's also got a penalty that's been hovering over Dominic Olbert. We touched on that a moment ago for being involved in a collision. There is 87. Now that's now leading in bronze. Renat Salikov, really, still behind the wheel, having started the car. I would have thought he'd run out of drive time by now. But anyway, Salikov is still there. And because it's out of sequence, for the moment at any rate, it is leading the Bronze Cup.
Yeah, they're going to box this lap as well, but they can get to the end now on the regulation amount of pit stops, so they're still in this. They're that left field strategy, and again, we just need to work out, has Salikov done all his bronze time now? And he's always got a lot of energy, but he'll certainly be tired if he's done his 2 hours already.
So Salikov in, so double stint for the bronze driver. Get that done, and then you've got Marvin Dienst and Gabriele Piana, two quick drivers that, in the case of Gabriele Piana, is also racing in GT4 as well as GT3 this weekend. He got a pole position for one of tomorrow's GT4 races, so he's switching from BMW GT4, Mercedes AMG and GT3 is Piana, but I would be suggesting Dienst is next in the car.
I think Salikov has been in from the start because they did that stint reset.
Yes,
sorry,
I
thought we were saying he's done too long, but yeah. So he'll be happy to get out for sure then.
It just felt like a long time, but as you say, he did that stint reset. But yeah, a good job done, and he's brought the car into contention. This is on board in replay with 46 BMW into the end of the lap, Virage Dupont, and 46 then losing out as Alfa Rougier goes by. So that is Valentino Rossi. He's also lost out to Dean McDonald. Now, Dean McDonald is in 11th place. That car has done 2 pit stops. It's back on strategy, and it's in 11th place. Now, remember, that was, what, 35th, if not worse, after the early spin?
Yeah, they're exactly the same as the 7 car, aren't they? They're that real close window to not getting to the end without going over their maximum stint time, but the pace of the car, very strong. And ironically, the 2 cars are on that strategy, the 7 and the 59 were the 2 that came together at turn 2.
That's right, yeah. So, the race has 3 hours and 38 minutes still to go. And right now, Renat Salikov, as we saw in the pit lane, that's going to give the bronze lead to 42 of Javier Sagrera. And up front, Stolz to Feller, 11.4 seconds. Last time, Stolz fractionally faster than the Porsche, but a lot of this now you can level at the door of the traffic, can't you?
Yeah, you really can. And the Porsche, we have yet to see sub 10-second gap, aren't we? Is that going to happen in the next few laps? Last lap trend would say yes, and this car is going to have to start to look in its mirrors ever so slightly more than it has done so far.
Having a look there at the pace judge over the last 5 laps against the average in the class, where that 48 Mercedes stacks up, and on the whole looks pretty good, doesn't it, as Lukas Stolz continues to, as he's fresh into the car, putting good lap times and try to build that lead. He's just done 70 laps, at the end of 2 hours and 22 minutes of racing. Ricardo Feller will go through in second place, 11.6 seconds back. The gap's just starting to creep up a little bit now.
Yeah, just look at some of the stint averages. The quickest of this stint so far is Dean McDonald and then Benji Gerther. So the two Garage 59s the quickest of this stint so far. Then Nicky Team, then Feller in the Porsche. So there are some changes coming. We thought the McLaren would get quicker in the night, and it looks like it's going that way.
Isn't it? Now that Mercedes is still competitive. The tipping point has not yet come to, if you like, cost that car time. In the meantime, Jules Gounon is still third, and actually last time lapped quicker than both Stoltz and Feller, with Danny Jonquidea yet to do another stint. We've not yet seen, of course, Chris Lallam in the car. So the way, partly because of Jules' bug, but the way they're having to rotate the drive is a really interesting one here, because with all due respect to Chris Lallam, you would say that Gounon was the fastest of the three, and yet he's the one seemingly being kept to the end.
Yeah, and you're right, Gounon was the quickest out of the three this morning in qualifying. Lallam was actually the second quickest in there. He was only a tenth quicker than Jungier, but Lallam did a mega job, like he has done since we've seen him in GT World Challenge. And he's jumped from the Aston Martin to the Ferrari last year, now to this Mercedes. So, yeah, I think, again, they've got a very strong lineup. But if Gounon was fit, they would definitely have had him in the final stint, in my opinion.
Agreed, and I think that's still what the team was hoping for, but Jules said otherwise. Tim Tramnitz's BMW has gained a place. Incidentally, he's up in the 14th as you look at Gounon then wriggling his way towards the end of another lap, which will be lap number 71. And eager, in his case, for that clock to tick on down so he can get out of the car and go and take on liquid once more. But it's been a tough stint as the Red Bull-backed Verstappen Racing entry comes to the end of the lap, and now up towards the timing line comes Jules Gounon. Now, where's our next big battle going to come from? It's not for the race lead instantly. If it's going to come anywhere, I think it might well be Dean McDonald having to go at Arthur Rougier for 9th place. There's less than a second between those two McLarens.
Yeah, that's about how much quicker he's been a lap as well for the last 2 or 3 laps. So this could be positive as we get a good on board with Gounon. You can see the speed. Circuit like Paul Ricard, it's hard to feel how quick these cars are going. So when you see these numbers and how quick they're going around these corners, and it's much quicker than you would go on a highway, freeway, motorway, it really gives you a good illustration of how quick these cars really are.
So that's Gounon with clear road ahead of him, which always helps. We're not quite at the point of total darkness yet, but the light is certainly fading, and we talk about how the circuit takes on a different feel, whether it's here, whether it's Spa in the night, any race that takes you into the night. There is a totally different feel to it, and whether you're in a car, commentary booth, or the spectator areas, you know, as soon as the light goes and all eyes are focused on the track, different feeling altogether.
Yeah, and everything gets closer, everything feels louder. Your senses are heightened. And how fast was that drone, by the way? We kept up with the Mercedes all the way.
Either Jules very ill or a really quick drone, yeah. So Gounon at Assigny, and now that run up towards Le Beausset, that long right. Nicky Team behind, last lap, tied to the 1,000th on the same lap time as Jules Gounon. So don't tell me the BOP doesn't work, eh? Yeah,
that gap's staying pretty consistent, isn't it? And Nicky's just that slight bit longer in his stint, so less fuel positive, slightly older tyres negative. And all of these cars work their tyres and fuel quite differently. The McLaren, when it burns its fuel off, gains a load of straight line speed as the weight comes off. So that really is stronger than the loss of tyre wear. The Mercedes is always so good on its tyres as well, so it doesn't lose too much performance that way. But again, doesn't seem to be so fuel affected as some of the other cars, so that's why it can stay so strong and metronomic over a full stint.
So Lucas Stoltz, the leader. Dean McDonald, the fastest man in the race. Now, he's done the absolute fastest lap, has Dean. So that brings the car closer to the pace, closer to the top 10. And he's not done yet aboard number 59. Dean McDonald, who shares the car with Josie Float and Marvin Kirchhofer, who I guess they're going to stay ready for the last double. This is Gounon's view once more. Considering we've been talking about such a big entry, he's only seen the car for a couple of laps. Now it's getting a little bit busier up front. You see how powerful those floodlights are as well, either side of the Mistral as he heads past the different cut-throughs. And about 2/3 of the way up here, he will go past the now famous Gounon curb.
Yeah, Be interesting to go and have a look at that tomorrow morning, wouldn't it? See the size of the gouge that's been taken out of it. But yeah, you're right with the traffic. Should be 97 metres of space per car on the math there, but he's got a nice amount. You can see the delta time there is just 3/10 off the fastest lap this car has done so far, and he's got his stint time, I think, below it as well. He'll be trying to do that thing where you're not looking at it, because every time you look at it, it hasn't moved. It'll feel, if you're ill, it feels very slow moving. But yeah, you can see the lap that was done earlier in the fast. You know, just losing kind of a 10th a corner. Gets a good X out there though, and that's what's talking about. Mercedes so good on its tyres and on heavy fuel is able just to do the same lap time, lap after lap.
Hard on the brakes, down from second gear, in some cases to first, and then accelerate out the other side. Being a little bit more gentle with the car now.
Potentially, yeah, he might be looking after it as he comes across the line, and 56.1, so a couple of tenths slower than the previous lap. You know, maybe just starting to see Nicky Team 5 seconds behind him, who was a 10th quicker than Joule on the last lap. We'll just be starting to see where he is in the food chain.
So Jules Gounod you're riding with, down towards turn 3. Drop down through the gears at 4. There is Ricardo Feller in the meantime, 10 seconds away from Stoltz. He is gaining as he heads down to the Virage du Camp, another first gear corner, then 6. This is 7 onto the Mistral. Speed building, so working through the traffic. It's perhaps less relevant now because many of the bronze drivers have done their work, but there is, when the bronze driver is in a bronze entry, a light on the back. So when a quicker car is catching up, that driver knows, okay, it's a bronze ahead. I might just need to hang on a little second more, just give him a little bit more breathing space, which you wouldn't necessarily do to a gold or a platinum graded driver.
Yeah, exactly. I think I saw one of those purple flashing lights, in fact, just in front of Feller, who, yes, 10 seconds apart, like you said, David, but 6 cars of traffic in between him. So 10 seconds plus 6 cars of traffic, that's probably more like a 13 to 14 second gap once he's cleared those 6. But by the time he's cleared those 6, there'll be some more that, of course, Stoltz has got past in the meantime.
Yeah, so the elasticated gap, courtesy of the traffic. Stoltz is then leading the way, 10.2 seconds up on Ricardo Feller at the start of this lap. Gounod now closing up on the traffic, so having had it easy, in quotes, for a couple of laps without any back markers, it's all changing. Yeah,
the Delta's not happy. We're over a second off this lap, so at the moment when we cross the line, this is probably going to be like a 56.6 or so with the time loss, and that's where the traffic really starts to hurt. Yeah, 56.72, so suddenly he's starting to lose time. How many times have we said this about a driver doing a double stint, where one stint's looked good and the next one's looked average, and that's maybe what's happening with Gounod here. Is it the tyres U set on the first go and then a U set on the second stint? I don't know, but at the moment Gounod doesn't seem to have the answer to Feller in front or team behind.
Now in the Bronze Cup, which seems to change every time we look, Riccardo Pera, new to GT World, has taken over. He's been a class winner at Le Mans, but Ricky Pera, the Italian driver in the Rutronic Porsche, which is having far better fortunes than the Rutronic Lambo, is into the lead of the class and currently is running in 29th place overall. This is the Riccardo Pera Antares Al Luke Hartog Porsche. And that ahead in class of number 42, Javier Sagrera, at the wheel now of the Oman Racing Team BMW. We saw Ahmad Al-Hafi lead the class, and it's Sagrera next, Callum Williams at the end.
Yeah, the third place in that class, who's got Renauer at the moment, has just been given a 30-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. So that's going to really hurt them. I don't know if that would have been Renauer. He would have thought his pace would be strong enough to avoid the blue flag. Was it Ralph Bon in an earlier stint? I don't know. But yeah, that third place 91 car, 30-second penalty to be added to the next pit stop.
It's intriguing, isn't it? We're not getting that many for track limits. That message has been drummed home. But now we've got a new can of worms that's been opened, and it's the blue flags. And the drivers can't moan about it because they've got it on the driver ID system in the car right in front of their eyes.
Yeah, and there's always an excuse, and the blue flag one's hard because you've got to get out of the way, but you want to go as fast as you can, and that's where we've seen some of the clever drivers roll out the throttle. Salikov did it well, didn't he, when he let the leaders through into turn 3 early on in the race, and that's what's got to be done, and there isn't an argument.
In terms of, in quotes, ignoring a blue flag, is that based on the number of times it flashes on the screen or the length of time it's there. You know, if you respond within 5 seconds, it's okay, but if it's 10, it's not. How is that judged?
So now they've got rid of the blue flag on the track. It's now on the driver display. It's going to be a time thing, whereas it used to be 3 blue flags penalty, and it was easier as a driver. So maybe it's the drivers adapting to the new rule, and that's why we're seeing so many penalties that we've not seen before, because there has been a technology change for how the blue flags are administered.
And also, this is where you need to be helped by your engineer, because you get the blue flag, you pull out of the way, but which is the car, or how many cars am I letting pass? You know, is it 2 leaders to let by, or is it a lead car and a class rival, which I don't want to let by?
Yeah, that's the really hard bit to work out. And now it's night, it becomes infinitely harder. So that Aston Martin, the 18, seemed to be breathing a bit of steam out of the rear. Hopefully just the oil breather. I just saw the headlights of the car behind pick it up, but pace-wise looks fine, but just see something coming out the back of the 18.
So Stoltz leading Feller, the gap still hovering around that 10 to 11 second mark. You're looking at the order in bronze, where it's Ricky Perra from Javier Sagrera from Robert Renault. Lorenzo Petresi is now in 4th place in the class, and then 5th is Darren Lund, staying in 991 BMW. That's the Renault Herbert Motorsport Porsche, currently in 3rd place in the Bronze Cup, but as Joe was saying, with a penalty that's got to be addressed as well in due course. In silver, honours currently to Ford, because Eduardo Cosseteng is leading. Go back a few years and he was a rapid single-seater racer in the UK. Eduardo Cosseteng, the man behind the wheel now, but not that far behind is the Optimum McLaren of Guillermo Oliveira, and then Kobe Powell's in number 21 Aston, 3rd in silver. So that's another battle. They're all one behind the other in the order.
Yeah, starting to find sort of their natural place, and that's how the class system works so well in GT World Challenges. The Come To You race going on there into senior corner, and the move already done.
So that McLaren of Optimum looking strong. Cars accelerate out of scene. As they do so, race leaders still with 10 seconds between them, Stoltz and Feller. Maurice Schöring, by the way, has got the Boutsen Porsche, number 2, up into 15th place. So now it's, you know, stint after stint, coming back up the order, and it's stabilising within that leading 20 places or so.
Yeah, certainly. And just a couple more cars being investigated for blue flags as well. The 42, which is 2nd in the bronze class, and the 18 car as well. So, like we were just talking about, the blue flag issue becoming more prevalent than we've seen before.
Yellow in sector 1, so somebody had a big moment or a little moment. We'll find out potentially.
I think it's a car off on the exit of 2. It looks like it's the 74 car has gone around at the moment, which is the Kessel Ferrari.
It is.
And at the moment isn't moving, and it's Petresi at the moment behind the wheel, and there he is up against the wall, and doesn't look massively damaged, but to be that close, maybe there's been contact.
4th in class he was before the drama. I'm trying to work out where he is in relation to the racetrack, because he seems to be a long way off, doesn't he? And the circuit is on the left of the screen as you look.
Yeah, he's basically on the exit of 2, and it's looped round on him. He's done well to get reverse there, and he's going to get on the throttle, and luckily he can kind of rejoin like he's on the motorway hard shoulder, and there's a big gap there anyway, so doesn't look to be any legacy damage on that, so hopefully he can keep going. But that isn't something we've seen much with the 74 car. It's always been strong and kept out of trouble.
So sighs of relief in race control, because the car's on the move again, as there the rest of the pack descend upon the Virage du Camp. Now, I would say it is properly dark, and it's got properly dark fairly quickly.
Yeah, suddenly goes down real fast here. Up on a hill just in the south of France. It's beautiful, but it's very exposed, and there's no light pollution whatsoever, or a good 4 or 5 kilometres from the nearest villages. So when it goes dark here, it goes very dark.
So the race-leading Mercedes AMG on to the Mistral straight. The gap down again last time, 9.6 seconds, and Feller has taken 3 tenths out. Another car that's coming into the mix, by the way, is 32, Jordan Pepper. Now, here's your tipping point, maybe. The BMW, number 32 from WRT, Jordan Pepper at the wheel, up into 6th place, having just cleared Maxi Goetz's Mercedes. We have got 3 hours and 22 minutes to go. Temperatures dropping, BMW's coming on strong. So now, the 6th place BMW, okay, it's over half a minute off the lead, but there's time to be one back.
Yeah, just trying, when we're looking at this tracking, it gives you a good illustration, because you suddenly say 10 seconds, it feels close, but then suddenly this car fella can barely see Stoltz at any point apart from the back straight and possibly the pit straight as well. The gap going there, and actually the gap I was thinking I was going to close, Team Jagunon has stagnated, so has Goethe. Pepper is finding some pace, now he's passed Gotts as well, so the BMW coming alive. It doesn't feel as much and as aggressive as it came alive last year, though. Suddenly when it went dark, the BMW felt like it was a GT 2.5, didn't it? It really came alive, and that's how it kind of won the race so easily in the end.
Yeah, it's almost like a switch was flicked. Now, in bronze, Javier Sagrera, second in class, is being given a 30-second penalty for ignoring blue flags, so it's been investigated. And Javier Sagrera, who is totally new to racing like this, he's done a bit of GT4, but nothing which is quite as combative as this, with so many cars and the changing light. So penalty for the blue flags, and also one is being given to number 18 for ignoring blue flags, and that's the, oh dear, Lance Stroll, Roberto Mehi, Murray Boyer, Aston Martin.
Yeah, the teams, I think, will be looking at the regulations here, and the regulations about blue flags simply say must allow the faster driver past at the first available opportunity. If the driver who has been caught does not allow the faster driver past, blue flags will be shown on the driver information display. And that's it. So that is very open to interpretation. And maybe some of the teams have gone to ask the race director, Nils Vitic, what does that mean? Give me a quantifiable number. And they're the ones staying out of trouble. Maybe the other ones aren't. But we're getting more cars with this blue flag. Car 50 and car 88 as well. So it's not just bronze-rated drivers, is it? It's silver drivers being affected as well now.
Yeah, you're right. And although it's not affecting things for the overall battle, it is interesting that so many more of these are coming, so you're not given much leeway, and race control running what you might term as a tight ship. I have to say that there are still lots and lots of track limit warnings that come up on a separate page on our timing screens, but they're not really being translated into penalties. It's a different issue that's facing the teams here today, and the cars getting closer to halfway. 20 minutes and we'll get to the halfway point.
Quite quickly, hasn't it? After the chaotic start, it's been very clean. We've had a couple of spins, haven't seen much contact whatsoever, maybe one punch or two punches or so, but we had the Sorensen one, didn't we, that we didn't see, but it came in, and then we saw the Lamborghini as well pick one up with Paul behind the wheel, but cars running clean and not too much damage on cars that are out there.
So we're on lap number 80 right now. Lead gap last time was 9.6 seconds. As they're going through is Kobe Pauwels, who's now up into second in silver in the Aston. Pauwels has got past Guilherme Oliveira, the Portuguese driver. So Kobe Pauwels, whose career started in rallycross, which is where his father had been very successful in Belgium. And now Kobe Pauwels edging closer to Eduardo Cosseteng's Mustang. 2.8 seconds between the two. Won't be long before that's a battle for class honours. Yeah, that Ford, remember, had a mega start, didn't it, with Wiebelhaus gaining 10 positions in the opening stint. So, yeah, the pace has been strong, but Pauwels at the moment is the man in the silver class. Yeah, you're right, it made a mega start, but it stayed up there. It's not wilted. It's yes, gained the places early, but then preserve them. Remember the number 71 Ferrari, Frederick Schandorf, did the opening stint and did a really good job. Well, that car's had issues since, had a penalty or so, but it's now way back in 20 seconds, so that's sort of fallen out of the Gold Cup battle. Just to illustrate the point that cars' fortunes can ebb and flow depending on who's behind the wheel and what circumstances surround them, and how you need to keep out of trouble. Top speed at senior at the moment is going the way of the Audi, and some brave people out there. Yeah, 265 is seriously quick, 7k quicker than anyone. Then Lynn is then 3k clear, so some big differences there. Of course, that will be affected by the slipstream run into the corner, but always an interesting graphic from the AWS team. So Cosseteng leading silver from Pauwels, from Oliveira, and then newcomer Ignacio Montenegro, who's been a very rapid touring car racer in recent seasons, now switching disciplines to come to the GT world. You can tell it's a flat plane crank V8, can't you? Because the vibration in that Ford is huge as Dure gets past Rossi, but the vibration on the camera is what the driver will be feeling and more. And the other Ford quietly about going its business, now up to 11th. That's right, Thomas Drouet then moving forward all the while. Valentino Rossi going the wrong way in terms of what he wants out of this race. Still struggling. He said to Bryn after the first stint they needed to have a think and reflect on the pace and work out what to do, but that BMW not looking strong yet.
No, and it's not getting stronger, is it? It's kind of at the same pace as it was in the daylight, so whatever they had a look at, they weren't able to affect as we go back on board. And like I said, this engine's a flat plane crank, so the vibration through it is huge. And I love the detail on this car. I love that the gear shift indicator is the Ford oval with the number placed in it. But yeah, those vibrations must wreak havoc with the car. All the bolts were trying to undo themselves against the nuts, and yeah, the Evo has definitely helped the car, but I'm surprised how bad the vibration is.
Can't be much fun driving it for a long time either.
No, in Formula 1, Aston Martin complaining about theirs. I've driven cars with it, and your fingers go numb, and you take your gloves off after the stint, and they're completely white. All the blood has been shaken out of your extremities, and I never quite was brave enough to Google the symptoms, but I'm pretty sure it can't be good for you.
Well, despite all of that, Thomas Drouet having gained a place, as you say, up into 11th spot. Next target for him is Dean McDonald, who is, Arthur Rougier, who is 10th. Dean McDonald is 9th, and he in turn is going after Jake Dennis, who's replaced Augusto Farfus in the BMW. As you look at the second half of the order on one side and the silver top three on the other. The leader has just gone over the line. We're looking to see what the gap is between Stoltz and Feller. Now with 90 laps in the book, Pauwels goes through, and that puts him into the lead of silver. So the place has changed rapidly because Pauwels has picked off third to first in the space of, what, 2 laps?
Yeah, Kobe on a mission, isn't he? I think he's just been able to keep going forward. And who's his next target going to be? It's going to be the Ferrari of Moscow, who's in the pro class, but he won't care about that. He's going to keep pushing forward to try and get the biggest gap possible in this silver class battle.
Now look, the Mustang fighting back in a straight line, but goes to the outside. Kobe Pauwels will defend, and he succeeds in defending, hangs on to the place, or does he? No, the Mustang back up the inside. So Pauwels may have led the class, but he only did it from about a straight, and the Mustang back through. So Kobe Pauwels has got to do it all over again. Good driving that by Eduardo Cossetang, not taking it lying down at all, and here they come, overlapping them. Aston Martin versus Ford Mustang. Round the outside of the Mustang goes the Aston. Cossetang hangs on to it, then he goes wide, and Pauwels tries to squirt up the inside. This for the Silver Cup lead. Mustang versus Aston, absolutely tied together, and not that far behind. Guillermo Oliveira in the McLaren is coming back at the pair of them as Pauwels again tries to go to the inside of the penultimate corner. He then needs to switch sides, but he's hung out to dry on the outside off the Virage Dupont.
Yeah, the McLaren's right in the battle, isn't he? And I think Pauwels will feel like he's been a bit naive there, leaving the door open into 10. I think he thought it was job done. He didn't appreciate the pace of the Ford, and he is going to lose a place, I think, to Oliveira in that option McLaren, who's trying to get down the inside into turn 1. Job done.
Right, so he was in the lead, he's back to third. So real snakes and ladders this, he's been shuffled back. So Pauwels on the attack, he's up alongside the McLaren for second in silver, going down towards turn 3. He's got the line, he's got the place. So part of the job is done, redone. He's back up into second, but he's got to catch the Mustang again, and then he's got to try and pass it, and then he's got to stay ahead.
Yeah, we've got a Porsche there as well, the dynamic car in the mix. Is not for position, but he needs to keep going there. Now suddenly the Ford has a gap again, and Kobe Pauwels needs to settle the ship. It was a great original overtake, but yeah, should have closed the door harder and earlier into turn 10.
So race leader currently Luca Stoltz. The gap has gone up again, 11 seconds, but as we keep saying, some of this is down to the traffic as the Mercedes AMG continues to hold sway. Jules Gounon is persevering in third spot, about halfway through this stint, and then Nicky Thiem, who is going to be pitting within the next 12 to 15 minutes, looking at the clock, because that's another car that is out of sequence, and that's your silver situation as it continues to shuffle.
Yeah, silver battle raging strong as well, with a lot of good cars, good teams and good drivers in it. I think this is going to be a mega class to watch in a subdivision race as the season goes on. And yeah, again, the BOP working well. You've got Ford, Aston Martin from McLaren, and then the BMW and Porsche and Audi and Ferrari not far behind. So 7 manufacturers represented in the silver class in the top 7.
So the race leaders are currently on lap number 83. And Stoltz to Feller, gap creeping up. Stoltz doing actually a personal best middle stint last time through. He just tries to steady the ship, secure that advantage over Feller. Tim Tremnitz, by the way, up into 13th, and that's at the expense of Alex Frasinetti in the Audi.
Exactly that. And I just wonder if the optimum car that they weren't happy with in qualifying is going to start to benefit from the lower temperatures as well. And McLaren doing a lot of work over the years as well to improve their endurance lighting. You can see how bright they all are, but that extra beam in the middle really helps as we see our race leader Stoltz once more. Gap growing to 11.6 seconds now, so they've steadied the ship nicely again there.
Indeed so. So Dean McDonald still has that fastest lap of the race to his credit. And you've got Stoltz leading from Feller, from Gounod, from Team. Benji Goethe is a long way clear in gold from Arthur Rougier, who is next up. So that McLaren looking good for now. That Stoltz making his way onto Mistral once again. So other than pit stops, that car has led every lap, hasn't it, thus far? Occasionally somebody has crept ahead just because of the stagger of the pit stops, but in terms of pure pace, you know, that's had nearly 3 hours of dominance.
Yeah, it maybe didn't lead for 200 metres into turn one, but they got a good start. But you're right with the laps have been led every single time. It's been on the normal strategy there, and yeah, that's what we saw at the start of last year's race, but when the sun went down, it stopped, and they've definitely done some tweaks to that car over the winter to enable it to work in this wide spectrum of conditions. Yes, it's dry. Yes, the track's only getting more rubber, but the temperature makes such an effect to how the car handles and generates its energy in the tyre. You have to think really quickly. The only thing you can change in the race is either the tyre pressure on the set of tyres going on the car or a bias change here and there. That's it.
Nicky Team, absolute best sector 1 on this lap, personal best sector 2 on this lap. Now don't forget that car's out of sequence, so it's 53 minutes into a stint against the 40 or so of many of those around, so it's lighter on fuel, but Nicky Tim all of a sudden has unlocked something.
Yeah, gap to Gounod down to 1.2 seconds as well. Remember that was stagnant at 4.5 for the majority of this stint. Yes, you're right, David. He's going to be boxing the next 4 laps, so the fuel's come off it, and suddenly the 007 car has come alive.
Just saw Feller going over the timing line. 12 seconds the margin. The gap between 3rd and 4th continues to come down. Let's see what Nicky Tim's lap time is. Could it be the fastest lap of the race, given the way that it started, or will the traffic go against him? Traffic goes against him. He's a bit slower in the last sector, but he's right on the back of Gounod, and that 3rd place is going to change very soon. There they are.
We saw the Aston Martin able to breeze past the Mercedes in the opening stint down the 1 kilometre long Mistral Straight. I think it's going to be a similar story here. Gounod will just be trying to get to the end of his stint. Like we said earlier, he's ill. That's the view out the back window. Some very bright lights of the 4th place Aston Martin of Nicky Team.
And Team is about to make the move. Gounod here trying to defend. The lights bearing down on him. Similar type of car, front engine, lots of grunt. Gounod stays ahead, but those lights aren't going away, are they? Nicky Tim is right there behind, and he's going to try to pounce, I guess, into Senior. He gets a toe here.
Yeah, Gounod knows not to go any further right than he is already. He's learnt that already. Halfway down the straight now, starts to get the overlap now. The speed keeps going, the slingshot done, and it's job done with a couple 100 metres to spare.
Nicely done that by Nicky Tim, but of course, before long, Gounod will buy back the place when the Aston pits.
Did you see how Nicky then moved to the middle to shut the door? That was what I was talking about, was naive with Kobe Powers and the sister come to you, Aston. He closed the door, showed to Gounod, even if you've got a little bit to go, you're not coming down the inside of me.
So now Nicky Tim tries to edge away, and that puts number 7 Aston into 3rd place. He's also got traffic, so Jules Gounod closes a little, but he is coming towards the end of the stint that he can't wait to get to the end of, given that he's under the weather. So the Mercedes hustles on down towards the Virage Dupont. Nicky Tim dive bombing the traffic, getting past the back markers as quickly as he possibly can.
Super aggressive, wasn't it? And the back marker, I think, was trying to close the door, and Nicky was like, no thank you, I've got a sledgehammer here, it's definitely open, and I'm through. And now Gounod suddenly has to do the same thing, always going to lose time, and that's where the stint starts to evaporate. You just feel like you get unlucky with traffic, you make your own luck, and pace certainly helps that.
Nicky Tim, who is always a live wire, as you say, being super aggressive and getting that car up into third place. So again, a pit stop beckons for number 7, and we'll see where that's going to put him after the stop as Stolz leads Feller. That gap is creeping up. Now, is that traffic against the Porsche, or is Ricardo Feller's pace ebbing away? Because he's lapping a little bit slower now than Stolz. Traffic's the obvious answer.
Yeah, he's got 4 cars directly behind him on the tracker that he would have had to pass. This lap should be relatively clear. He's just got the 50 Ferrari to get past, and then he'll be in some really good space. So the next couple of laps we'll get another indication. Was it traffic, or is that where the pace is at?
Meanwhile, Gunon is still pressing on, and Jules down in 4th. Clear for the moment of Benji Goethe by quite some margin, in fact, so he doesn't have to worry about losing another place. He's got the best part of 16.5 seconds in hand over the McLaren behind. So got Gunon here through Senior up towards Le Beausset. Oh, has to fight the car there, snap of oversteer. Where did that suddenly come from?
Yeah, after a car that looked so docile and placid earlier has suddenly come very lively at the wrong point of the corner, and you're just trying to carry the speed through that part of Le Beausset, but unable to, so he's having to overslow the car, almost like what we saw when he was following Maxime Martin earlier. He'd have to overslow it. So maybe the Mercedes starting to use its rear tyre more than it wants to towards the end of these stints.
So, Stolz, Feller, team is your top 3. That's Gunon with the Rutronic Lamborghini Temporario behind. Temporario, forgive me, but that's off the lead lap after its earlier delays. And from what people have been saying, it does look as though there are lots of developments that still need to come for the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I think it's hard for them, isn't it? Because there's not many cars in the wild. Like there's 10, I think, that have been released. The first time it's raced in Europe this year as well. So they need the data, and they need to be getting more mileage to understand where the car is weak and where they need to improve. And it just, I've said it earlier, it feels harsh because last year with the Huracan, it was the car to have at times, wasn't it? So the car was getting on, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to transition from the old car to the new so easily.
So Stolz leads the way, Feller in 2nd spot, team in 3rd. Goethe leading in gold, Pauwels back into the lead of silver. And what's going on in bronze? It is still Ricky Perra in the Porsche who is ahead. So Luca Stolz is currently 48 minutes into the stint, and as he works now lap 87, the gap has certainly opened up. So again, to use Joe's phrase about steadying ships, Stolz has definitely done that, and so he's edged away a little bit more from Ricardo Feller, that gap widening once more.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting now. Finally, Feller has some space on the next lap, so he's about to finish the lap where he's had to overtake the 50 car. Will he be able to get that pace back down and run on an even keel? We'll get a better illustration, I think, on the next time by.
A little bit further back, Kobe Pauwels, as I say, has taken the lead of silver and is now doing his level best to get away. Robert Renauer currently running 2nd in bronze in the Porsche, but that's a car that's got a penalty to serve, hasn't it, when it makes its next pit stop. So that will be another one that's going to drop down the order. We are almost at the halfway point, just under 4 minutes before we get to the halfway point of the race. But in terms of what we have now, it really has settled down because we've only really had a couple of changes over the most recent laps, one of which actually is Roberto Merhi recovering to 28th place, although that's another car that's had its woes thus far, isn't it?
Is that car still owing us a penalty from the contact, or was that done on the last stop?
I think it still owes us that.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on it because
I think the penalty might have been done for the contact, but then it got a blue flag penalty, didn't it?
Yes.
That's the one it owes us.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that because a good pit stop should be 1 minute and 27 seconds. So we're suddenly seeing 1 minute 57. That obviously shows us that's the 30-second penalty for cars that have either had a contact or this very common feeling anyway, blue flag penalty. And yeah, Stolz here still pushing on hard. Nicky Team is going to have to box this lap. So is McDonald in the 59 car. And here is Rossi. He's done for the race, 2 hours done. And is it going to be Hesse, or it looks a bit more like Dan Harper's helmet getting aboard. So this is Dan Harper getting in. And this will be his first stint of the race. So he's got 2 more to go in the final 3, and Hesse just 1 more. Rossi is done for the day, and to be honest, I think he's going to be quite happy he's not getting back in the 46.
Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office for Valet, hasn't it? Both in terms of qualifying pace and race pace. And actually, from what we've been hearing over the course of the weekend, he was certainly struggling a bit initially at the weekend with track limits. That, okay, I think has sort of been able to be combated, but that car has never looked the fastest of the BMWs. That said, even Jordan Pepper's car in 6th place is still not really making the progress. Nicky Team, by the way, in the pit lane, there he is. So number 7 in.
I also think Rossi looked quite tired. When he got out of the car, he did the bare minimum to help Harper. He put a belt over the top and did the window net. Harper was trying to do it. He realised the lap belt hadn't been done, and Rossi had already closed the door. So I don't know if that was frustration or tiredness, but yeah, he definitely left Harper to do the majority as Nicky Team stops after his first stint of the race. And you can see the fuel man there nodding happy, drops straight away and gone. Aston Martin fires up very quickly and efficiently, doesn't it? We're used to the Mercedes being one of the slower cars to restart. The big V8 having to do a full cycle before the cam sensor realises what position it's in and then fires. But the car now, with Drudy aboard, is heading out. So they've cycled through all 3 drivers as well now.
The beauty of which is to keep them fresh, isn't it? So an hour, or give or take, stint for each of them. So number 7, don't forget, it's slightly out of sequence with everybody else because of that early puncture that they've had to combat. They could do with a safety car to really bring them back into the mix. Dean McDonald, by the way, has just pitted from 9th place, having done the fastest lap of the race, Dean McDonald. But just that one early safety car to have interrupted the race. And of course now lots of shuffling is going on because of these pit stops. Dan Harper rejoins then in 46. Dean McDonald is in, as I mentioned, and Joseph Loke takes over.
Just seriously quick stop as well for Dean McDonald on the Garage 59 cars. Now Loke in the car. 1 minute 25.7. That's nearly a good second quicker than anyone else. So hopefully they were connected on the fuel for the minimum of 43 seconds and everything else was just super efficient. But that is the quickest we've seen. Stoltz really getting into some traffic now, isn't he? He's actually cleared a couple of cars on the last 2 laps, but now he's got the WRT 30 car in front, then the Optimum 5 car, which is obviously well up there in the battle, and then the Mustang as well in its silver class battle. So traffic's going to start getting harder as he's getting up through the order now. So that would have meant he's lapped everyone up to 20th place now.
In terms of circuit performance, having a look at what the go is in the different sectors in which the strong cars are. Sector 1 for Aston Martin, Sector 2, interestingly, for the Audi, Sector 3 for Mercedes AMG in terms of pace around the racetrack.
Yeah, real fair share there as the fireworks have now been let off as well. So race control normally warn the teams, don't they? It's about to happen. But I've had it a few times over the years as a driver. It really just sometimes catch you in the corner of your eye. No, that's a very extravagant yellow flag, and you then start to see the fireworks. And if you're having a bad race, it's a nice distraction.
You don't get told on the driver ID then. It doesn't suddenly have fireworks that go off to let you know about this.
Katy Perry starts playing in the background to work out what's gone on. No, it's all left to you. You're going seeing a build-up of rubber starting to come on the outside of the circuit. It will also be off the racing line. And why is that important? Well, as you start to overtake these traffic cars, you have to go on the dirty part of the circuit, and then you're compromised, and that's really a random amount of how many corners it might be. Might be 2 or 3 if you're able to load the car up, and you can scrub the front axle, maybe a bit of wheel spin out of a corner to clean the rear as well. But you pick up the rubber and you get a big vibration, and it suddenly starts to really, you feel the car is braking underneath you, but also unable to deliver a lap time because the car isn't suddenly in its performance window, and and then you might have to go offline again just as you're getting rid of it, and it really starts to hurt your performance. So you'll start to see drivers potentially waiting for a corner or a cleaner part, and the straights stay cleaner, of course, because the cars going through the straight aren't under load, so they don't shed the marbles as much as, say, a high load corner senior being the worst at turn number 10, but Le Bousset as well. So lots of things for drivers to start to factor in as we go past the halfway point.
We do indeed, and Stolz to Feller hovering around this 12-second point as still Mercedes heads Porsche. Now, Benji Goether's lap times are fractionally faster than Jules Gounon, and then you've got Jordan Pepper, who is not lapping quicker, and Arthur Rougier is closing on a couple of 3 cars ahead of him, so maybe we are now starting to see the temperatures affecting the pace of different cars as the race unfolds. But Marcus Winkelhock has just pitted in 84, which is the Haase and Riker Audi. Also, Ignacio Montenegro is in, so a few more coming to the end of a stint here, and that's going to shuffle the order once again.
Yeah, we haven't seen Haase yet, have we? That was the end of a double for Winkelhock, so see, they're going to. I think it's going to be interesting to see where they go with that one. Let's go down to the pit lane. Gemma, I think, has someone from Garage 59.
Dean, it was a tricky start to the race. Of course, that first stint that you did, you had the contact in the opening lap, was it? That put you right back to the back of the grid. Yeah, so we had like a hit from the rear in the middle of turn 1 and 2 from, we think it was Aston Martin. But, you know, these things happen. I've watched it back, and it looks like everyone gets a bit backed up in the middle of the 2 corners, and it happens sometimes. But, you know, I think we're back in the race now, which is nice, a bit unexpected. But, yeah, I think we're back in it. And feeling much stronger after that last stint that you've just done? Yeah, well, much stronger than the first stint anyway. Yeah, it wouldn't be hard, but, yeah, we're having fun. And how do you foresee the next part of the race, the last half? Yeah, obviously you've got Joseph in now, which in his first stint did an amazing job. And then we've got Marvin for a double in there. And so, you know, Marv's always strong. And yeah, full confidence in him that he's going to bring it home in a good position. Well, your work is done. You can go and relax and just watch the rest of the team. Thanks a lot, Dean. Yeah, thanks. Have a beer. Thanks.
All smiles, Dean McDonald. Sounding surprised that they've rebuilt the race. So good on him. I mean, it's been a good effort. And that car still with just under 3 hours to go. If reliability is on its side, there are more places to be won back.
I was surprised how happy he was being fired off by Sorensen. He said he's watched it back, but yeah, normally the fiery Scotsman was very blasted there with it. And,
well, maybe that's because the car's back in contention. If he was 35th, it might have been a different attitude.
Yeah, although the 7 car is in front of them, so you would have thought they would want that car to get a penalty just for that extra place as fireworks being let off on site from the runway next door. And again, just look how many spectator cars are being crammed in here at Paul Ricard.
Which is great, and we were hearing this last year, weren't we, that from SRO's point of view, they can't do much to add to the grid. There's bulging at the seams, but now look after the fans. And I don't think we've ever seen as many people at Paul Ricard for a GT World Challenge event as we have today.
No, definitely not. And sorry, I've just seen that Feller has pitted from 2nd place in the Porsche. Line Speed have serviced their car very efficiently thus far in the race. They'll be hoping to do the same with their remaining 3 pit stops, one of which they're completing right now. Just seeing actually it's Riker to get on board that Audi, so it's going to be a Haase double to finish, and that's been a strong option in many a race previously, hasn't it, in GT World Challenge and Blancpain previously, so they're going to roll the dice. And that Audi we've seen fastest in Sector 2, so it's a car that is still going to be in the mix, hopefully today, but also for the rest of the season.
Now, the team manager of Lance Stroll's Aston, Roberto Merhi at the wheel, to race control immediately, and that car again is under investigation for ignoring blue flags. I think all of this is coming at Roberto Merhi's stint, not Lance Stroll. He's not been in the car yet, and it's a long time after Mari Boyer got out. But that is, if the team manager is now going to race control, things are getting serious, aren't they?
Yeah, and I wonder if it's the same offence, and that's why the team manager's having to go, because the race control are just bored of giving the same penalty and feel like they've got to do a bit of education as well. But yeah, baptism of fire for the 18 car, isn't it, this weekend? Just saw the Porsche leaving. It was a good pit stop for the 80. Fella stayed aboard, so he's going to double in the middle here. And yeah, it was a 1:26, which is bang on the money. And that was my only worry with the 59 pit stop being that second faster. And Stoltz in as well now. So cycling through the next round of pit stops.
So Stoltz in, the race leader. So his first stint done. Are we expecting him to stay behind the wheel and then they double hour to the end? That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the logical one. No driver ready, so yeah, no driver change needed there. I think mechanic just running around. The water bottle's in a good location on the Mercedes, actually in the driver's door, and it slots in there. And actually not changing, it's a windscreen tear-off being done, so fresh vision for Lucas Stoltz going into the full pitch black now.
Fella has been in as well, so that car will drop down the order temporarily, and this is going to give Gunon the lead back, isn't it, because he's slightly out of step on those around him. It also brings Maurice Schuring in the Boutsen Porsche back into the mix, so after the last round of stops it settled in 15th place. We'll see where it settles after this round.
Yeah, they're able to run in some clean air as well, because they're just that bit further back than I am to get past the back markers just yet. They will do, of course, but at the moment they're still making great progress. Here is one of the Fords in the 64 with the Evo kit I was talking about. One of the changes was the wheel, so it's letting more hot air out now than the previous one, and the team much happier that they can control the new spec brakes as well. They've gone to a Brembo system and also keeps the tyres cooler. There's the next driver. Chris Lullum is going to get in for his first stint. I actually worry his crash helmet is undone. You can see the strap is very long and it doesn't seem to be looped through his crash helmet, so hopefully the team catch that one, as Jules Gunon has done a mega job. 2 hours is never easy. 2 hours at the front of a GT World Challenge not easy. When you're under the weather, he has pulled out a blinder, so he has done a very good job, and yeah, I send my regards to Jules, and hopefully he recovers quickly. Just a bit further down the pit lane. You have this break between the old garages and the new, and then they swing in here. And luckily for them, the sister car looks like it's going to be leaving just in time, so it doesn't compromise them at all. So windscreen tear-off done as well on this Mercedes, and yeah, Gunon you can see limping away, and that's always the hard bit when you're ill, is you just cramp up, you haven't been able to keep fluids in you, and then suddenly when you start sweating and exerting yourself, the cramp sets in, and not able to help with the driver change either. He's just had to walk away from that one.
And we regularly we talk about how fit drivers are in motor racing, GT racing particularly. So, you know, somebody like Jules Gunon, who is that drained, you know he's been seriously poorly. So he's kept the car in the mix, and now Chris Lullum and Danny Junqueira have got to bring it home. The one downside is, and we touched on this earlier, Jules was the fastest of the three across the qualifying session, so the pace ain't going to be great, but interesting that he was run early on rather than keep him until the very end. They've had to roll the dice given his medical state. We're still waiting to see what comes out of the discussion about car 18, team manager, as I say, of the Boyer, Mehi, Stroll, Aston to race control. But more penalties are only going to compromise that car's pace yet further. So Chris Lullum into the car, number 3. Louis Prat in 58 has stayed in it, and Ricardo Fella being shown as staying in the Lion Speed Porsche, but we know that's had some transponder dramas.
Darren Lung sprinting off, and I know I've said it before, but you see how much he trains. He could probably carry on running for another 10k and get all the way back to his hotel from here, and he's done a good job today, Darren. They've it's been difficult for the teams because this is straight off the back of a prologue test here at Paul Ricard. So they were on track Tuesday and Wednesday as well. So the teams have had to do a lot, and they've had to do an engine change on both of their cars down at Paradine. So those guys have had to work some very long hours. I think one day they were in till 4 a.m. and the next day until 6 a.m. working. There's no Formula One curfew for the mechanics. Job needs doing, it gets done.
And even tonight's a long night, because once the race finishes, they're not here tomorrow, but you've still got to pack up. Some of the trucks will have gone, you know, during the night. Other teams come back with a skeleton staff tomorrow and take down the garages and pack up and then leave. Some teams have got a British GT race in a fortnight, and as we've touched on already during the qualifying broadcast, the next GT World Challenge Europe event will be on British soil. It's the opening round of Sprint. It is in 3 weeks' time at Brands Hatch, the May 2-3 weekend. A drive-through penalty is going the way of the Stella Corvette. It's Lorenzo Fluxer at the wheel of it, and that is for pit lane speeding. Right, Stoltz leads. Second at the moment, Maurice Schöring, but again, he owes us a pit stop. And then up into third place is Mathieu Drudi. Ricardo Feller back in. That's a fourth pit stop. So he's only just done 3. And now the Lion Speed Porsche, this is a problem, isn't it? He's in the pit lane again. That's a fourth stop.
Not going to win now, are they? I gave them the curse early on, but yeah, to stop so quickly straight away, what's the problem? And they're looking at it. They're doing probably a full fill of fuel of 43 seconds, so this counts as a mandatory because they've got to do it. You can see him wiggling the steering wheel. Is it power steering issue? But expect this car to probably go on skates and go into the box after the fueling is finished, which should be any second now. Just trying to look at the mechanics in what they're going to try and diagnose, but they've got the skates in hand, so they go under the car, they drop the car, and it's going in the garage. Day done for that car after it looking so strong.
I wonder if that's slightly why the car was losing a little bit of pace early on. The problem was starting, but it looks all right, doesn't it?
Yeah, and can't see any damage on it whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, is when they were up in the air, I could just see the wheels moving left to right, and it's like he's trying to maybe feel for a power steering issue. Let's see where the team go. It looks like bonnet coming off. They'll be checking maybe the levels of the reservoirs, just making sure there's no loose switches, but doesn't look massively obvious. They're not plugging in with the laptop, so they're obviously able to try and diagnose the problem over the telemetry. I could see our man Bryn there ready to pounce in, so he might be able to tell us where that car was going. But I do think that's a big sigh of relief for the 48 car. That was its main competitor, and now it's gone. Yes, Schöring is there, but they're out of sequence. So really the second place is that Drudi car, which is still touch and go whether it can get to the end on the minimum amount of pit stops.
Yeah, because that's also slightly out of sequence, isn't it, by a few minutes. Nothing as draconian as the number 2 boots of the VDS Porsche. Louis Pret therefore takes over 5th. This is going to bring Charles Wirtz 6th, closer to the front, but still 40 seconds back. Louis Pret, by the way, fastest lap of the race, just set.
Perfect. So yeah, we thought the McLaren, well, we say me, thought the McLaren might get stronger, and it certainly is. And it's a whole lot faster than anyone. A 154.8 on his last lap. For context, the leader did a 155.8, so a second slower. And then Schöring in that Porsche was nearly 2 seconds slower than that. So our Gold Cup leader is flying along. And like we said, like I said earlier, I don't think they're worried about the Gold Cup. I think their overall position is where their focus is.
For quite a few of the newcomers, and the single-seater converts particularly, first time they'll have raced in the dark, so there's learning about GT3 cars. You know, Ash Sutton, for example, we've seen him race GT3 before, but this, I guess, is the first time he would have raced at night.
Yeah, and it's a big change.
Yeah.
You can do everything you want, and now the simulators have got so good you can simulate driving at night, but suddenly you just use different references that you can't see as easily at night, that you have to then just start to work out, right, I'll brake there, use that curve as my reference where to turn in, and suddenly it gets different, and then changes again when you've got cars around you with their headlights blinding you at different parts of the circuit. And yeah, these headlights are so bright. Positive when you're running by yourself because you've got great vision. Negative when you're in a ball of cars. And there's our second place car in the Gold Cup, James Kell. He's been in for a double, hasn't he? So this is his second stint. He'll be done after this one. but the triple one cars, we hear some skid marks in the background. Hopefully not spin, just a bit of a moment there somewhere for someone behind James Kell.
Yeah, Kell's car still in the top 10. So again, CSA doing a very good understated job. It's quietly going about things. It's got good pace, it's got good reliability. They're not losing time in the pits particularly. They're not racking up penalties either, just, you know, going about it the right way.
So quite a few sectors lighting up the timing screens as well, isn't there? And
yeah.
I don't know if you remember, I said last year that the happy lap range was lap 90, wasn't it? Louis Pret, fastest lap of the race, 96. Joe Dennis, fastest sector 1, lap 97. So this is that happy point. And yes, it's full dark, but the drivers who have done the double have kind of transitioned into it. So they've got the muscle memory, and they're in a good rhythm of what's needed.
Looking to see who else is on the move. Well, a lot of people are on the move because of the demise of that Lion Speed Porsche, which is in its garage and going nowhere. Pratt leading in gold from James Kell, and then Ugo de Wilde in the Rover BMW. That's now closer to the mix once again. In silver, Sebastian Bode has taken over from Kobe Pauwels, but leads, the Aston still leads. Dante Raponge has taken over from Guillaume Oliveira, and that's up to second in class now. And third is Maxime Osten, who's taken over the Mustang from Eduardo Cossetane. So a bit of a shuffle. And in bronze, Gabriele Piana has taken over from Renat Salikov, and he is now leading in the Winward Mercedes AMG from Ricardo Pera. And then Rhys Barr is in third place. So big disappointment for Lion Speed. And Ricardo Fella out of the race. We need to know what happened to the Porsche. Well, let's find out. Let's get to the pit lane.
Well, Ricardo, it's not what you wanted at all. What can you tell us has gone wrong with the car? It looked steering related.
Yeah, it is. We have a technical problem, unfortunately. Yeah, cannot do a lot. Makes no sense to repair the car like this. We will lose too much time.
Can you give us some idea of what the issue was? Steering rack? Was it hydraulics? What's going on there?
I don't know. I need to ask the guys when they checked everything. But it's undrivable like this, unfortunately. Yeah, very, very disappointing because I think we were in the mix somewhere for podium today. Guys are doing very, very good for the first time doing 2 cars in endurance. First time doing a pro car. Very, very proud of the team. And then, yeah, to end the weekend like this, a long week like this is disappointing, but we will come back stronger in Monza.
It's been a tough one for you. Go and relax now, but it's been a tough one for the team. Well done.
So frustrated Ricardo Fella, not giving too much away, but steering related we understand. So the Porsche, sad to say, out of the race. There it sits after a very good first half of the race, but now into this second half, 2 hours 40 to go, it's a retirement. And Ricardo Fella, pleased on the one hand to be in a car that's competitive and fighting for outright positions, but frustrated that his race is done early on. But Lion Speed will learn from that. They will come back stronger. As he says, they look forward to Monza, which is the next Endurance Cup round at the end of May.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know from Porsche, the Evo kit that they've brought out for this year. Was there anything changed on the kinematics or anything on the steering? Of course, Porsche really are the benchmark for making sure that the product is ready to be released, but we haven't seen that problem too often on a Porsche, so bad day for them.
The RJM McLaren's under investigation again, I'm afraid. This is Ben Durr at the wheel of it for ignoring blue flags. So increasingly the penalties are coming, not for track limits, but for blue flags. We are now, though, getting 1 or 2 track limit penalties, but inevitable that because we've had so much of the race, and you know it's 6 strikes for the race.
Yeah,
car, not driver.
Amazingly, car 48, the leader, still with 0 track limit warnings. That is amazing going. To do 99 laps, 15 corners, so what's that, 1,500 corners without a track limit warning is quite phenomenal. So good driving from the 48.
And actually it's not unique because Maurice Scheuring in second place who's just pitted. That car, number 2 Porsche, is the same. And there are a couple further down the order as well. Number 50 Ferrari was tagged into a spin, but that didn't constitute a track limit warning because it was punted off. Lila Wadou, now Sean Gallard at the wheel, and Jeff Machiel's Ferrari likewise. So there, number 17 you're looking at, this is Maxi Kurtz, who is in 7th place. that's been a weird one, that Mercedes, because it was good in the first stint, it was average in the second, and it's sort of stayed average.
I think it's got worse each stint.
You reckon?
I don't think
trying to be kind.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think it's driver related. It's two different drivers now. Tyre related. Is it temperature related? Is that get speed unable to do what Man Filter have done and learn with the Mercedes as it gets cooler? Because that's what happened last year, like we keep saying. And yeah, suddenly doesn't look anywhere near a podium running car after running so strong. Definitely in the opening stint.
Indeed so. Well, we've got another absolute best first sector being offered up on this lap, and it's by Jake Dennis in 9th place in the 98 Rover BM. He's taking it over from Augusto Farfus. Jake Dennis, Formula E champion. Very good in GT cars, although perhaps he's thought of as a single-seater specialist. You put him into a GT BMW and he drops in and out, and he always delivers.
Yeah, he was so quick in that R Racing Aston as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
A few years ago as well. But yeah, super likeable young Brit as well. So yeah, good to see Jake back on the GT World Challenge grid, and Sector 1 is really his domain.
Louis Pret, though, remains the man with the fastest lap to his name. There is number 2 Porsche, so it is back in the pack. It has just made a stop, and it's Alessio Picariello now at the wheel of that car. So we need to see at the end of this next lap where it really blends in after its most recent stop. Remember, it pitted early, getting itself out of sequence, out of traffic as well. But last time, when things stabilised, it was in 15th place. It should be a little bit further up the order now.
Yeah, definitely. The car that's further up the order, you can see the graphic there, the competitive overtakes for Dylan Boccolacci was 26 competitive overtakes. So that's not counting overtaking lap traffic. That is 4 position. Dean McDonald, 24th. Of course, car 2 starting towards the back had the advantage, and Dean McDonald getting spun around had the advantage, but you still got to do those overtakes. And interestingly, both cars looking relatively clean as well, so no major contact during those overtakes.
So Alessio Picariello is in 12th place, so that last stint has gained them 3 places.
Yeah, and they're 1 minute 24 behind the leaders, so they're able to go that bit longer. If you do pit under full course yellow versus green, you gain around 40 seconds, so suddenly they would be thrown inside the top 10, but still a long way to go. Luckily for them, they've got the pace to stay on the lead lap. They shouldn't be getting lapped at any point.
So, yeah, you're right. Because it's a long lap anyway, they are on the lead lap. Should be okay to stay there. Stoltz now leading Drudy, but Mathieu Drudy is not quite 10 minutes ahead in terms of a stint time, but he is out of sequence against the lead car. Now, Chris Lullum in 3rd place, taking over from Jules Gounon, is not lapping as quickly as the 2 ahead. If anything, Lullum is in danger of being caught here by Louis Pret. Not instantly, but that gap is coming down 3rd to 4th, which is a Pro Cup car against the gold leader.
Yeah, I think it is Pret being fast rather than Lullum slow, though. Obviously, we said about Pret doing the fastest lap of the race, but he's able to keep that car running faster than pretty much everyone around him as well. So another good run for Garage 59. It's just such a shame the 59 car got turned around, because I think that car had a real chance of an overall win today.
So after Picariello's number 2 Porsche's most recent pit stop, Picariello fresh into the car, that brings James Call up to 9th, Hugo de Wilde to 10th. Silver is still Sebastian Bode. Ricky Perra now into the lead of bronze, because Gabriele Piana has just made a recent pit stop in Mercedes AMG number 87. But Lukas Stoltz's advantage now is 23 seconds. The real opposition has gone, the Porsche. So trying to find now who it is that potentially has got the pace to be able to whittle that away. It's not Drudy necessarily in the Aston, because that's off strategy. It's not the Lullum Mercedes, because that isn't lapping quite as quickly. And after that, you've got Louis Pret lapping fractionally faster than the 2 cars ahead. But Pret is nearly 40 seconds off the lead. So this is tempting fate a bit, but barring a real disaster, it looks as though that Mercedes AMG is going to be all right.
I would agree with that. I think the only way they're not going to win is a safety car that bunches them all up. And at the moment, a Nicky Team final stint in the 7 car after a safety car potentially could be that. Maybe Fleming, we saw how quick he was in qualifying. If he gets aboard the 58, we know it's not going to be Gounon getting back in, so it's either a Lullum final stint or a Juncadella. But at the moment, Lullum is struggling ever so slightly with the pace.
And there you can see the total pit stop times of the leading cars. They've all done 4 pit stops, and you can see who has had more or less time in the pits, and another reason why that Manfield Mercedes is looking so strong up front.
Yeah, exactly. They're all 4:19, aren't they? So it's from when they cross the entry line to the exit. They come to you on 10 seconds slower. We know that because of the puncher they had on that first stop. The Garage 59 one, we never found out, but that was their first pit stop. That was just slow. And I can only imagine it was a driver change issue there. So, yeah, interesting to see how tight all the cars are.
Right, let us for a moment just turn away from what's on the track and have a word with Murray Boyer, who has had an interesting debut in GT World with, well, a dramatic first couple of stints. It's been a challenge, I guess, yeah? Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot. Had a little contact, which had to serve a penalty, but still enjoy a lot the experience. Super thankful as well for Aston Martin and especially Lance for giving me this opportunity. Last weekend it was a bit on the last moment, but yeah, for sure it was much better than staying home. Yeah. And enjoy it a lot.
Is this something you had an eye on doing, maybe, or was it just a random phone call and you thought, yeah, why not? Let's go.
To be honest, this year I didn't expect it to do, also because I didn't do any test and we were not speaking with any team. But as the situation, current situation in F1, the races are a bit stopped due to the war and everything. Yeah. So, yeah, Lance decided to come and he counted on me. So really grateful for him, and for sure, once he tell me, I say, yeah, it's my first time. You are okay with that? And he tell me, you come, it will be good. And to be honest, straight away, I think we adapted really well. Yeah. We have also good teammates where we can learn a lot, and I enjoy it a lot. Yeah.
The cars have aero, your single-seaters have aero. Are they massively different, or can you say, yeah, it's a bit like a Formula Regional car, a bit like a Formula 3 car, or totally different?
To be honest, I was expecting to be much different than at the end what it is. Okay. The biggest difference for me, I felt, is the weight. It's just everything is lower, and you need to weight the car to settle to go, let's say, on power. And also the brakes with the AWS and this change a bit, but at the end it's a car and it has his own way to go quick, but as a driver we need to find that way to go quick. And I think in qualifying this morning I did a good job, pretty close to the reference guy, so I was really happy, and in the race we show a really good pace. But there's a lot of new things for me to learn, and I think it was a really good learning weekend.
I think you've downplayed the job you did in qualifying. You did a 53.6, right? And Nicky Team did a 53.2, a high 2 as well. So to be 3/10 off Nicky Team, who's been racing these cars well over a decade, you must have been happy with that. Where was the time loss? Where was the 3/10?
Well, to be honest, they find a way to switch on the tire a bit easier than us. I don't take, let's say, the peak of the tire. I need 3-4 laps to do it, but still, as you said, I was the second fastest Aston Martin driver, so pretty surprised about that, and yeah, happy, to be honest. The team also is pretty surprised about the job, and super grateful for sure. They helped me a lot to have this pace, and yeah.
Did you get any chance to drive in the dark, and what's it like, and how different is it?
It's something crazy, to be honest. I drive the last laps yesterday in FP2. Yeah. And yeah, I wasn't expecting to be that dark. And especially the lights from the other drivers are disturbing a lot, but it's something you need to get used for sure.
I said something nice about your qualifying. I said you were at fault for the contact at turn number 5 with the Ferrari. What was your take on it?
To be honest, it's hard for me to have the measures with this car. I was clearly much faster than the guys in front, and in the straight we were not that competitive, so I see there was a space in there. Once the guy didn't move, I went inside, and when I was there he come, but for sure I didn't have my half of the car inside, so it was fully my fault. But yeah, I just wanted to overtake. then I will apologize to the guy. And yeah, it was a shame because the pace was good, but yeah, still need to learn a lot of things.
Well, it's been a great debut, Murray Boyer. Thanks for coming to join us. We'll let you go back to the pit lane and go and cheer on Lance or Roberto and the rest of them, and do come and have another go in GT World. It's been great to see you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
So, Murray Boyer from the Aston Martin Driver Academy. He's done a great job on his GT3 debut, and we have just been able to, as you look at the Red Bull back Mercedes accelerating up towards the end of the lap, we've got somebody else famous in the pit lane. Max Verstappen is here. He's scampered into the garage to go and have a look at what's going on. And what he will discover is that the car is currently in third place. He might have gone to say hello to Lance Stroll, but he's certainly very focused on exactly what's going on for the number 3 Mercedes. But he's watching with the engineers. I'm sure at some point we'll see him in overalls at one of these events, aren't you?
Yeah, he's now watching a car that he starts to know a bit better, isn't he?
Yeah,
He'll be happy with the pace of Lolland. Like I said at the start of the stint, he was struggling. Now he's steadied the ship, and suddenly the pace is looking okay. Louis Pret has closed the gap to a second behind him now, but the pace is looking better. So Lolland obviously just getting himself in, maybe bringing the tyres in slightly slower to try and make sure they're still there at the end of the stint. Maybe that was some feedback from Jules Gounon, who we saw struggle so much at the end of his final stint.
Can't really think of a time where there's been such partly interesting, partly random entries. You know, people like Murray Boyer, people like Lance Stroll. You know, with what, 2 weeks' notice, suddenly you're on the grid. You know, Max Verstappen. Okay, yes, the team bears his name, but here he is to watch on. And okay, I know Grand Prix has been cancelled. I know the calendar is a little bit different, but you know, for all these years that people complain that drivers only do their one chosen category, this is all really good to see. That's the Rutronic Lamborghini again. It's done that before, hasn't it? It ground to a halt at the end of the pit lane, but now it's on the pit straight.
It's in a pretty similar place, though, isn't it? Within 100 or 200 metres, but in a much more dangerous position.
Because it's on the opposite side and it's got going again, all it needs its lights on.
It's a full restart, isn't it? It's like, as it hits the finish line and it gets its lap time, it's like car off. There is that yellow flag in Sector 3. Because it's on the start-finish straight of Sector 1, and obviously warning drivers out the final corner.
So it's on the move again, but hopefully the lights will be on. If that's going to be a more recurrent problem, it's going to happen again and again and again. I think race direction would say you need that in.
Yeah, although if you're not going very well in 42nd place, turning your lights off, it's quite a nice way to hide, isn't it?
I'll do more than turn my lights off, just go and hide in a bar, but I know what you mean. So that car is new, the Lamborghini Temerario, and clearly it's not just Rutronic, because the Grasser car is in a similar situation. Development is needed, work is needed.
Yeah, and it's going to get there. It's just when will it? Is it going to be this year? Is it going to have to be a long winter to get that car up to pace? Be interesting to know what Lamborghini's sort of timeline of events are, and even what its weaknesses are, because it must be a good car underneath with what it inherits from the road car sister. But at the moment, it is not a competitive GT3.
But I seem to remember, and you, I think, might have been in the same conversation last year, talking to Lamborghini team owners, and they were saying, you know, we've had this request from Lamborghini to work with them and develop a car, not quite phrased as sacrifice a season, but conscious that it wouldn't be the best of years because we're all developing, cars given to different teams, and all that data comes back. So you can imagine the impatience of drivers, yes, but the teams, I think, perhaps more accepting that this is going to be a year of pain to an extent, but certainly a development year.
It's brave to do it in the public eye. That's the thing. The German manufacturers for so many years have been so good at releasing a finished product. It has done 30,000 kilometres on the engine before a customer touches it, and then it's a finished article, and that's where GT3 racing has been so strong, that you can just go racing with a very reliable and a very good finished, polished article product.
On which note, McLaren going nicely up into third now, Louis Pret, so he's vaulted ahead of Chris Lullen. I won't please Max Verstappen too much, but it has happened. And then you've got Charles Weerts in 5th place. And Weerts last time was the second quickest man on the circuit. That BMW is now starting to look a little bit more racy. And with just under 2.5 hours to go, there are places to be gained. You're looking at 98. Jake Dennis, 8th. Again, he can gain some ground before the end. Maybe not to the same sort of exalted heights as the WRT car, but this has the opportunity to gain ground.
Yeah, Loke is quick as well, isn't he? And we know they've got a Kirchhoff double to finish in the 59 car. Again, they're the same as the 7. They're touch and go whether they're going to make it. Theirs was premeditated. They decided to stop then. So that will be where the engineer is happy. That was the earliest they could extend their stint. So I'm sure they're happy. And then the 7 car was enforced to the puncher, and they've got 30 seconds less to play with than that car. But those cars are in the positions they deserve to be in. And at the moment, the 7 and the 59 right in the mix.
Ash Sutton's just gained the place in gold, by the way. He's moved himself up to 26th overall. As now we're looking in pro at the number 32 BMW and how its pace is over the last 5 laps against the average in the class. And largely it is above the average, so proof that Charles Witz is making progress. But he's 46 seconds back. This car needs a safety car.
Yeah, it really, everyone, apart from Lucas Stolz, needs a safety car to be in the contention of an overall win here today. And again, that just shows you how dominant the 48 car has been since the lights went green.
Yeah, Stolz needs a safety car like a hole in the head, doesn't he? But right now, that car continues to edge away. It's never stormed off into the distance, has it? It's just gained a few tenths a lap, and now after 3 hours and 37 minutes of racing, which was the time when he crossed the beam last lap through, that translates into quite a healthy gap indeed, as you look there at Dan Harper trying to get through traffic in the number 46 BMW that is in 12th place. Thomas Drouet is ahead of him on the road, and they're fighting for 11th spot. Side by side they go. BMW trying to make ground up all the while.
It's actually the Ferrari, isn't it? Mosca getting past Harper.
Oh, sorry, forgive me. Yeah, you're right.
I think Harper was actually compromised a bit with the run onto the straight. I think he'll be safe because he's got the inside line, but he's getting dicey there, trying to take the side draft off each other and end up touching quite a few times. He's done it.
He has indeed. Nicely done. So the Ferrari gains ground. Tommaso Mosca, who is another one that's sort of flown under the radar over recent years, but you put him in a car with Alessio Rovera and Nicholas Nielsen, that actually is quite a tick for him as a driver, isn't it? Because, you know, he's not making up the numbers there. He's obviously seen as being a quick guy. What is noticeable is that Ferrari just has not had the pace of the other brands.
No, it really hasn't. After being strong for so many rounds last year, it looked like it was always in the window.
Yeah.
It just hasn't been even in the house, it feels like, this weekend, let alone the window, and it's been struggling. And the struggle we saw with the 96 Brin informs us it's a gear shifting issue. It's missing the shift, drops out of all gears, and then they need to do a full system reset. So, like you said earlier, it's a Control-Alt-Delete, but it's not a quick process. And interesting, it seems to have happened every time on the pit straight.
But another example of modern race cars, modern cars in general, I guess, is that although it's a gearbox problem, it's all to do with the electronics. You know, you have to do that Control-Alt-Delete. Let's have a look here at Chris Lullen in replay going wide. That's how he lost the place to Louis Pret. So we'd identified there'd been the change. That's how it happened. A little error from Chris Lullen. And Louis Pret, who continues to impress, doesn't he? Up into 3rd place in the McLaren.
Yeah, impressively so from Pret. And same corner where we saw Gounon struggling with the rear of the car, and it looks like it's just been too lively for London, and it's forced him out wide, and that's just given the opportunity for Pret to go down the inside. Here we are on board then with Dan Harper. Hard to spot the 46, isn't it now? It's gone dark, but this is the 46 BMW. We've got the Ferrari in front that got us on the last lap, the Ford in front of that, and at the moment Harper's the one with the momentum. Can he get back at the Ferrari?
So look, here he is. He's going to have a go. There's a bit of traffic up the road as well. Mosca defends for all he's worth. Goes one side and then the other. Dan Harper tries to brave it out on the outside. Can't do it there. Back marker up the road, or a car up the road. So we need to be mindful of that. They're bearing down on the car ahead. Mosca into Le Bousset. Up the curb goes Harper. That was very close indeed at the end of Mistral Straight. Now, if the Ferrari, which clambers up the curb, gets boxed in a little bit here, then that might just give Dan Harper a chance to have a go. Let's see. There is the BMW. Out of Bend d'Or towards the Virage de la Tour they go. This is Dan Harper's view under the floodlights, a little bit more visibility. Brake lights on the Ferrari stab on ahead. What he wants is to try to dive bomb on the inside here, and he's going to have a go, is he? No, that is the Ferrari getting ahead of the Mustang, so that's one change of place. Mosca gets 11th off Drouet. Now Dan Harper comes to fight back, but look, Drouet in the grunt and go Mustang is alongside. So over the timing line they go. when they broke the beam, Drouet was ahead by 24 thousandths of a second, and it all kicks off at turn 1. Up the inside goes the Ferrari, brakes late. Does he make the corner? He does. Good move by Mosca.
Harper could get both of them here. They're falling over each other. This is going to be interesting. Mosca is so aggressive. If he goes right now, he's going to turn himself around. I thought that's what he's going to do to Harper as he comes across the front. He's going to try and send it round the outside. This is not going to end well.
Contact is made. Ferrari spins. Harper avoids it. Tommaso Mosca off the road. Tomo Drouet survives. Also there, look, number 2 Porsche has gone through. That is Picariello, who's picked off places. So Dan Harper actually has been delayed out of all of that because he had to go wide in avoidance. He's been slightly compromised.
Big brain move from Dan Harper, how wide he went, because he really anticipated how far Mosca was going to roll back. That just saved that car's race. So you're right, he's lost time, but he has to roll out of the way. For me, Mosca's asking for this. It's now been a lap of driving too aggressively, and the Ford has just gone, where do you want me to go, and has understeered into him. Mosca will say, well, I'm there, the Ford has gone into me. I just think it'd be interesting to see from the Ford's point of view what he could have done on board with Harper then. So he's getting squeezed inside. Mosca swings, nearly takes Harper out, and then, I mean, the Mustang's on the apex. That's my first reaction is, where does Mosca want the Mustang to go? It could go either way on that one. That's my personal opinion. Happy to be told I'm wrong, David.
I wouldn't dream of it. Yellow flag in sector 2, and it's that Lamborghini again, isn't it? It's the Rutronic Lambo, another reset. Yeah, I think the message will have to go to the team. You need to sort this.
Yes,
that might have been a moment rather than a reset, but it is that same car.
Yeah, stop, it's already dead. There's no headlights on it.
Yeah. Tail lights are on, but no headlights.
Just needs to pop it in reverse then. Oh,
yeah, quite, yeah. As long as he spins, people will know where he is. So that, I'm afraid, looks as though it is not long for the race now, because if the headlights aren't working, the scrutineers are going to want to go back on now. But if it's an intermittent thing like this, yeah, tough day.
And yes, they're trying to get mileage and learn, but there's a tipping point where you're not learning. It's embarrassing and dangerous. Yeah. That's when I think we're saying the cars should be boxed.
Yeah, the technical team will be aware, I'm sure, of the lights going on and off, and they will want the team to, especially in the dark, respect safety more than anything else. Right, meanwhile, Lukas Stolz is your race leader. Mathieu Drudy is second. 10 minutes off strategy because he's 10 minutes further into a stint. There you're looking at Jake Dennis in 8th place overall now, charging along after Maxi Goertz, and he's almost with him. Goertz just ahead. There is Jake Dennis. So that's going to be another change and another place lost, isn't it, for the Get Speed Mercedes that I think is more had speed, really, because what it had at the start of the race ain't there anymore.
Yeah, Gone Speed has come to the floor, hasn't it? It's every stint is lost a position effectively now, hasn't it? And it hasn't been able to buck that trend, whereas the 98 Rover car, after a feisty start from Farfus, has continued the upward trajectory.
So the leaders onto lap 112. And 2 hours and a quarter remain. So now the lead gap nearly 25 seconds. Louis Pret still comparable pace to the leaders, and Wirtz is catching Lullen for 4th place now. So Charles Wirtz 6.6 seconds back from the number 3 Mercedes AMG, and should be up there before much longer. In gold, it remains a dominant Louis Pret. In silver, it's still Sebastian Bode. In bronze, Ricardo Pera back at the head of the queue from the Reese Bar-driven 2Cs Mercedes AMG. And there you've got McLaren through. So Stolz, the race leader, to as ever thus it feels. Number 5, McLaren, second in silver, Dante Raponge, and he's getting himself up again with Sebastian Bode, a 10th of a second last time, so this is game on. The 2 leaders in silver, and Sebastian Bode taking over from Kobe Powells, who was up and down the order, wasn't he, within a few laps, but that McLaren has always been a constant factor, and a change is imminent. What we have lost out of all of that is Maxime Osten in the earlier class-leading Mustang. He's still in the race, still in the hunt, but he's lost quite a lot of places.
Yeah, and it looks so strong, didn't it? But his qualifying was lower down than its race position alluded. We said it was doing well to stay up there. Stay up on the inside as the 5 car. They did well to avoid contact there as the gap was firmly closed and has now lost momentum coming down into turn number 3. So it was a good idea for the move, but just so hard to keep the pace up. And that was for the silver lead. Dante Raponge in the McLaren against Sebastian Mood in the CompTIU car. But now there's another CompTIU car in between the McLaren and Sebastian Mood. So he's going to have to start to think, where's he going to go now? And yeah, these cars have been in close battle, and this is where the Ford that you were talking about, David, has disappeared from. Now with Oostent behind the wheel, yellow flag in sector 3, and I think it's the 96 car again stopped somewhere on the pit straight. So yeah, there we go, and it's going to be a quick restart and go. And yeah, very interesting now to see where Niels Vicic goes with that car. There isn't a set rule that it has to retire, as that's a good move from Raponge to get back past the CompTIU car that was blocking him from the class lead. And now he looks to the inside once more and thinks better of it, tucks in behind to just get into this second apex here at Le Bousset. And sorry, it is the other CompTIU car, isn't it? It's actually now Drudy in front. So am I missing where Sebastian Bold has gone right now? I can't seem to see him on my timing screen on the track, but at the moment, to me, that looks like the Optimum McLaren has retaken the silver lead as it fires them into pit lane at great speed. And that's an early pit stop, though. That was only 42 minutes into his stint. So yes, Dante Raponge has boxed, and that is very early. There must be a problem.
Having just been saying that the car was going so well and had been a constant factor, but the Optimum McLaren maybe is now sub-optimum. Let's see what they need to do to get Dante Raponge, who we've seen in previous years in GT4 and then in GT3, back into the race. Well, goes up on the jacks. Concern around the front right corner, maybe. Tyre change?
I think this is strategy. I think they're just they can get to the end of the race with 2 hours 10 minutes remaining. This is strategy to get them out and effectively do shorter stints on their tyres in that mid part to get onto these new fresh tyres to get to the end. But brave call there from Optimum Motorsport. We'll find out in 2 hours and 11 minutes if it paid off.
So Luca Stoltz continues to hold sway as the race leader. And there at Le Bousset is the metronomic Mercedes AMG of Team Manfilter. Matthew Drudy in second spot, but with a pit stop imminent. And there is your pace judge of the leader. The last 5 laps all above the average lap time within the class. So going very nicely indeed. There is a mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag, and equivalent light being given for, guess which car, the Rutronic Lamborghini, because of the light problem. So, in other words, the scrutiny is wanted in, it's a mechanical problem, it's got to be fixed. Yeah, and it's going to be actually hard for them to prove it's fixed as well, of course. Yeah. So I think that's a polite way, and you can see the orange circle flashing on the board there. There's that meatball flag you were talking about. So it's been a very tough day for Rutronic, and indeed for Grasser, but I'm sure before the end of the season we'll be talking about the Lamborghinis being competitive once again. And of course you've got cars running in different championships around the globe as well, all bringing back the data. So in terms of the different sectors and what's quick where, you can see Audi still good in sector 2, BMW in sector 1, courtesy of the Jake Dennis car at the moment, and in the third sector of the lap, Twiddly sector, Mercedes, the leading car, number 48, the car to beat. Raponge is still in the pit lane, though. Now, this is just feeling a bit long for that McLaren. What do you reckon? Yeah, and it's way over time now, isn't it? It's a minute over, so yeah, it looked like a normal service, didn't it? Because they got straight to work on it, but maybe they were just doing that out due course while they were trying to see what the problem was. But a bold strategy call, it is not, and it's a technical problem for the 5. Right, you need to use your contact book now to talk to Optimum and find out what they know, don't we? Because that's a real shame for a car that's been so competitive all day long within silver. Meanwhile, this is Dan Harper's view, and he is in 13th place. So that means that the car ahead, you'll see that Boutsen VDS Porsche, that's 12th, and that's now 12th on merit after the early pit stop that got it off the strategy. But Alessio Picariello at the wheel has got that Boutsen car now looking properly competitive. Picariello who is a former double-class champion in the European Le Mans Series, very much part of the Porsche family these days, although he was an Audi R8 champion in China a few seasons back. And Picariello he's not done yet, because he's now got designs on that Mustang of Thomas Drouet.
Yeah, and he's had a strong stint, but he has lost 12 seconds to the leader during this stint. It was a minute 24 behind, now minute 36. So actually, current rate, the car will get lapped before the end, but they're in the mix. And Picariello here, you can see he's just tucked up behind that Ford in front of him and is struggling to get past, and that will be a painful stint. And Picariello really had a mega year last year. I thought he really upped his game, and I actually used to race against him in China GT, and he's one of those drivers that's so easy to hate because he's so fast and so good looking. It's everything you want to be, and it's everything I'm not, unfortunately. But he is going to have a go at the Ford at some point, or is it going to be the BMW here getting past him?
I think it's going to be the BM having to go first, isn't it? They dropped back slightly from the Drouet Mustang, as now Dan Harper tries to think, can I go to the outside? He's going to give it a go. Dan, formerly, of course, a Carrera Cup GB champion, but very much part of the BM family these days. Quicker out of senior. Picariello has to defend up towards Le Beausset. Dan Harper's going to fling it up the inside. Massive use of curb. Just avoids the Porsche. How close was that?
It's a bit like the Ferrari. Picariello wants to get hit. There's closing the door, and then there's closing the door and making the car back out of a move. Harper will accept that once, twice, okay, third time, you're getting yourself fired off, and I'll get away with this one. So Picariello is rolling the dice here and seeing how fair Dan Harper's going to be.
Yeah, isn't there an old Chicago phrase about once being carelessness, twice being happenstance, and third time is enemy action, or something like that? So that's where Dan Harper finds himself. Behind Harper is Dylan Pereira in the Audi. So not only is Harper trying to get past the Porsche, he's trying to keep Dylan Pereira at bay. Pereira used to be a very, very good Porsche driver. Indeed, he's a Porsche champion, but he's aboard the Attempto Audi, which is in the mix. Remember the good effort of Alex Arca earlier on. So it's quite an interesting scrum, this. 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th places, all delivering, with Pereira in the Gold Cup as well, trying to get up the class opposition. So that's Picariello. To reiterate the point we've already made, that livery does work on a 911. Really does look good, that.
Yeah, is it a lion? The animal on the side really goes well over the rear arch and that very wide, bulbous rear on the Porsche.
Yes, not to be confused with Lion Speed, which is sadly in the garage, but the Boots and VDS car charges on. Now, there is a drive-through penalty coming for Thomas Drouet. So that is for the contact with Tommaso Mosca. So Drouet, we're talking about heading this line of cars in 11th place, but he is deemed to be the guilty party. Well, you said Mosca wanted to get hit. The stewards reckon that he was the innocent party, and Drouet cops the lot.
It was a hard call, like I said at the time. I think I was maybe a bit emotive, and the way Mosca was driving, I felt like he deserved it. And Drouet was at the apex. It'd be interesting to see what he could have done differently to avoid the contact, because if you're at the apex, you can't go any tighter to the corner, and where can the contact not happen then? But race control has spoken, and we respect that one, of course. We're hearing the 5 car has got a gearbox temperature issue, and it's potentially from the contact earlier. Optimum think they they can nurse it to the end, and that's going to be their strategy. But unfortunately, that has ruled them out of a mega result in the silver class.
Yeah, because it's already down to 46, then it's now 3 laps adrift. So it's going to be lucky to score points in class, isn't it, with the Silver Cup being good numerically. Meanwhile, we are almost at the end of 4 hours of racing, and Lukas Stoltz still clear of Matthew Drudi. This, in the meantime, is Dan Harper hustling on in the number 46 BMW. Dan, a class winner in the Daytona 24 Hours at the start of the season. He was, like quite a number of these drivers, doing the Asian Le Mans Series in the winter months as well. He's had a really good start to his American season. Very, very busy. British GT in a couple of weeks' time, and almost every weekend, I think, at the moment, he's doing something in the BMW somewhere.
Yeah, they'll be happy Drouet's out of their way now.
Yeah.
He served his penalty, of course, so Harper, Picariello versus each other once more. Not as close as the last time we saw this, so he's going to have to sweep to the outside, or is he going to do what he did last time? Go left, let Picariello try and squeeze him and go right. Decides not, going to try and pin Piccarello to the inside here to make him have a tighter angle around Senior. Let's see how this goes. He's tucked in behind at the moment. Can he get back to the inside for the next double right?
Let's have a look then as the headlights sweep across the road. The first set is the defending Alessio Picariello. Dan Harper to the outside. Dylan Pereira was up with Harper a lap ago. He's dropped back a bit, quite a bit actually. So that takes some of the pressure off Dan for now, as Pereira has lost about a second. But it means that as the BMW concentrates on getting past that Porsche, they're holding each other up now by squabbling, and that's bad news for both.
Yeah, I liked Harper's idea there, because I assume he thought Piccarello thought he was going to do the same thing, swing out wide, cut back to the second apex, and actually decide to go around the outside. But the outside is a long, long way there, and I think Harper's learned that one now. And that's what you've got to do in a race. There'll be parts of the track you've never driven on before, and then you get into the race and you've got to go there to try and make a move work. It's like trying to right with your other hand, and all of a sudden you're like, I'll give it a go and see what happens, and it's awful, but you don't know it until you try it, and that's what Dan Harper's done there. I think that is his best place to overtake, though, at Le Bousset, but like he did the first tries, go out wide, get the cut back in between Apex 1 and 2 at T11.
Dylan Pereira has just pitted, by the way, out of that train, having only done 48.5 minutes. So I just wonder whether that was an issue as well on the Audi. We saw he was losing time against Dan Harper, and then a pit stop after a relatively short stint.
Yeah, no penalty that I can remember even for 99. So still in pit lane after 30 seconds. So might need Bryn to get his dancing shoes on again and get down to Cesare Attempto to see what's happened to the 99.
Now, we're not far off Matthew Drudy's second-placed car making a pit stop. So what is the lead gap first to third? Where does that put Louis Pratt? And are they chasing an outright win at Garage 59 or a Gold Cup win? Either would be great, wouldn't it? 35 seconds is first to third. And last time, it was a 56.6 for Pratt and a 58.4 for Stolt. So very nearly 2 seconds slower was the leading Mercedes. Might have been traffic, might be something more.
Yeah, again, I think Stoltz on the live tracker here has had to at least do 2 cars, if not 3 or 4, and he's got a big bunch of cars, 4 cars tucked up in front as well.
Joseph Loke in for Marvin Kirchhofer in number 59 McLaren. So Kirchhofer, with about 2 hours of the race still to go, is now going to be unleashed. This will be worth watching.
Yeah, and that's why we thought it was tight. They can do 61 minutes, and there's 2 hours, 2 minutes left. But with the pit stops, they are safe. And that was the fan activation zone we're talking about. Still very, very busy with local time coming up to 10 p.m.
And very noisy as well, because the disco is pumping out the tunes, and all of that is happening next to the TV compound. So if noisy racing cars aren't enough when you're trying to direct coverage of cars in the dark, then the music next door just adds to the fun. Dan Harper is into the pit lane as well, potentially to give the car to Max Hesser, and then Dan will do the last stint, so chopping and changing. Ricardo Parra, the bronze leader, is in as well, and that Audi of Dylan Pereira is still in the pit lane. That's got a problem.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? And just looking at our second place car, Drudy, interested to see if they roll the dice and try and squeeze another lap. And Harper staying aboard there, saying he's okay. But why are his belts undone if he's staying in? Problem with the car, or they got a penalty that I've missed? It looks like they're not touching the car, which is how you would serve a penalty.
I don't remember it having a penalty, but you're right. It does have that impression, doesn't it?
Definitely from the car controller's stance, that car is most probably serving a 30-second penalty then, so that's going to really knock them down the order, isn't it?
So Dan Harper catches his breath, but yeah, frustration. And now the pit stop starts, so yeah, there must have been a penalty, and it is going to be Max Hesser in. Dan Harper to do the last stint, but if they were struggling for pace and losing places anyway, that's just really walloped them.
I thought we were going to kiss that. When you're driving, you're looking for a good lap. 3/10 is like, wow, I've done a good lap if I found there. As we look at Lance Stroll with his GT spec helmet, and yeah, it was great to hear from Murray Boyer about how much he loved it. It'd be great to hear from Lance Stroll what he makes of all of this, because it is a very different world to where he's used to.
How much, I wonder, of the driver rotation there has been down to Lance or down to the team. But, you know, it's your first ever GT3 race. OK, he's raced here in Formula 1. 2 10th place finishes in Aston Martins. But, you know, to put your hand up to do a double stint in the darkness, that's quite bold.
That's all in. That's,
yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Potentially, you haven't even got a very good poker hand and you're still going all in. But Yeah, it only strengthens my opinion of what Lance Stroll has done this weekend by just coming in and coming here for fun, which is good, but no racing driver ever be here just for fun, and there's going to be the competitive element. So it'd be good to see him back for more, and maybe other drivers follow his lead.
Yeah, because he will head to the next Grand Prix and talk about it, as will Max Verstappen, who's been looking at it from a different perspective as a team owner and itching to get into a race. So, yeah, the word will spread. And, of course, you've had Fernando Alonso in the past, who's come one at Le Mans. So drivers are looking at other options. Nico Hülkenberg's a Le Mans winner as well. There's thinking of others on the Grand Prix grid currently. So, yeah, sports car racing does feature. So, while we've been reflecting on all of this, and before Lance Stroll put his crash helmet on, Gemma Scott was able to have a quick word with the Canadian. Let's hear what he had to say.
A weekend of firsts for multiple drivers this weekend, including yourself, Lance. It's great to see you making an appearance here in the GT3 paddock with us. How are you enjoying GT3 racing?
Yeah, it's been an experience for sure. Yeah, we had a bit of a eventful evening, a few issues out there, but yeah, it's been nice. We had a bit of time off for the Formula One schedule this month, and got together with some friends, and we put a car together and have some fun this weekend, so it's been cool.
It's nice to see you enjoying yourself as well. Into the car in the night, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Excited to get out there, do some laps. We're pretty far back, so I think we can only make up ground at this point, so try and do some overtaking, put in some good laps, and enjoy driving the car.
How tricky is it overtaking out there, especially in the nighttime?
I'm going to find out. It doesn't look easy. It doesn't look like you can see much. We had some issues yesterday in FP2, so we didn't really do much running at night, so I'm going to find out the hard way.
Enjoy it. Thanks a lot for talking to us.
Sounds pretty cool, doesn't he? Unruffled by all of this. Big smart. I tell you, probably found the paddock experience completely different because everybody's allowed in. It's not like Formula One paddocks where you have to have a swipe card to get through the turnstiles, photo ID. You know, he walks out of the back of the garages and there are loads of people. Now he's going to get on track with more cars than he's had to race against for a long time.
Yeah, and it was refreshing to hear from Boyer, wasn't it, about his move on the Friday. Did you think it was clean? He was like, I thought it was, and then it wasn't. Yeah, just kind of accepted it, and a pure form of motorsport we're witnessing. So I think hopping over curbs for 2 hours in the dark is probably going to be more enjoyable than super clipping around 130R.
Yeah, Marion Boyer, really refreshing character. Came oh so close to winning the Macau Grand Prix last year, but he got done by his teammate on the final restart. And because there was then another caution period that took him to the end of the race, he couldn't fight back. But he really did deserve to win in Macau last year. And if you can be good around there, you're good. The Macau test has always been a fascinating one. Lucas Stoltz leads Louis Pret here by over half a minute. The last pit stop for number 7 has dropped Mathieu Drudy now to 8th place.
And then this is the period where they can't afford a full course yellow compared to everyone else. Everyone else with about 6 to 9 minutes remaining of their stints. Lucas Stoltz that lap earlier than Pret. Pret's going to be able to go the longest in this stint out of everyone, and is then going to get Fleming in the car, I assume, in the 58.
So Stoltz leads Pret, Charles Weert's 3rd, Chris Lullum is 4th, Maxi Goetz is now 5th, Jake Dennis is up to 6th ahead of James Kell, Ugo de Wilder is now 8th, Mathieu Drudy then will be 9th, and Alessio Picariello is 10th. Tommaso Mosca, after his Drouet-induced spin, is 11th, and Marvin Kirchhofer, his starting point is 12th. Silver, by the way, has changed again, and it's now the number 30 BMW of Amaury Codil, which is the leading car there. So it might be fairly static up front for the leader, but it ain't behind. Still lots of things are a-changing.
Yeah, it's such a shame the gap's 32 seconds to Louis Pret. Louis Pret has had the fastest stint out of anyone inside the top 10, and he's been really quite quick. Charles Weert's well up there as well. Lullum's pace has not been good as an average, over a second a lap slower than everyone else inside the top 10, and that's not something I don't think I've ever said about Chris Lullum. And that's been a difficult stint when you think he was battling with Louis Pret towards the start of the stint, and now is a long way behind that car.
But I know we've talked about the number 17 Mercedes and, you know, gone speed, had speed, whatever, not get speed anymore. The same's kind of been true of number 3. It's never quite clicked for different reasons. Okay, Juncker was saying it took him a long time to turn on the tyres. Well, okay, but why? Because the 48 Mercedes, different team, but that's been on the money straight away. Gounon's pace you can excuse away because he's not very well. And now Lulham clearly is struggling. Now, again, is that because of the tyres? And is that, therefore, how that car is set up to use the rubber in relation to others? But, yeah, number 17, you were saying each stint's got progressively worse. Each stint for number 3 Mercedes has also had a question mark over it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I think this Lulham stint has been the big dip in the form. I think Gounon's first stint felt good enough to stay with the 48, but that was the only stint out of any stint for the 3 or 17. I just feel like 48 have learned something from last year going into the night where they lost this race because they couldn't keep the pace they had in the daytime. I feel like they've just got a setup on that car that's keeping it in a very good window, and they've just been able to stay out of trouble and keep this gap at 30 seconds. Fleming has got a double coming up in the 58. He was seriously fast. Can he do 30 seconds? I think not, but again, full course yellow, some traffic, safety car, this game on, and let's not count out Charles Wirtz at all now, who's kind of snuck in to a podium position.
And doing a double now with the temperatures being a little bit cooler is fractionally easier, but also now with the darkness, harder to judge, as we've seen. You know, since we had that Drouet versus Mosca moment, you know, if we are going to get more safety cars, more full course yellows, this is the time they might be coming.
Yeah, definitely. And the adrenaline goes up at night because of the risk. You naturally produce more, you're more on edge. You then start to take some big risks, and it's quite hard to get rid of that adrenaline. I remember driving back to the hotel after this race a few times, and you feel a bit invincible. It's a bit like when you drive home too fast to get to bed, and then you can't sleep because you've got too much adrenaline. So it's trying to find the balance there. But Lulham under fire here from Maxi Goetz, and I think this is going to be a position change before the end of this stint.
Interesting, isn't it? Because again, just to go back to what I was just saying, we've been talking about 17 losing ground per stint. Well, here it's about to gain a place back. So is that suggesting that Goetz is being able to manage whatever the dramas are in that car, or that Lulham is really struggling, or a bit of both?
What do you do at 2Cs? You make Lulham do a double, so you save Juncker, who would say he's been faster than Lulham in the race, or do you get Lulham out to try and reset him, give him some data and video to make him quicker in that final stint?
I think either way it's a bit of a compromise, because what they wanted to do was keep Gounon to the end, but he was having none of it because he's not very well. So they're going into this with not quite one arm tied behind their back, but clearly without being able to use the drivers in the optimal way.
And we're being pretty critical, aren't we, about two cars that are running inside the top 4 of a 59 car field, of course. But I think we both feel at a point these cars could have won the race if everything had gone their way.
They lack nothing in terms of the driver lineup. Charles Wirtz, by the way, has just pitted, as has Jake Dennis. So those two BMWs, one WRTs, one Rover Racings, are both into the pit lane. And Lukas Stoltz has just come in as well. So the leader is in. And that will be the end of Stoltz, won't it? So Lucas Auer is going to be in for 2 hours, just under. Lance Stroll aboard number 18. Roberto Mehi seemed to be picking up penalties in that car like hotcakes. And so I fear that's why the team manager of the car was being summoned to race control to say, you know, either there's another big penalty coming or you need to tell Mehi to just wind it in.
Race leader in.
Exactly, Lucas Auer, the diminutive Lucas Auer, ready to take over from the very tall Lukas Stoltz. Luki with his cushion gets into the car. It'll be fuel, it'll be tyres, driver change, the full service here, and we'll see also whether it's a tear-off windscreen or whether it's just a wipe with the cleaning fluid. Tear-off, I think. Right, door closes. Make sure it's closed. Lukas Stoltz has gone through pit stops so many times in his career, he knows exactly what to do. Lucas Auer, a relative newcomer to multi-driver GT racing. Of course, he was a Formula 3 race winner. He went to drive in the DTM single driver format, but then has come into GT World and gone really well right from the get-go.
Yeah, and a good getaway as well. So double now for Auer. So Stoltz double in the middle, Engel's double at the start. And for me, like I said at the start of the programme, that's the optimal strategy if the drivers will allow. So the 48 car now with one more stop to get to the end.
So we've got now an hour and 49 minutes, just over, still to go. And yeah, effectively 2 sprint races back to back.
Yeah, I was just looking at some pace that I thought would be stronger as Kirchhofer is just stuck in so much traffic. He's unable to really do anything about that. It will free up because they're on that different strategy, but the moment his average lap time is kind of like Lulham's. He's in the 57s as an average, and he's unable to really go forward. So traffic really affecting the 59 car's progress.
Got Robert De Haan, incidentally, into the number 992 Gold Cup BMW, replacing Ash Sutton. Now, Robert De Haan, we've not had in GT World before, but he's always been a really exciting driver to watch through Ginetta Juniors. Then he went single-seater racing. Then he came into Carrera Cups, Britain, and he racked up so many race penalties for track limits or other incidents. He eventually walked away from that and just concentrated on Benelux. He's calmed down as a driver. Another very tall chap is Robert De Haan, but very, very quick. He'll be one to watch in that Paradigm BMW.
Yeah, for sure, as we now see the 3-car of Lulham coming into pit lane for their service. Now, let's see what they do. Driver change? Or are they going to...
Really extreme vibration. Not extreme, but it's on the tyres.
So a vibration from the tyre, he's suggesting.
Remember what Kunon had going down the back straight? Is that legacy damage to the splitter rather than tyre? Let's see if we get a new set of tyres on and the car goes back in pace. It was tyres. If it doesn't, then it's something else. We may catch that from an outboard camera towards the end of the straight as the speed's so high. If it is bodywork flapping, you can get a huge vibration from these cars.
Looks like Chris is going to stay in the car. So drink bottle handed in. Clean the screen, no tear off, just give it a good wash and wipe, and that means that Danny Junqueira will bookend the race. He did the first stint, he'll do the last, so he's had quite a long wait in the middle.
Yeah, the team aren't looking for any damage, are they? They're just doing their normal service, not giving anything a wobble at all. Al Fleming there stood alongside Max Verstappen watching his car go to work, and his young protege as well, Chris Lulham. And that's what I love about this whole Verstappen project, is that he's taken on Chris Lulham from the sim. They got on together in their simulator team, and now he's given him the chance to operate at the highest level in GT racing.
And Harry King, when he drove for the Team in Endurance Cup last year, was saying, you know, you would be surprised just how invested Max is, how much time he spends wanting to know about the team, talking to drivers, coming to sim sessions, you know, encouraging people. And yeah, I'm still convinced that it won't be long before we see him on a grid here in overalls, not in civvies.
I'm a big fanboy. I think he's the greatest of all time personally, and this only cements it, in my opinion, is just pure love of motorsport, and that's something that shouldn't be overlooked.
And right from the early days when he came into FIA Formula 3, Max was a star, and I agree. I think he is an outstanding driver, and it's time to smile with the fans in the garage before he goes back to look at the data. So Chris Lulham stays in the car. Tom Fleming now's taken over 58 McLaren, and that is currently shown as being ahead of both Lulham and ours. So it's going to be interesting to see where that car blends back in. Its pit stop time was a 1 minute 27, ours was a 1 minute 26, so it should, when they cross the beam, go back to the Mercedes ahead of the McLaren, but we now need to see what happens to the number 3 Mercedes. And Alessio Picariello, number 2 Porsche, is creeping up the order. That will have another pit stop to serve, of course, but I still think it's going to be in the top 6 by the end.
Yeah, I feel the top 6 is a stretch. Just that it didn't seem to have that much pace when Harper was all over him. You say 6, I'll say 10, and we'll split the difference over a drink later.
Fair enough. Short refueling puts number 21 under investigation. That is the Bode Pauwels Söderström Aston. That's bad news for a car that's fighting for honours in silver.
Yeah, that's really bad news, and something that we wouldn't expect come to you to make a mistake on. So team will be trying to prove their innocence through any data and means possible on that one.
Lance Stroll's car is in 45th. Now, there are people that aren't Lance Stroll fans who are going to say, well, there you go, put a way back Lance Stroll, 45th. Well, bear in mind that he's only just got into the car. We're 4 hours and a bit into the race, and his 2 teammates have been racking up penalties. So his overall result here, and it's the same for everybody in a multi-driver race, it's always affected by your teammates, by your co-drivers.
Yeah, and that ship was already sinking, wasn't it, before he got in it. So he's trying to bail the water out as quick as he can, I'm sure. But yeah, there's not much that he's going to be able to recover from that one.
But he has the opportunity to go and enjoy himself. We just incidentally had Jordan Pepper back aboard 32 BMW do the car's best lap of the race.
And actually got Stroll there in front of Fleming, so this will give you an illustration of what's going on. And unfortunately for Stroll, he's quite used to a McLaren overtaking him in a straight line, isn't he? So won't be news to him, and Fleming will be pleased, and it's quite a good thing to get on his CV.
If I tell you that car number 18 has a 30-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags, could you tell me who the driver of car number 18 at the moment is, please?
I do some work for Aston Martin. I might say no on that one.
Okay, well, Lance Stroll is behind the wheel of a car that has just been given another 30-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags. It's the car that's ignored them, clearly not the driver.
Obviously, and just getting what the teams have been told about blue flags. So during the race, when a faster car is within 0.7 of a second behind, the blue flags will be displayed. The driver then has to let the driver behind overtake at the earliest opportunity. If that has not been done for 2 consecutive sectors, that will attract a penalty. So you get the blue flag, you've got 2 sectors to react.
So 2/3 of a lap?
Yeah.
That's quite a long time on a 5.7-kilometre circuit.
You try driving a GT3 car at night then, David.
Well, earlier on we were thinking it might be sort of 5 or 10 seconds or so, but, you know, 2 sectors, bearing in mind the lap times are nearly 2 minutes, that does give you ample opportunity to get out of the way, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's quite a hard one to defend for these drivers, but the rules are there.
You're going to try.
A lot haven't done it, so maybe there needs to be a re-education on exactly what is needed on this rule.
I mean, an in-car driver ID system is also something new to many, isn't it?
Yeah, true. And
carrying single-seaters.
I do think the main factor is, like you said earlier, at night is which car am I letting pass, and trying to work that out. That isn't an excuse, because you have to do it within those 2 sectors, but it isn't as easy as it sounds written down on a piece of paper.
Matthew Drudy back up into 2nd place and 15 seconds away from Lucas Auer and lapping quicker. So the number 7 Aston still kind of there or thereabouts, isn't it? Despite the fact it's slightly off strategy. And then Picariello 3rd, but not far off his next pit stop, which will be a 6th. So the car has done more pit stops. Tom Fleming is 4th and leading in gold. Jordan Pepper is 5th, but too far back. That BMW hasn't come alive in the way that we thought it might have done. And equally, the Mercedes hasn't gone off the boil in the way that we feared it might have done.
Which Mercedes?
Sorry, the leading one. The Mercedes rather than a Mercedes.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, Lucas Auer's pace has been phenomenal. So for anyone that doesn't like the 48-man filter car, unfortunately, they're not going to lose this race on a lack of pace. His laps he's been pumping in have been quicker on average than Drudy, Picariello, Fleming and Pepper behind. Gershofer now in some better air, is finding some time, but they're a long way back after getting turned around on lap 1.
But I'm struggling to remember, certainly a 6-hour race, where the lead car has been so dominant. Let's listen in to number 3.
Sector 3 is already 7/10 faster than previous stints. Let's focus on laterally loading the car. Laterally loading, not longitudinal. We keep the pitch to a minimum.
Pretty in-depth. You can tell you're talking to a sim racer when you're talking about longitudinal, latitudinal grip versus your normal racing driver.
That way, not that way.
Yeah, the translation to a simple driver would have been just throw it into the corner harder and try and load the tyre up to keep some temperature. And don't worry about braking acceleration. It's all in the corner. And that's effectively, and it was a different engineer to I'm used to listening on the 3 car, so maybe that's a performance engineer speaking on the radio and just trying to work out where the tyre temp's going in a difference, maybe potentially to Gunon, say, and just it's not loaded up during the corner. And maybe it's because they're cutting the corner so much now at turn number 5, they're not keeping that temp in.
But that car now is 7th. So after that last round of pit stops, it really does seem to have dropped back. Its stop time wasn't bad. It was a 1:25.9, quicker actually than all the cars ahead on that last pit stop. So it's jumped quite a few places.
Yeah, a lot of them start the stint has actually been good pace-wise. He's in the low 56s consistently, which is where he needs to be. Last stint, for reference, he was in the 57s by the end of it as an average, so really dropped off for him. And if he wants to keep a top 6, he's got to be pumping in 56s nearly every lap.
So that's another Mercedes that's sort of unravelled a little bit as the race has gone on. The Fabian Schiller car, he's taken over number 17 now from Maxi Goetz. That's down in 9th place. And again, we've been talking about its slightly frustrating pace. The only Mercedes that has been consistently strong has been the Engel Stoltz entry. Number 21, Sebastian Bode's car that he was sharing with Kobe Pavel's now Oliver Söderström. 15-second time penalty for short refueling.
Oh, it's going to hurt them. So with the coming into, so it's just 15 seconds, not stop go. Sorry, so 15 seconds.
On the next stop.
Yeah, sorry. So it's not as bad as it seems, but it's going to rule them out for podium contention, the silver class, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Lullen, getting all that information, now has to worry about Raffaele Marciello behind him as well. So that's not the person you'd want to hear. That's coming behind you, trying to take 7th place away.
No, true enough, as the cars now work lap 130. Just a little over an hour and a half of the race to go, as there is Marciello. He's taken over from Jake Dennis, and Marciello hustling on behind Lullen. Marvin Kirchhofer is closing on Jordan Pepper a little bit. Lullen's going to lose this place on the lap, I think. Marciello has carved his way onto the back of him, and yeah, that Verstappen Racing Mercedes just now looks to be struggling, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's psychological. I watch it into the corner, definitely chucking it in more, and I don't know if that's the lateral load asking from the engineer, or that is just what Lullen's been doing.
I thought I saw as it went through turn 7 there, sparks just coming as it ground along maybe the splitter, but again, is that going back to this vibration and your point about the residual damage from the Gunon curb strike?
Yeah, there is quite a big bump just after the apex coming out of turn 7. Maybe it's just the titanium skids going. I couldn't see the car vibrating. You can normally see the headlights having a big old go if the car has got a big splitter problem. So hopefully Lullen was right, and it was the tyres, and this fresh set of tyres has sorted him out and helped the pace somewhat. Marciello stayed at that gap. See the sparks again there, but I think that is just the norm amount for the Mercedes.
But Lullen is under huge pressure here, and Raffaele Marciello, former Mercedes driver, of course, won pretty much every title going in GT terms in Europe, plus the Macau GT Cup. He's there on the back of Lullen then, and the BMW not able to strike on this lap, but it's not far off before Lullen does attack. That's the number 2 Boutsen Porsche in, so Picariello pits, and there's going to be a driver change, as you see.
Scheuring again.
Maurice Scheuring to get back into the car. Yeah, the Dutch driver. Dutch drivers and Porsches has been a thing, hasn't it? And Maurice Scheuring to do the next stint in that car with 97 minutes still on the clock.
Just looking at this battle, Lullen's last lap actually 3/10 quicker than Marciello, which visually didn't seem to happen. It definitely has gone, and he's missed the apex there. Marciello's going to be down the inside, and that's enough to claim the position. Mistake there for Lullen, a rare mistake for Lullen, and an interesting one. Such a short break, it's quite hard to go in to turn 5 that quickly. So is there a problem with this car? And then the BMW with the power to pull away, even with the slipstream for the number 3 Verstappen car.
The number 18 Aston, by the way, Lance Stroll at the wheel. Its most recent pit stop included a 175-second penalty for ignoring blue flags and track limit offences. This then is Lullen fighting back against Marciello, who defends, but if Chris Lullen's car is not 100%, he's not showing it, he's still fighting.
Yeah, from the onboard, I thought I could see the bonnet starting to vibrate towards the end of the straight. Marciello there having to pump up the brake pad. You saw the lights flash. He's struggling with some pad knockoff potentially. It does get worse as the brake pad wears and it starts to rattle around more. And instead of getting a long pedal as you hit it, you just pump them ever so quickly to put the pads back to the pistons in the caliper. But we'll keep an eye on that for the Rover 98 that hasn't got a potential brake issue for the remaining 1 hour 35 minutes.
And now Lance Stroll is under investigation for ignoring blue flags, along with others, actually. There's more and more of them coming up on the timing screen yet again. Tim Heinemann with his Ferrari is another. That's the JMW car, isn't it? So leaders go through. Our is 17 seconds ahead of Drudy, but still on the strategy, I think, after the puncture for the Aston Martin. It's advantage to the Mercedes. Fabian Schiller up to 8th. Yeah, Maurice Scheuring's Porsche dropping towards the bottom end of the top 10 again as it gets back into a rhythm after the most recent pit stop, and also in Gabriele Piana, who had been leading bronze, but again that Mercedes AMG slightly off kilter.
Yeah, and just looking at the gap, Lucas Harris is able just to pull away from Julie, isn't he? Fleming is kind of the same gap back to the leader as he was at the start of the stint, but unable to make inroads yet. And I just don't think anyone's got an answer for Manfilter. And if I was other teams, I'd be worried about the championship already. They were strong last year, and it was really only this race where they felt like they let it slip through their fingers.
Yeah.
And they were strong everywhere else after that. So this is a mega start thus far for the 48.
Like I said a few laps ago, I can't remember a 6-hour endurance race here where one car has been so dominant. I mean, it has led, barring the different strategy laps, so a lap or so overlap, it has led right from lap 1 of the race. It's never been threatened. It has utterly dominated. There's nothing else that's really been up there threatening and has then fallen away. It's always been ahead.
Yeah, and it'll be the most frustrating to the other Mercedes teams as well.
Yeah,
because 2Cs and Get Speed, they've got the same product, but they haven't got it in the same window. And so when you're talking about balanced performance, they've got no argument, because they can just be told, well, your car won the race, and it's not us, it's you. And that's where you have to go back to the drawing board sometimes, and a different ethos and setup may be needed from their engineering departments to make that car stay in the window. Because of course, next time out for the endurance series, Spa 24, and there's quite a lot of night running there.
I mean, the other aspect to all of this, you could argue, is that Chris Lullen is new to a Mercedes, so he's still learning a little bit about that car. But Auer and Engel have driven together for a good few seasons now. Lukas Stoltz joins that squad, but he's done so many laps in a Mercedes AMG, it doesn't really matter who his co-drivers are. So, they've got pretty much every box ticked already over the opposition, although there are other experienced and quick drivers in Mercedes who haven't been able to replicate that. Anyway, we are where we are, and it is Auer currently dominant by 17 seconds over Mathieu Drudy. Quick look back, Tom Fleming third, and that car is lapping on a very similar pace to Drudy, but he's got to make up about 17 seconds, and then you've got Jordan Pepper fractionally quicker again, but he is 10 seconds back. So, yeah, a safety car would help a lot of people other than the leader.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's been a clean race, hasn't it? It was a messy start, but kind of understandable, unfortunately, with 59 cars. And since then, we haven't had a single interruption. A couple of spins, a couple of control alt deletes for the Lamborghini, and apart from that, nothing. So it's been a very well-run race from all these drivers.
So the field turns through for lap 134, looking to see who else might be on the move. In silver, it's advantage BMW again. Number 30, the WRT run car, Ignacio Montenegro, who's a very, very good touring car racer. He won the Motorsport Games touring car race a couple of years ago. He is now there, as you can see at the helm of the car, and that is leading. Maxime Osten has got a 65 Mustang back up to second. And then third in class is Max Hoffer in the car that we saw Alex Malikian driving at the very start of the race. So the Mustang, I think, has been the one constant, hasn't it? It had dropped back a little while ago, but it's back there now with dramas and penalties afflicting others.
Yeah, I just think Hoffer's got the pace at the moment in the Porsche, though. They're close to each other, 7/10 split those cars. So I think it might lose second place. And then it's whether Hoffer in that pure racing car can get anywhere near that leading BMW, like you said. He's been pretty consistent so far, and I think he'll be able to keep it where he is at the moment.
We've also got Dries Van Voor currently third in bronze. We don't often talk about Dries Van Voor in bronze, but it has happened because he has taken over 991 now, the Darren Lung James Callick car. So that's another one to keep an eye on. See whether he can get into the podium. His next target is Marvin Dienst. But for some, it's been a difficult race, but that Mercedes AMG in the lead, if I'm not tempting fate, has been metronomic. That Porsche you're just looking at there is number 9. That's the car that now Max Hoffer is behind the wheel of the pure racing entry. And at the start of the lap, he was 11/10 back from the Mustang of Maxime Osten. So silver, as I think we predicted a good 4 and a bit hours ago, very competitive and will deliver to the end.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the penalty for the too short a refueling for the 21 Aston Martin, that would have been well up there as well, wouldn't it? And interestingly, leading bronze Dienst in the car that started from pit lane as well, remember. And they did that split strategy, which will get them to the end okay, but it's been a mega job for them. It's just on the fastest lap of the race for that car as well, Marvin Dienst.
Indeed, second in bronze, because Ricky Perra's Retronic Porsche is 16th overall, 25th is where you find Dienst. So, yeah, Perra yo-yoing into and out of the lead, depending on when the 87 Mercedes stops. But even so, it would have been last on the grid. They did the pit lane start. They then pitted early to do a reset. And yeah, a bit like that Boutsen Porsche, every stop it's gained, hasn't it? It's worked its way closer to the front of the class.
Yeah, and, so Winwood will be quite happy with that recovery on the 87 and very happy with the 48 car that they run on behalf of Manfilter as well, of course. And flying through shot now is the 87 car we're talking about. And yeah, the problem in qualifying, we don't quite know what the issue was, but the front left wheel became detached anyway, and it meant that they had to start from last place. So they've done well. And the car they're chasing is that Routronic Porsche on your graphic there of our Hartog and Pereira in the car right now.
And the Mercedes leads the way. There, the Corvette, number 24. Dennis Lind at the wheel of it. How good is it to have Dennis Lind back in the championship? Poor old Dennis has been without a drive, a regular drive, for a good few seasons. Again, he was a victim to a degree of the driver grading system. You know, he won Lamborghini Super Trofeo, he won the early, as it then was, Blancpain GT Asia Championship, and then became a Lamborghini factory driver, got upgraded to Platinum. But once you're off a manufacturer program and you're Platinum, nobody wants you. So he's had a really frustrating time. Sim racing work had dried up, so you know, people have rallied around where they can, but the Stellar team have got Dennis Lind into the car. Okay, it's running in 36th, but hopefully we can build on that. And Dennis Lind, a great character, isn't he?
Yeah, we were teammates here 3 years ago with JP Motorsport in the McLaren. He was in the sister car, right, but first time I experienced Dennis, and interesting character to say the least, in a very positive manner. But yeah, we shared a hire car that weekend, and many a fun time was had.
Yeah, he was a delighted winner a few years back at the SRO Awards of the Alan Simonson Award, fellow countryman, of course, and he won British GT and got that. And you could tell it meant a great deal to him, to the point that he following year to present it. A good character, Dennis. It's great to have him back. It's a shame in a sense that we don't have him, you know, in a, let's say, Mercedes and fighting for a victory. But that Corvette making progress all the time, and we see that with the cars running in other championships. This is your bronze leader, by the way. This is Riccardo Pera, very quick Italian driver, who again has been embraced by Porsche with good effect.
Yeah, or it's Hartog. We've got this discrepancy between our timing screens here. So the official ones say Pera, then this one says Hartog, and this one on your TV screen has been the correct one the majority of the time. So I think it would make sense to have Hartog in the car now as well.
Yeah, you're right, into the last couple of hours, yes. It's bizarre that we have had the issues with it, but anyway, we should be able to tell, because if the driver's helmet's touching the roof, it'll be Luke Hartog. Very, very tall is Luke, but another really good character, another Porsche specialist, and he and Therese Au have made a very good combination over the last few years, whether it's been in GT World or Asian Le Mans, for example, and Luke Hartog then leading the way as he turns up through Senior. Out of that long right-hander of Labose, back onto the power, and he storms now, does Luke Hartog, up towards the left-hander at Bendor, then right through that long Virage de la Tour, and he's looking at now an hour and 26 minutes of the race to go. Lance Stroll's car being given a time penalty for ignoring blue flags. It's just totting up for number 18. It is not great news, but at least while the car is running, they're learning all the time. 3 drivers new to the GT world. Over the line goes Luke Hartog, goes through. Maurice Schöring, by the way, has just gone back up into 11th place, gaining a spot against Alessio Rovera. And Dennis Lind, I think, has also just picked up a penalty. Yes, the Corvette being given 30 seconds for ignoring blue flags as well. Should we just tell you who hasn't got a penalty for ignoring blue flags during this race? Probably the leader, who's had nothing to worry about.
The problem is, if I was getting the blue flag on my driver display, but I was circulating at a good pace, I'd have a real problem with my ego lifting off the throttle to let someone by that I didn't feel I was holding up. But the rule being 0.7, it's close enough where you are holding them up, but in your mirror, 0.7 isn't close enough. And if you're faster, just overtake me. That's how you'd feel as a racing driver. And I think if that's Dennis Lind that's got the penalty, he would have never experienced getting a blue flag penalty in his life, and it will be a new experience to him. I'm not saying the rule is wrong, it's just new, and how it's being used is very, very forceful.
And 30 seconds is a penalty and a half, isn't it? I mean, you know, you're not talking about a 5 seconds. Okay, it's not as bad as a drive-through or stop-go, but 30 seconds still hurts.
What was the penalty for the Ford with the contact with the Ferrari?
That was a
drive-through, which is longer than the blue flag infringement. Drive-through takes 40 seconds. 30 seconds can be served at the pit stop. And that's what I mean. It's a forceful penalty at the moment. I don't know if it's the first round and we're setting the tone ahead of Spa to make sure that the racing is clean and flowing, which would be brilliant, and that's what we want. But at the moment, like you said, who hasn't had one? It feels like my guess would be we've had 15 to 20 cars attract this penalty so far.
Yeah, at least I would go, yeah. So first day at school and all that, learning about the new rules. And there you've got the lead car, Lucas Auer, just ticking off the laps. He's not really under any pressure. Nearly 18 seconds is that gap over Mattia Drudi. It is the Mann-Filter team's race to lose now. Such has been the dominance of this car throughout the race. So through it turns again, and Mercedes AMG accelerates its way down the Mistral straight, and Lucas Auer way clear up front in gold. Tom Fleming leading in the McLaren. In silver, Ignacio Montenegro leading for BMW, and in bronze, Luke Hartog we put into the car, have we not, in the Rutronic Porsche. There were some interesting faces across the garage at Rutronic. Porsche, the faithful car, wins its class. The new Lamborghini Temerario has all sorts of woes.
It's not often you have your ex-wife and current wife in the same room, is it? And that's, I think, how it will feel down there at Rutronic when they finally finish this race with both of their cars.
Luca Angela did come to the pit lane in the Lamborghini, and it stayed there. Remember, it got that mechanical warning flag. Well, it has not gone back out, so the Temerario of Rutronic is out. The other car, the other Lambo, Franck Pereira, back at the wheel of number 63, struggling in 34th place, one of the most anonymous times ever for a car that the likes of Mirko Bortolotti and Franck Pereira and Maximilian Powell have been driving. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll regroup, sure they'll come back stronger, but it's been a tough first outing for the new Lamborghini. Now that is 991. That is Dries Van Voort, third in bronze behind Marvin Dienst. And Dries, sprint champion, endurance champion, 24-hour race winner, over the timing line, down towards turn 1, and bringing Darren Lung's car into the mix. The gap against Dienst, 15 seconds. And remember, they're both a long way back from Luc Hartog, leading in bronze at the moment. So Dries Van Voort's going to find this a rather tough assignment, isn't he? Because he's not in a car that's in an easy position to take another place, never mind a class win, because 15 seconds back, all right, he's got an hour and 22 minutes to go, but he's still got a lot of work to do. Out of turn 7 goes Dries. Now, in terms of pace, he should be able to get up with Marvin Dienst. He just pulled another couple of tenths back in the first sector alone, but it isn't going to be an instant catch of that Mercedes. Dienst himself is a quick driver. So an hour and 20 minutes of the race to run. There you can see the other half of the leaderboard. Franck Pereira down in now 34th place. Dennis Lynn 36th. Johnny Adams at the wheel of the number 56 Aston that started off all right. Giacomo Petrobelli led, then got a bit of hit and shouldered out of the way. And in bronze, that car seems to have struggled ever since. It never really got back into the mix, did it?
No, you're right. And it looks so strong with Giacomo, the bronze, the slowest driver out of the 3, effectively. And we haven't seen an obvious problem. And yeah, just seemed to have lacked pace after being strong all week in testing and qualifying.
So a bit of head scratching there for the Blackthorn team. But Johnny Adam trying to fight his way back. In fact, the next target is Chris Froggatt. Unless it's had a penalty at some point that we've missed, but it has lost pace somewhere. There, number 58 in the meantime is Tom Fleming, trying to get his way through the traffic. Third, but rather dominant in gold now, because he is 3rd overall to 9th overall, Simon Gachet. So Tom Fleming up towards the timing line, looking at the Aston there. So Mattia Drudi in 2nd spot. Other Aston still fighting for class honours. How is Lance Stroll getting on? Lance's last lap was a 56.4 as he crosses the line. It's about 4/10 off what the leader is doing, but he's actually quicker in terms of a lap time than Tom Fleming. So Lance Stroll's not disgracing himself in terms of pace, is he?
No, he's really not. And interesting to see where they can keep going with that car. Just seeing pace across the board. There's some disparity going everywhere really now. And again, as it's getting cooler, maybe some teams have finally got their car into the window. Track temp now sub 20 degrees. It's now 19. Air temp is at 14. The wind's really died off as well. But yeah, Stroll hustling on hard there, bouncing over the curbs quite nicely.
Lots of headlights onto the Mistral straight then as the leaders work their way through traffic. Luke Hartog has just got up to 14th overall, continuing to extend the gap over everybody else in bronze. As we have a look at the top speeds on our race vision graphic, Murray Boyer's top speed of 286, matched by Matthias Zagazeta and then Eduardo Cosseteng. So front-engined rocket ships nudging towards 290 on the run up towards senior. That is impressive at the end of the Mistral straight.
Massively fast, isn't it? And it gets higher each year as well. And the slipstream effect, of course, helping that. Probably 8, 9 degrees if they are in clear air. They really struggle to get above 277, 278. So maybe double, triple, quadruple. I don't know what's after quadruple in that sense.
Quintuple.
There you go. Slipstream. That's what I was going to say.
Thank you. Maths with Joe will be back at the same time next week. In silver, Ignacio Montenegro is still a class leader. He's now got Christopher Haas's Audi between himself and the opposition as the cars thunder past the pit. Still lots of fans in the grandstands. And of course, if you are opposite the pits, you can not only see the track, you can see what goes on in those pit stops as well, which in a sense is a little ballet going on as the mechanics refuel. There's a separate team to do the tyres, there's the car controller at the front, there's also somebody to look after the windscreen, and in some stops, driver out, driver in, and that coordination. Sometimes outgoing driver helps, otherwise it might be somebody from the team. And watching all of that happen in double quick time is quite fascinating in its own right.
Really is. And at Spa, of course, we get the technical pit stop where the brakes have to be changed. And some of the cars now have worked out it's quicker to change the whole disc, caliper and all, with the new pads inside and old pads outside, and job's done in under a minute. It's phenomenal. And yeah, it's work of art, and again, all the hours that the teams put in is phenomenally high, and it's not a job, it's a way of life working in a GT race team, that's for sure.
And tickets are on sale for this year's CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It's the last weekend of June. It is a brilliant weekend of racing. Spa is one of the best circuits in the country. Nobody makes beer better than Belgians, so it is just the perfect weekend. It's the biggest and best GT3 race in the world, and if you fancy it, why not go out a week earlier and come and watch British GT at Spa the weekend before, and then stay out because you've only got Monday and Tuesday to kick your heels. Well, there's the museum at Stavelot, because on Wednesday you want to be in town for the parade and then the autograph sessions and the cars on the public road, which is always a spectacle in itself. And then from Thursday morning onwards, the track is never still, is it?
And the music festival to the side of the pits
true.
as well is quite wild. And if you're brave enough, pack a tent, and then the party really never stops, because you can just roll back for a bit of sleep and then straight back out. And yeah, I've experienced, unfortunately, with an early retirement one year at Spa. It was either back to the hotel or embrace the culture, and the latter was very much enjoyed.
Yeah, Belgium is still reeling from the effects of Joe embracing its culture, or her culture. Over the line there is the number 98 Raffaele Marciello BMW. Having got past Chris Lallam, he's cleared off, 3.5 seconds to the good. Marciello's next target is Marvin Kirchhofer, and that gap's coming down. It's 2.2 seconds. Last lap, actually, Lello did a 56.0. Yeah, another couple of tenths pull back. So 5th place beckons, I reckon, before the end for Marciello. There you can see how the gaps have been, how the lap times have been over the last 3 laps. Marciello edging a little bit nearer.
Yeah, on average, 0.2 of a second faster on a lap for the 98 car in this stint over Kirchhofer, who seems to have struggled just so slightly more than I anticipated. And the only thing I can think is they're going to save a set of new tyres for him for his last stint, and then he might be able to claw himself slightly higher. But at the moment, he's having to look in his mirrors rather than forwards, and that's not something we're used to saying about Kirchhofer or the 59 car.
True enough. Yeah, Marvin Kirchhoff, who we're expecting great things from. I've got to say that the Garage 59 McLarens have been mega impressive, and so again has 58. You know, Tom Fleming at the wheel of it right now, and that car has looked mighty all the way through. Right, let's have a quick word, if we can, with Ash Sutton, BMW driver. Second appearance in GT World after Monza last year. It's proper racing, this, isn't it?
It's awesome. It's absolutely mega. I mean, first ever time, obviously, in doing anything at night. First time here at Paul Ricard. So, yeah, been a bit of an insight, bit of a learning curve, but loved absolutely every second of it. Let's start with this driving at night business. You say it's the first time. Does it take a lot of getting used to? I mean, when you've not done it before, it is pretty daunting initially. I mean, suddenly the focus levels have to go up a considerable amount. I mean, there's so much more that you need to focus your mind on when it comes to apexes and things like that. Obviously, Joe, you know the score. But yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is actually dealing with the headlights and the rear view camera or the mirrors. It's literally like turn your iPhone torch on, aim it at your face and leave it there, and then crack on. So, how much help do you get from the team? Because you know we're getting a lot of people with blue flag penalties. Okay, to you, it's just a set of headlights behind. Do you know, is the team saying, you know, block that set of headlights, but let this set go, or how does it work? Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, blue flags, they're being really strict on it in terms of penalties. They're dishing them out, they're not showing them. So yeah, we're quite hot on calling that over. The team are hot on the radio, calling the blue flags. We've had a couple that we've had to sort of give up to, but yeah, it is very much a team effort. You need that extra pair of ears and eyes in the background, relaying you that information. To sum up the race thus far, you know, you're in the mix. Are you where you expected to be in terms of pace? Yeah, I mean, as a whole, obviously we want to be further up the grid. There's no doubt about that. Robert is doing a fantastic job in the car now. His pace is phenomenal, so it's really good for us as a whole outfit. I'm a little bit more to go to get to him. He's done a fair few days in this car, though. Right. But yeah, obviously from Christian's point of view as well, he pretty much started the race, took over. I took over from him. He jumped in after me. It's still early doors for him in the car, and yeah, I mean, as a whole, we want to be further. There's a bit more progress that needs to come from it, but I'm sure we'll get there. But this is all a bit different. I know you did Monza last year, but you know, sharing a car, that's something you don't have to do in touring car life. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's something that I've always kind of wondered whether I'd like doing. And the answer? Pending, I think is the right word for that one. But yeah, I mean, I've spent my whole life as a solo man, so this has given me a proper insight to what GT racing's like, and I'm loving every minute of it so far. In terms of the end of the race, now you're done, so it's down to Robert to bring the car to the end. What are we looking at here? Because if you're not doing the whole championship season, you know, are we just looking for mileage, for experience, for all concerned, or is this for some thinking the points and championships where we're at? Yeah, I mean, in terms of what my involvement is moving forward, it's sort of unclear at the minute. Obviously, I want to come back. I want to come and continue with Paradigm. No clashes with touring cars? No, I know. He says. I know. Everyone keeps telling me this, so I need to sit the big boss down, don't I, and have a chat with Darren. But yeah, I'd love to come back and do some more, build that experience up. And who knows, potential move maybe to GTs, we'll see.
If you only could drive one car going forward, which discipline would you choose? And it's super unfair, and I know you're going to do a great answer, but which one is it? Because they couldn't be more different, right? From the outside, watching the racecraft, how you set a car up, but which one do you just ultimately prefer?
In terms of just a direct comparison between GTs and
just go for
cars?
Enjoyment, don't worry about career, just pure enjoyment. the racing and everything.
No, I mean, I've always had a heart with the V8 supercar world. I've had a taste of that as well going out there. That's something for me that I would like to go and do. But I'm getting an itch for GT racing, I won't lie.
It's a good political answer, because basically a V8 supercar is both, isn't it? It's
exactly
a touring car and a GT car, so yeah, I knew
well
covered.
Right, we're going to let you go and get back to your team and cheer them on to the end. Ash, thanks for coming up. The British Touring Car Championship, by the way, starts next week. Ash will be, yet again, fighting for, what, 5th title? Now with a booted Ford Focus?
That's the plan.
Excellent. You can see it all starting next week on ITV. I hear the coverage is ever so good.
Perfect. Lovely. Cheers, guys.
Ash, well done. Good to see you. Ash Sutton then, aboard BMW number 992. We'll let him get back to the team, and in a week's time, he'll be on the grid chasing touring car honours. I think we're not too far away from possibly having Mauro Engel in. He's doing the rounds in different language booths. So I think he's possibly with France at the moment. We might be able to hear from Mauro pretty shortly as well. But yeah, you get the feeling, don't you, that Ash Sutton's quite enjoying GT life. And Jake Hill, another former touring car racer, has walked away from the BTCC to go off and do a different GT championship, but again with an eye perhaps to the future. Connie Turkington now in British GT as well.
Yeah, of course, in the GT4 BMW, isn't he, with WS car. And massively refreshing. I've known Ash over 10 years now, worked together a fair amount. So I always knew he was going to be a good guy, but openly refreshing for a 4-time British touring car champion, such a competitive championship, just to openly go, I'm trying to learn from Dahan, which is not a household name. That's not against Dahan. He is rapid, he's very, very quick, but Ash is just here to learn and to get better and appreciate the discipline he's stepping into, and I'm sure he appreciates what a good and strong career could be adopting the GT route.
But you're right about that, because Ash is one of the best drivers on the BTCC grid, and here he is, and quite humbly, as you say, he's able to say, I'm learning. And it's, you know, that's not the Ash that you see next week at Donington, you know, because he is one of the top dogs in that paddock. But here, I'm not saying he blends into the background, but yeah, you know, he's humble enough, modest enough to accept where he is in the great pantheon of GT drivers.
And in a GT race, you genuinely can't have an ego because you're always sharing a car. So if you've got an ego and your teammates don't like you because of that, it's not going to work. So he's lucky that he doesn't have an ego, coming from that solo starter driving where the car is all about him, the team's focused on just him. He's able to realise, wow, I need to adapt. I've got 2 other drivers in the car here. They might not want the setup where I want it. They might not want to do a double. All of those things. And I think he's got the potential to come this way, like Jake Hill, like you said, and become a proper GT driver that can make a career out of it.
But then you have to also debate, I guess, whether you want to be fighting for results in a class of a 60-car grid or winning solo driver races in a different championship. Discuss. Raffaele Marciello there is on the attack and working his way up the order then. The BMW is 6th, fighting with Marvin Kirchhofer. In the McLaren, while we've been talking to Ash, we've got closer to the last hour of the race, and that also is taking us within probably 10 laps or so to the last round of pit stops, and then those that have been off strategy will finally see where they're really going to be.
Yeah, exactly. Marciello hasn't really got that gap any closer to Kirchhofer in front. It was just over a second before we started speaking to Ash, and it's still just over a second now. So starting to get into the dirty air potentially, and the McLaren pretty aero heavy, so the dirty air behind the McLaren, one of the worst to follow effectively. And that's the other thing with all of these manufacturers, 10 different ones, you follow different cars and you get a different reaction, and that, again, the top drivers know what car does what when you're following it.
Quick look at the classes, because up to 14th overall now is the bronze leading Luke Hartog, still masquerading on one timing screen as Ricardo Pera, but doing a great job nonetheless. And silver, Ignacio Montenegro's BMW is being caught by Maxime Osten. The gap is now down to 2.6 seconds. That is still game on. Silver, still wide open, I reckon.
Yeah, really is. And Osten's had a mega stint, hasn't he? Just been going through, and he's got past quite a few cars. At one point I thought Hoffer in the Porsche was actually going to be the guy on the move, but started the stint well, but it's dropped off now. And again, we've said that a few times today. I feel like cars have gone quick out of the box, maybe burnt up their tyres too quickly, and the drivers who have looked after the tyres early on in the stint then get the reward towards the end, and maybe to a bigger benefit as well.
But I guess also there's that being in a rhythm. You know, if you have a lap or two where you've got lots of traffic to worry about, or getting out of the way of some of the quick cars, it really affects you. Then when the road is clear, you can get back into a rhythm, the lap times start to come. But, you know, same for most people, you've got to adapt with it, haven't you? It's part of this type of racing.
Yeah, you are literally just rolling with the punches sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes I'd rather be punched than be in the middle of a GT3 battle.
I'm happy to oblige, trust me. So Lucas Hour, your race leader, is currently now on lap 147. 16 seconds is the gap, but Mathieu Drudy is 7 minutes further into a stint, so therefore he's going to be pitting earlier. The question is, when does he pit relative to the checkered flag? Can they do it on one more stop? Should be able to.
Yeah, they can. With the length of the pit stops not counting towards, it's gone back in their favour. It wasn't strategy, like we said, but they are going to get there quite happily in the end with the pit stop times helping them get to the end of this race.
So there's not much to choose in terms of lap time between Auer and Drudy, but at the moment, the Mathieu Drudy Aston is just a fraction slower. So neither car is demonstrably quicker than the other. The only thing that could really help Drudy, other than a safety car, is just a lot of traffic to get in the leader's way. But then a few laps later, Drudy would encounter it as well. Are we expecting also Nicky Thiem to do one more stint in that car?
Yeah, we are, aren't we? So that will help. I think Thiem's been the quickest out of the three, but I mean, these guys are top drivers, Sorensen and Drudy. Thiem may find 2 to 3 seconds if he has a mega stint over potentially what Drudy could have done today. And the thing is, it ebbs and flows. The next round at Spa, Drudy will be the quickest, and it's just, as a pro, you just are in a bit of form, you like a circuit, and that's the oddest thing, Sej, you like a circuit, and you go, well, they're all straights, lefts and rights, but it's just a flow sometimes, and then you just shoot a circuit. As we see a spinner, there's 2 cars involved, I think, and one's a Mustang and one, what's that? See as it spins around, so it's a 65 Mustang, which is a big problem for that car. It's got going, but
I thought the other one might have been the Aaron Buss car. Anyway,
the 11 car was the other car that was involved.
Yeah, Aaron Buss. Anyway, we've gone green, they've sorted themselves out, but again, that's the kind of thing we were touching on a little while ago. These are the moments now in the darkness where you can just misjudge where the headlights are, and Ash Sutton touched on this as well, and a little bit of contact is made. Actually, that first lap aside, we've done pretty well, haven't we, without too many dramas.
Yeah, but that, for the Ford, that's lost them a podium in silver, so not jeopardy overall, but suddenly a very strong running car for Houston has suddenly lost the podium, and it's put that Comp 21 back in contention for a podium finish.
Yeah, because Austin was catching the class-leading Ignacio Montenegro, so that now puts Max Hoffer's Porsche second. He's going to make up 4.5 seconds, and he's lapping quicker than Montenegro, who is learning about GT cars and aero. That's Raffaele Marciello in the meantime, who's still inching closer to Marvin Kirchhofer.
You see the Ford there running in 16th. Shearer jumped out of the way of Kirchhoff and Marciello. I think that's the blue flag syndrome coming through. That must be getting towards the end of the second sector with a blue flag like on, and he literally jumped out of the way. Must have lost 1.5 seconds at least, but that's better than losing 30.
Don't want to penalty. Let me go. We also got there number 35. You can see the grey Aston Martin, the car that's got amongst its drivers Gaspar Simon, and he is behind the wheel now. I mention him because he's the SRO GT Academy winner, and that car currently in 29th place, just gained a place in fact. Down the pit lane comes Marvin Kirchhofer, so that gives Marciello a free ride up into 5th place, and Kirchhofer comes in at stint 58 minutes, a little bit shorter.
Yeah, they're just judging it to the end. It's going to be tight though, 61 minutes. I guess with the extra, it can be 61 and 59. They are safe. And yeah, the McLaren coming to the stop, going up, double for Kirchhofer, incoming, trying to try and spot what tyres are going on, new or his quali tyres. But they've got a slight matte sheen to them. I think this could be a new set. Pretty sure I saw a sticker as well. So new set for Kirchhofer. This could be a car I think does the fastest lap of the race towards the start of this next stint, just because it's going to have that brand new set of tyres, just depending on where the traffic is when he filters in, because that was a big problem at the start of this stint for him. He was just stuck in a huge group of cars.
And we know that McLarens are quick because the fastest lap currently is Louis Pret, and Dean McDonnell has already had a stint as being the fastest man of the race. So the McLarens have certainly had good pace all the way through the race. They're the board in front of the driver to say, start the engine, which is what Kirchhofer now does, and he blasts away. Off he goes. Was the car just a little bit hesitant away there?
A little bit. Again, it's just it takes a time for it to crank over and go, but I think it was all normal. You can see Kirchhoff actually having the jack start ready, so basically as soon as the car feels the air pressure being dropped out the stands, it starts to fire the engine, so when it hits the deck it's good to go. And yeah, looked like a relatively clean getaway, and he's actually in a great bit of space as well, so he's got some time here to try and get away from Marciello effectively. He's on the overcut, isn't he, on Marciello?
This is true. We've got the silver battle still to resolve. Bronze, I think, has very much gone the way of the Rutronic Porsche. Luke Hartog mixing it with the pros, never mind with the bronzes. He's cleared off into the distance. And that team, Atares Au, then Ricardo Perra, now Luke Hartog, they have done an absolutely stunning job, because they are so far up the road compared to the opposition. It's really been mighty impressive. Looking to see what else might be happening lower down. Dries Van Voor is still inching up onto the back of Marvin Deeds, but he's not really hammering home any sort of advantage. Lucas Auer, meanwhile, is on his 8th podcast. You know, he's had a really easy stint here. Team drivers have done the hard yards. They built the gap for him. They built the lead. And all Lucas Auer has to do, all in quotes, is keep out of trouble.
For one more hour.
Come of the hour, come of the man, and all that.
He's got such a gap, he can actually be steady with the traffic, and that was the 11 Comp 2 car, wasn't it, that we got together with the 65 Mustang. So he'll be wary of that, and each guy will just make sure he's got a chance to get past cleanly, and if that car closes the door, what can he do? Does he stay on the brake out of the way? Can he dive to the inside? Because there really is no excuse for contact now for him. He's got so much time in hand, he can just bring it home.
So there is the BMW that was leading silver. Ignacio Montenegro's brought it in. He's now lost the class lead to Max Hoffer, as also down the pit lane 46. So we've got Max Hesse back behind the wheel, I think, of that. Dan Harper to do the last hour. Dan, winner of his class in the Daytona 24 at the start of the year. The Belfast driver clambers back on board, straps himself in, and quick word with Max saying the car's all good. So it's not had quite the pace that they would have liked, I guess, but can they get it into the top 10 come the end of the race? It's not out of the question with another hour to go. That car will drop down and then rumble its way down the pit lane in due course, looking there down from the drone over the top of the pit lane. So interesting race for the BMWs, because only now really are we starting to see the cars within the top 6 consistently, but there's nothing they can do on pace about really gaining from there unless others have problems.
Yeah, it's going to be a stretch, isn't it, for them to get a podium position, I think, at the end of this. I think at the moment, the only chance is they catch Fleming, of course, but Fleming's pace has been stronger than Pepper on an average over this stint, so unless the only hope is that Pepper has a new set left and Fleming has to take his quali tyres for the last stint. It's the only difference I can see that's going to help them get a trophy today.
Do we think that Jordan Pepper is... no, I'll rephrase this. Can Jordan Pepper being out in a BM for the first time be one of the reasons it's not any higher? You know, is he still learning about the car, or if you're a GT3 Mega like he is, you can get into anything and adapt straight away?
I would go with the latter, and just looking at the stint averages, this stint that he's on now is the fastest stint the car has had today. Yes, different conditions. He obviously won Dubai 24 hours as well in this car, so he knows it well. Will he be on the top of his game in a BMW? Of course not. How much are we talking? That's unknown. In my opinion, it's probably going to be 2-3 tenths every other lap. His perfect lap will already be on the money, but maybe not able to do it consistently, because there'll be a lot of firsts. This will be the first time he's done a race stint at Paul Ricard. Yeah. So there's a bit there, but he's one of those drivers that seems to be able to drive anything in any conditions as well. And I think that's probably why BMW have prided him away from Lamborghini, and you would say he's moved at a pretty good time as well.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, and actually it was him and Dan Harper that inherited the first NLS win after the Max Verstappen Mercedes was excluded for using too many sets of tyres. So the win was ultimately the BMW driver. So actually it's been a good start to the BMW relationship. And Jordan Pepper aboard number 32 then, 4th place, 3rd in class as well, 3rd in pro if you like. And he is on the run there down towards turn 3. So Jordan Pepper 11.5 seconds behind Tom Fleming, not lapping as quickly last time, so I don't see him catching that. Lullum to Fabian Schiller. That might change actually, 6th place. Fabian Schiller lapping quicker, and he's about now a second, 1.6 seconds back.
Yeah, it could happen before the end of the stint as well. 5 laps remaining for those cars. Drudy's going to box this lap for the final time, so they are getting to the end okay on that one. Just going to see what they can do. Nicky Team going to jump in that and see if they can do anything about the lead Mercedes.
Well, Drudy into the pits now. Nicky Team will get on board.
when you get this shot and you see all the fuel rigs, that you start to understand the size of this grid and how crazy the pit lane could have been. So there's Nicky, who's going to expel Drudy as quickly as possible. And the driver change continues, just making sure the seat inserts out okay. Team running round, only one wheel gun allowed, and it is a new set of tyres for Nicky team. See what the 48 bolt on, but this is everything we can do now. A Nicky team in an Aston Martin with a brand new set of Pirelli rubber is going to have to try and overcome that 16-second deficit. Hopefully get that pit stop out, but it'll feel a long race, won't it, for that car coming in. And we saw the mechanics weren't ready for it. The puncher Sorensen had at the end of his first stint, and they reacted well. They did lose 10 seconds, so when we're talking about the gap to the lead, 10 seconds of that was because of that puncher, and they just weren't able to react quickly enough. Understandably so, like I said at the time, the tyre ovens being so far away here at Paul Ricard, it's difficult to get them ready to go, but the drone shot showing lovely those stickers on the car. Always the easiest illustration to know it's on new tyres is those stickers, and the trick I used to like to do was when we'd run out of new tyres, you'd keep the stickers and stick them on an old set of tyres, so everyone that was watching a car going down pit lane would go, how many sets of tyres has this car got? This is the 14th set we've seen, but the old tricks always seem to at least make me smile.
So number 7 Aston has served its most recent stop. That puts Nicky Tim back behind the wheel, but it also drops down the order. Tom Fleming's McLaren for the moment second, and Lucas Aert continues to dominate up front. We're into the final hour of the race, and just a really, really impressive effort. However way you cut it, whether it's the team, whether it's the drivers, whether it's the reliability, however you want to dress this up for the Winwood team. Just the perfect day. You know, pole position, 3 quick drivers, great average, gave them pole position, kept out of trouble at the start, and they just disappeared.
Do you think it's the obvious statement of it makes them favourites for Spa, or it's always been so close? It's a very different circuit, granted. If you had to put your money on it now, and I'll hold you to it, who would you say is the favourite going into the big one? Yeah,
I mean, you would say on the evidence of this, yes, let's see what we learn at Monza, which is the next endurance race prior to Spa, but it's not only that Spa's such a different circuit, it's such a different race, in as much as, okay, yeah, it's 4 times as long, and you've got perhaps a bigger grid, and you don't have the same runoff, and incidents there can punish you more than they can here, and it's a harder track on the car. There are, on the one hand, they're the favourites, but on the other hand, it's still wide open. And with that being an IGTC round, Intercontinental GT Challenge, there might be 1 or 2 other entries that you wouldn't factor in here.
Another loaded question: if the 80 Lion speed car hadn't retired, do you think that could have won today, or do you think the 48 was just so good?
I don't think the pace was ever there, but it might not have been there because it had a problem. But in that stint of Fellas, he was never really much below 10 seconds, and just when it dipped there, the gap went up again. So maybe that's when the problem started, but it looked good, but I don't think it ever had quite the same pace. Now, whether it lost too much time early on, stuck behind the Chandhor Ferrari, you can debate, but even when it seemed to be on a charge, it never was quite able to really do anything about the gap.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. And, I think you've seen Schiller there just starting his second stint, back-to-back doubles for him. He's been able to sort of, again, bring some pace back into the car, but yeah, it's just been literally a stint. Every stint that's happened for the 17 car, they've lost a position, haven't they? And I think they're going to get somewhere higher up than where they're leaving in the length at the moment. But again, not an easy day for that Get Speed car whatsoever. So they'll go back to the drawing board for sure to see what they can do to try and create a bit more performance after what I thought was one of the best laps in qualifying from Schiller.
Right, we've been talking for the last 5 hours or so about this dominant number 48 Mercedes. Mauro Engel, that did such a mega job in the first couple of hours, has come to join us. First of all, well done on Bathurst, well done on pole, well done on leading. I've got to say, this hasn't been the most thrilling of races to talk about because you've absolutely blitzed them. Well done, what a start to the season.
I would say, what's wrong with that? Can't all the races be like that? Obviously they can't.
Well, you come and talk about them, then you might have a different opinion.
And it's never as easy as it seems, but yeah, it has been a very, very good day for us so far, and all credit's due to the team, because honestly speaking, we weren't so confident after those 3 days of runnings that we had so far, and the team really dug deep last night, looked into all different details, found a few things which weren't as they were supposed to be, and today the car was just mega.
I was going to ask if this is a case of carrying on where you left off last year, or if things are much different. Okay, you've got a different third man in Lucas Stoltz, but are you saying that you have had to do a bit of extra work over the last few days compared to the end of last season?
Well, as you guys know, in motorsport, standing still is taking steps backwards. So we did go through, how was the race last year? What were the topics we were struggling with? We were strong in qualifying. We weren't really strong in the race, and especially not at night. We struggled with pickup quite a lot, and so we tried to put a lot of effort into finding solutions there. And I think the warmer temperatures have helped us, but I also think that the steps we've taken have been positive steps.
And everything's been well drilled in the pits as well. Lucas has just come in to serve the last stop. Is this tense watching it, or do you have every faith this will all be fine?
I can't influence it. I'm a spectator, just as you guys right now. I mean, the car's in good hands with Lucas. The team's done a great job, and yeah, hopefully we can bring this home.
Do you enjoy doing those first 2 hours? Would you rather be in at night, or is it preference? Is it down to the team? How does it all work? Because it's certainly a different challenge driving now with all the headlights and trying to work out who's who, whereas in the daylight it might be a bit more straightforward.
Oh, the guys were kind to me. I'm the elder, so they said, okay, let the elder finish his work early, and so I don't need to do the late night shift.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
And going back to the start, I thought the green lights came early, and so there was a bit of chaos behind you. Were you surprised how quickly the McLaren came alongside you? Were you ever worried about losing the lead? I know he's on the outside of one, but just be interesting, any moment you're like, oh, I don't feel confident right now.
So as you know, we get in the briefing notes, we get a point where it says no start before a certain point, and yeah, those lights did come on, or did go to green before that point, so it was a surprise. I won't repeat here what I thought in that moment, because no swearing, obviously. But I thought, oh, this is going to be a bit of trouble, because I was a little bit late in my reaction to the green, just simply because I wasn't expecting it before that point. But yeah, just worked out. It was obviously closer than what I'd wished for. It was a good race down to turn one with Benji.
Yeah, and then the opposite for the safety car restart. It seemed like you appreciated it was the McLaren behind, maybe the turbo lag. It seemed like you slowed it down to a point where when you did go, and you went relatively early, it was as a positive restart, and that must have been the opposite. When you looked in the mirror, you must have gone, wow, that's a really good restart, as the other way round.
Yeah, I thought I felt like I got a good jump, and saw that I could immediately build the gap to a point where I couldn't be attacked, and then just tried to put my head down. And
I can see you've tensed up with your voice, because we've got a yellow sector through the 93
don't
car.
Need a full course yellow now.
Stopped at the moment at turn 11.
The good news is it's not your car. The better news is I don't think we're going to need a safety car, but you never know. Down the pit lane here comes number 3. This is the Chris Lallam car to give back to Danny Juncadella. We've been talking, I know that they're different teams, but the other Mercedes have struggled in a way that your car hasn't. Have you been, as a team, watching that and with a smile, thinking, yeah, we've nailed this, and the other teams haven't?
As mentioned, I can only assume a lot of it is down to the pickup. I guess you guys have mentioned it here in the broadcast as well. The tarmac here in Paul Ricard, although there's lots of corners and high load corners, tarmac is very kind to the tire, so it doesn't put a lot of load and temperature into the tire. So for us, having a car that is kind to the tire, it's always a bit of an issue to switch the tire on in qualifying, so heat helps, and to not have any pickup at night. And so we put a lot of focus on that, and it just looks like that's coming our way a little bit more than it has done last year.
So it's the hard work in preparation that gives you the advantage over the other Mercedes teams, potentially.
I'm sure every team up and down pit lane is working hard, so it's not just the hard work, but obviously, yeah, it looks like our engineering team, the team as such, has found good solutions.
I'm a bit worried about this 93 car. It's just stopped. I can see it from an onboard that it's not in the wall, but it hasn't moved for a long time. So I think we might be getting a full course yellow countdown, so we have to keep an eye on that. That would really spice the race up somewhat. I think we are going to get everyone through the rounds of pit stops, so at least you're not going to get that pitting under green.
Yeah, I think we've had that already. If I see the timing correctly, the 58 McLaren's been in pit lane and we're actually leading. But yeah, full course yellow.
Full course yellow's coming. Yeah, so 10 seconds. This is not necessarily what you wanted, but full course yellow doesn't have quite the same effect of a safety car, does it?
No, but I suspect there will be a safety car. We haven't had a full course yellow in a while, so most likely there'll be a safety car to follow. And right now, hopefully we just have a few cars, lap cars in between us and P2 to make Lucas's life a little bit easier on the restart. But
Niels Vitic, as the race director, was saying to me earlier on, if it's one lap, short full course yellow, that's fine. Anything, 2 laps and more, we would have to go safety car. And that doesn't look damaged, does it, Joe? But it's not an instant move.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, you guys and probably most people watching, you probably want to race on your hands right now. I'd rather see a few lap cars in between us and the P2 car. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here for racing. So,
right, I'm just looking at where your car is on the tracker, and there are going to be quite a few back markers between 48 Mercedes and the opposition. So, where's 58 out of all of that? Tom Fleming is coming up now towards turn 13. The lead car is at turn 1. I reckon you're safe.
No, I think, yeah, we have a few cars in between, but P2 is now the Aston again, I think.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's just changed, isn't it? But even so, yeah, still 5 or 6 back markers. Yeah, Lucas will be fine.
Do you know off the top of your head if the tyres that just went on the car were new tyres or they were used from
I'm not sure. I've been up here in the booth with your colleagues, actually, with the different languages, so I'm not sure.
Just hold that thought. Let's just quickly go to the pit lane. Chris Lallam, I think, is with Bren.
Well, Chris has literally just got out of the car and you're dripping wet. Chris, it's been a tough race for you. We've heard a few team radio messages back and forth. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, it was tricky to begin with, getting in on the used tyres and dealing with the tyre pickup was really difficult. Kept getting a lot of debris on the rear left, which just made the balance really tricky and made it really difficult to extract the lap time that the car had in it. Once we came in for the second set of tyres, then it was not so bad, to be honest. I feel like I got in a decent rhythm and could at least hold a ballpark pace to the guys around us. Yeah, actually, I don't know where we stand. I just literally hopped out the car, but hopefully Danny can take it home somewhere all right.
You stepped up from gold this year to pro, and we've listened to team radio. Some interesting ways they talk to you over team radio. It's more of a kind of a sim way. They're talking about lateral loading and things like that. Is this something that's been brought in by the team to help you fully understand what's going on, or what's the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. The guy you probably heard on the radio most is Joe. I worked with him in the sim in the past as well, so there's a bit longer of a relationship there than just in the real world. So he can kind of talk to me in a way that I understand.
It was a decent stint. I know it doesn't feel like it for you right now, but go and dry off and relax. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
So Chris Lallam goes to focus on what happens next in the race. There are 42 more minutes. Mauro Engel, we better let you get back to the team, I think, just in case you need to stress out or need to be there and console anybody. I'm sure you won't, but it's been a mega job by by Luca, now by Lucas Auer. Last time across the line, 22 seconds between Mercedes and Aston Martin. I know we're slightly jumping the gun, but what a start to the season. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll let you go. Good to see you. Mauro Engel, thank you very much. Mauro has been very patient. There are 4 different languages up here in the commentary booth, and Mauro has been to all 4, so thank you very much, Mauro. See you soon. Sprint season kicks off in 3 weeks' time, and no doubt that's going to be another successful weekend for the Mercedes AMG squad. Right, this Porsche, it was Eddie Cheever, wasn't it, at the wheel, and it's suggesting, given the length it's taking to move, Joe, that it's mechanical rather than a driver-induced drama. Yeah, quad bike's not moving it, so something in the drivetrain's locked solid. The big winner in this is that number 2 VDS Porsche. That's got to pit under this full course yellow, so that is going to be higher than I predicted and even you predicted, and that was the luck, that was the roll of the dice that they needed, and they were really the only ones inside the top 10 able to benefit from that. Yeah, because that was a car that was way back early on, wasn't it? I just wonder, is it going to help 87, which was the other car off strategy? Marvin Dean second in class. Actually, I think that's just done a pit stop, and it's fallen down in terms of the overall position. So this is a long full course yellow. That means that the pit lane is open. If it's a short one, then the pit entry is closed. But now it's a long full course yellow, and that in turn tells the teams we're going to go safety car, so they can work out exactly what they need to do and how they need to do it. This is eating into our final 41 minutes of the race. We're just into the last 41, and really galling for the Porsche team. You know, they've come so close to getting to the end, first time out in the car in GT World, but dramas afflicting Eddie Cheever towards the end of the race. So although we are under a full course yellow, it's not because of an accident as far as we know. It is because a car's pulled off with a mechanical problem, and as you were suggesting, something in the drivetrain that's stopping it from being moved. But yeah,
I think Mauro did seem genuinely worried, didn't he, about the potential lead to the 7 car. There's 6 cars between them. I think by the time Nicky Teams got past him, yes, we know he had a set of tyres on. Mauro didn't know if Auer did. I don't think he did. When I saw them getting put on, they looked like used tyres to me. Maybe there's 3-4 seconds in that. I don't think it's enough.
But assuming everything's fair, the best lap of the 48 is still 3/10 quicker than the best lap of the Aston. Let's just go to team radio.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. But I think something's off. What should I do? Should I box? I can't really tell. Definitely sure it's not pickup. And I had a massive snap between turn 2 and turn 3 on the straight. But then it went full course yellow. I don't know if you can see it on the data. Maybe I extend the lap and you check. Well, I've spoken to the mechanics here. They say they feel all wheels are tight. She weave. Does this make any difference? I'll stay out for now. Can you check on data or not? Because between turn 2 and 3 on the straight, I nearly spun. I can't believe this is pickup.
Well, Danny Juncadella started that conversation by saying he's confused. He's clearly not happy with the balance, the handling of the car, saying he nearly spun. The team saying, is it pickup? He's saying it feels like more than that. He's asking whether he should pit or box. He's decided he's going to stay out, but of course he can't really learn much at this very slow speed under the full course yellow.
The odd bit from that is he doesn't know why he nearly spun.
Yeah.
It's fair for him to ask the team to check the telemetry, but point them in the direction of what you think it was. Was it the rear left feeling like it was falling off? Was it the clutch suddenly kicking in and trying to spin you around? It was it genuinely sounded like a very lost man right there, Danny Juncadella. And the car definitely shouldn't spin in a straight line. So I get his worry, but I have no idea what potentially it could be.
But I think you're right. I think he is lost, and that's why he said, I'm confused, you know, because he can't really understand why it should be doing that. It's not like there's liquid on the road, unless something's come out the back of the Porsche.
Yeah, but then you
Everybody
thought others, yeah. I know we're only listening to one radio, but you'd get the vibe, wouldn't you, of something going on there. And talk about something that you don't want just before you're going to have a restart in a pack of cars. You don't know if your car is fast, let alone safe to drive in a straight line, and there's no real way of checking. I don't think there's much they can do. Sometimes it's worth driving close to the pit wall so the mechanics and engineers can inspect the car coming past, but when we've seen the car, it looks absolutely a-okay. You can see all the way underneath, nothing is dragging on the 3 car whatsoever. But yeah, there's nothing. I mean, pickup can be brutal. It can be the biggest bone-shaking experience. Imagine sitting on a washing machine loaded full of bricks. It can be as bad as that. But Danny Juncadella knows that. So I'm with him. It can't be pickup. It's got to be something else.
And I'm with him about being confused. Yeah, he doesn't know. The team, looking at all the telemetry, all the data that it has in the garage, saying, well, all looks all right to us. And that's why they're going back and saying, are you sure it's not pickup? Because in their mind, that's what it must be.
Yeah, I mean, all the team could really do is maybe look at the damper pot traces to see the travel at that moment, see if there was a spike on a particular corner or something like that. But hopefully you can get a feeling under this full course yellow. And if I were him, when we go to the safety car period, hang back so you can get a chance to attack the corners under safety car.
Let's get back to the pit lane. Gemma Scott has been busy. Gemma, who have you got?
Jordan, joining WLT, of course, hugely recognised team within the grid. Your first time with the team, your first race at the BMW. Talk to me.
Yeah, that was a tale of two halves, to be honest. First stint was quite difficult, a lot of traffic, and it's quite hard. Obviously, they're doing their race, and it's hard for us as well. But around here, there's conditions, there's so much pickup offline. So a couple of times I had to avoid cars, and then you end up on like struggling a lot with that. And then the last stint was a lot better, so had a lot of good pace, and we were able to charge forward. So really happy. Feel at home here at Team WRT with BMW Motorsport as well. They've just been so welcoming and so incredible to get me up to speed so early on, and yeah, just loving it. And hopefully now with the safety car, it brings us a bit closer, but it seems like right now we're fourth quickest car, so let's see what we can do. But I know Calvin's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and I have full trust in him to bring it home.
Yeah, Kelvin had a pretty mega charge earlier on in his previous stint. How are you settling into the BMW and finding the car this year?
Yeah, obviously it's no secret, it's a lot different to what I'm used to, right? It's taken some time, but as I said, I got an incredible team around me. They've been the best in terms of supporting where I've needed, and also some great teammates to lean on. So yeah, just a big shout out to them, especially to Calvin and Sheldon, both two good buddies of mine who've been really instrumental in getting me up to speed, and I think it showed out there now. So he's the best in the business now to bring it home. I have full trust in him, and yeah, he's still got a lot to learn from him, but I definitely think we can have a strong year together. So let's put it together this race, collect the points, and then full focus on the full season.
Well, it's an epic car number to be joining and to be part of. One we've seen a lot of history on, and we wish you the best of luck. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And it's his fellow South African, Kelvin van Linde, who is now behind the wheel. And yeah, it might only end up being fourth place for number 32 BMW, but as Joe was alluding to earlier on, Jordan Pepper might look at the fortunes of the Lamborghinis and think, yeah, that's all right after all.
Yeah, he's going to have a right smile on his face when he gets home, isn't he, and looks at his Spa winning trophy from last year in a Lamborghini. And yeah, that 32 car, like Gemma said, has got some serious history to it. So to kind of walk straight into BMW and then straight into the 32 is a real privilege, and shows you just how much BMW respect their newest recruit, Jordan Pepper.
Yeah, 32 has been the key WRT number, hasn't it? Even going back to its Audi days. Yeah, there'll be a different kind of expression for Patrick Niederhauser when he gets home and sees his championship-winning trophy from last year and reflects on the first weekend in a Lamborghini at Rutronic. We're still under full course yellow, and we have been now for about 8 minutes. So I'm still slightly puzzled as to the length it's taking the Porsche to be moved. Having said all that, you're now asking marshals to do this in the dark. So if you've got to attach things and be sure that that's not going to fall off, or things are safe, or nothing's dropping out of the back, doing it in the dark is not that easy, let's face it, as we look at the pit stop analysis there.
Yeah, I think the 93 car is now behind a barrier looking at the GPS tracker. It's moved somewhat, but maybe they had to wait as well for Manitou to lift it up. That quad bike wasn't quite good enough. And yeah, you can see the pit stops all very close, apart from that Boots and VDS car, which did that extra pit stop to do its different strategy, and hence why it is where it is. So it has worked out.
So, Nicky Tim second. Mattia Drudi, fresh out of that car, running in second place, and Mattia is with Bryn.
Well, it looked like an almost impossible mission, but you've worked so hard over the time, and Nicky's doing a great job in the car. Full course yellow, the gap has widened somewhat. Is there still a chance for a victory?
I think there is. I mean, now they just turned the short full course yellow to a long one. That means there will be a safety car afterwards. So we're going to be again close to the Mercedes. We showed great pace, especially at the end of the stint. We have new tires for the last stint now, so I think we still have some good chance to win.
What's been the key to the success for you finding the pace? Has it been something that is switched on as the sun's gone down, as the temps cooled on the track?
Yeah, I think our car normally is quite strong with the colder temperatures, especially the last couple of stints. We showed that at the end of the stint we got better and better with the pace. Balance got greater, so I think now that it's going to be even slightly cooler, we should try to get the Mercedes.
So watch this space. Nicky is going to be firing on everything on the restart.
I mean, we know Nicky is quite crazy, he's quick, and I'm sure he's going to send it.
Thank you.
So there you go. We know he's quite crazy and he'll send it. That's Mattia Drudi's take on all of this. So the safety car now is deployed. It's a long full course yellow safety car. We haven't actually had to make the point yet, but we have done in previous seasons. The safety car is allowed to go at motorway speeds, which are quicker than the regulation speed under a full course yellow. So this now, yeah, okay, it bunches up the pack, but it does allow people to go quicker. It therefore allows them to work the tyres a little bit more and bring things back up to an operating temperature. In that respect, it's a safer restart. The flip side of the coin is people are bunched up, and now, especially with only half an hour to go, people are going to be really committed to trying to gain places. So let's see what pans out as a legacy of this. Safety cars can breed safety cars, you know.
Yeah, that's where they come from, isn't it? It's the birds and the bees, sorry. And the problem when you're the leader is the safety car picks you up straight away. So you go from 80k to the motorway speed. That's it. You're Nicky Team, you're a good 400 metres back. You can attack that 400 metre gap to get some more. There's no real rush to get there, so you could kind of go flat out for a corner, slow down, flat out for a corner, slow down a bit. You would get a penalty eventually, but you could elongate that, and again, that will help build the tyre pressures up, burn a bit more fuel. And when I talk about fuel, the only car that could be an advantage for under-fueling in the last stop is that Piccarello #2 car, because they were in the pit lane during full course yellow. They could have decided we don't need as much fuel to get to the end.
So we're looking at about half a dozen cars between the top two. First and second, lapped cars this is. There's no wave by in the last hour of the race, just in case you're wondering whether or not lapped cars are allowed through. There, look, is the second placed Aston, but you can see the amount of traffic. So while Nicky Team is trying to make his way through the back markers, in theory, Lucas Auer should be building the lead again.
Do you know what I'm interested about with the back markers?
Do share.
The blue flag penalty, shall we call it, that's been so quick and so forceful that we keep talking about. All of those cars have got that. So as soon as Nicky Team gets within 0.7 of one of those cars, they've got 2 sectors to get out of the way. That's going to be something that we're not used to seeing in terms of helping him get through the traffic. Are those traffic going to get out of the way? That's another question. But this could be quite a positive thing now with this strict blue flag rule. It's going to help Nicky Team get to the front.
All right, let's see. Those 2 sectors we know will take effectively 2/3 of a lap. They're long sectors. It's a long lap, but yeah, certainly could play slightly to his advantage. But I still think that while he's getting through the traffic, even if they jump straight away, Lucas Auer with a clear racetrack ahead of him will be gone and building up that lead as the car has been able to do. But even so, recovering after the puncture, second for the Aston team would still be a good result. We're looking at now 28 minutes to go, so we're under safety car conditions. It might be 1 lap, might be more, but Niels Vitic has said to us in the past, hasn't he? He likes watching cars race. Drivers are here to race, teams are here to race, fans are here to watch cars race. He doesn't want them stuck behind a safety car then any longer than is necessary.
We can see the cars all weaving as hard as they can. None of them are happy with their tyre temperature right now.
Well, we've heard from Mauro Engel. We no doubt will hear from Lucas Auer. Let's hear from Lucas Stoltz in the pit lane with Gemma.
Luca, very late safety car, of course. That's adding a little bit of pressure. Are you guys feeling that from the #7 car behind you?
Well, I think there are some cars in between, so I'm a little bit more relaxed, but yeah, definitely there's some pressure. Well, I hope we can bring it home. We had a really good race so far, and yeah, I just cross fingers to bring it home.
Absolutely, from the moment of the start to now, it's been dominant.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, it was a bit of a struggle, especially with the tires when the track time went lower, but yeah, we are still there and still on P1, so yeah, I cross fingers for Lucky.
I'm watching the restart with nails bitten.
For sure.
Now, the other aspect to all of this, we're talking about back markers between the lead cars. The safety car will be in this lap, but while that full course yellow has been in operation, while the safety car is out, of course, all of that's eating into the remaining time. So, although it's only taken about 4 laps, in terms of time available, that has reduced. So not only does Nicky Tim have to get through the traffic, but he's got less time to do it than he would have had a lap ago, 2 laps ago. I know it sounds obvious, but things are conspiring against him to a degree.
Yeah, I think he still would have taken the safety car rather than not, but it isn't the holy grail, is it?
No,
that's fallen upon him. He's got 14 laps or so to go, and I think Lucas Auer is going to try and go as early as he can to split this pack up and make Nicky Team's job even harder. And all he needs to worry about is the safety car, getting past safety car 1 line. Actually, it's still a way off, so he won't be able to go probably until the exit of the next corner at T12.
Yeah, for Lucas Auer, this is qualifying 4, isn't it? The first few laps of this restart have got to be quali laps just to build the gap back up. and make sure it's out of reach of the Aston.
He's not had to do that, has he, in his first stint? No. He would have been just going to a delta time, just cruising around. Now suddenly it's the complete opposite.
Yeah.
It's late in the day. Has he got any energy left? It's 11:30. We had qualifying this morning. It's not an easy day being a GT3 driver. Look at that restart. He has gone early.
He knows exactly what he's got to do. And yes, Lucas Auer starts to increase the pace to get away from the traffic. Of course, Nicky Tim can't overtake until he crosses the timing line. That's when we're back racing. That's when the green flag will be shown, the green lights will be on. So you can't overtake yet. Only when you get to the timing line, the control line, can you do so. There's the flag, there are the lights. We're back racing. So Lucas Auer goes through. Nicky Tim is 3.2 seconds back. So the gap in terms of time has certainly come down. But now Nicky Tim has got to get through the traffic, and as he does so, Lucas Auer can try and build that gap once again. 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got past one car already. I think it was actually a sister car of him in the COM2 Aston, but at the moment all looking pretty for Lucas Auer. Everyone's made it through turns 1 and 2 as well, so far looking clean.
Nicky Tim trying to get through the back markers any which way he can as they wriggle their way now up out of turn 5. So 007 Aston trying to pounce on the traffic as they go onto the Mistral straight. So Lucas Auer within that first sector actually wasn't as quick as Nicky Tim. Nicky was a 10th faster, oddly enough, despite the fact there was a bit of traffic around him. But now, what is it Matthew Drudy said? He'll send it. He's going to have to. Along Mistral straight they go. Lucas Auer now back up to speed, starting to edge away. Start to see which driver can get the tyres turned on quickly. Nicky Tim still working his way through the traffic at the end of sector 2. Nicky Tim 4/10 closer. So in both of the sectors, he has been quicker than Lucas Auer. Even though we thought Lucas was going to get away while he was going through the traffic, actually Nicky Tim is quicker. He's all fired up for this.
I mean, you've got a big slipstream from the Ferrari down the back straight. That would have helped, but you'd still right to be in clear air. So how struggling to turn the tyre on. We heard Marango say that seemed to be the problem for the Mercedes last year, and maybe even this year for other cars. It's now going to get harder, I think, to get past this BMW. One car running really wide there. I think that's the Lamborghini. Is it getting out of the way? Yeah, it is. So that's one less car. Now just 3 cars in between them.
And you're asking Lucas Auer to turn the tyres on here with the temperatures dropping again, because it's getting cooler and cooler and cooler all the time as we edge towards midnight. Over the timing line then goes 48 Mercedes. That's 5 hours 36 minutes done of 6 hours of racing, and the gap is 3.9 seconds. The last lap in the end actually went very much in favour of Lucas Auer. He was over a second quicker in the last sector. So the ship has been steadied, and the gap then 3.9 seconds.
Yeah, and he's got past 4 of the 6 already. The 2 left to go. The next one is the Mustang in 23rd place of Shearer. Then it's the in 12th place car of Harper, I think. So they're going to get these blue flags. They're pro drivers. Almost comes down to how's your relationship with that particular driver. Is he your mate, or is Lucas Auer your mate? Yeah. Engel is politics on wheels at 280 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, this is when you know who your friends in the paddock are, isn't it? Right. So we're on lap 164. Good Alfa Romeo lap as along the Mistral straight once more goes Lucas Auer in the first sector, not quite as quick as Nicky Tim. This is where Nicky might get a tow, of course, again, and therefore look quick, but Lucas Auer is still the man with that clear racetrack ahead of him. But while he's trying to build that gap, so Nicky Tim is getting himself up through the back markers. Look for 007 Aston Martin, there it is. So still another couple of cars to negotiate.
Yeah, but I think he's close enough now to that Mustang where we'll be getting the blue flag on the driver display, and it's 2 sectors to get past. And also the Mustang isn't in the battle here. It's 23rd place overall. It's a pro car, so there isn't really much fight for that Mustang to put up to not just breeze out of the way for the 007.
They come then out of the Virage de la Tour, so the Mustang either skips out of the way. Will it get the blue flag? It should do, but depending on how long it takes for that car to move, then so Lucas Auer can press on. He was really good in the last sector of the previous lap. That's where he gained a second or so over Nicky Tim. We'll see what he can do this time. Up towards the timing line they come then. Remember, it's a 6-hour race, and we've now had 5 hours and 38 minutes of it done. In the last sector, 4/10 lost by Nicky Tim. He's through the traffic, but the gap is still around the 3.9 second mark. Nothing really gained by Nicky Tim on that lap. If anything, he's lost thousandths of a second to the lead car.
Yeah, but I think that's the worst the traffic's going to be. That Mustang had a lot of dirty air coming. Just watching visually, Nicky couldn't stay anywhere near the back of it in Sector 3. Now Dan Harper's the only car left in the BMW. Dan's already a lap down because the 48's in front. I don't think he's going to fight too hard. And then Nicky has got some clear air to see what he can do with around 10 laps remaining. Sorry.
The best lap set early on in the race of car 48, 3/10 quicker than the best lap set by the Aston Martin, which in theory should suggest that the Mercedes is the quicker car, but bear in mind the best lap that 48 set was on lap 13. The best lap that number 7 Aston has set was on lap 141 in therefore conditions, temperatures far more akin to what we have now than when the Mercedes did its gun lap.
Yeah, you would say that. And Harper's actually sticking with Lucas Auer at the moment. The other battle that looks like it could happen is between 3rd and 4th place, Fleming in the McLaren and Van der Linde. Van der Linde seems to have had the pace on the restart and your second back for the final podium place.
And the confused.com Mercedes, in other words, the confused Danny Junqueira, has lost another place. He's dropped behind Arthur Rougier. So Danny Junqueira is down into now 10th place.
And his last lap was a 2:03, so nearly 8 seconds off the pace. There is a problem with that car.
He's heading for the pits, isn't he? Clearly. It was a rather frustrated Chris Lallam, but certainly Danny Junqueira does not have the confidence in the car. As you look there at Marvin Kirchhofer, who is 6th, ahead of Marcello again. Picariello, number 2, Porsche, by the way, 5th. But not necessarily out of the wood because he's still got quick people around him. So although Picariello is trying to get past Kelvin van der Linde, he is certainly under attack from Marvin Kirchhofer as the leader goes by. And fastest lap of the race, Nicky Tim. He's got the gap down by 9/10 of a second. It's 3 seconds now with 19 minutes to go. Nicky Tim, lap 165, the fastest lap of the race.
It's on, isn't it? It's really on. So we see Ferrari, I think, trying to get down the inside of a BMW at turn 2. Here's our leader. He'll be asking for the gap. He'll be asking, what's team doing? Which sector am I losing? What can I do? Everything now from a steady, easy win is going to be all in. You've got to go for it. Lucas Auer is still not got a single track limit warning. Start to use them up. Let the car run wide. Even if it gains you 2 or 3 tenths, that's a second if you use all 5 up. It's going to be everything that they've got.
But you've got 2 really different driving styles anyway. With respect to him, we know Lucas Auer is fast, but we don't think of him as one of the more demonstrative, spectacular drivers. But you do think of that in terms of Nicky Tim, and he's underlining that by the fact that he's got absolutely nothing to lose here. He's leaving nothing on the table. He has to go flat out for another 18 minutes.
Be careful of the quiet ones. That's what I'd always say in life, and racing drivers are no different. Just because they're quiet, meek and mild out of the car, in the car, it's a completely different story. So I don't think it's going to be an easy pass if the 7 catches the 48.
Finn Wiebelhaus, by the way, recovering in 65 Mustang, back up to 5th in silver after that car's spin of a few laps ago. So there is 7. Still got to catch another back marker and get past and then catch the leader. And I thought for a moment I'd seen a yellow light a little bit further up the road, but I'm not convinced I need to worry about it. Here they come out of the Virage Dupont. This is the end of lap 166 and it's still Auer in the lead.
He's not within 7 tenths of Harper yet, is he? So I don't expect Harper to be getting those blue illuminations on his driver display soon. Could happen in the next lap and a half, just looking at their last lap times.
6 tenths better.
Serious pace, isn't it?
He's brought the gap down from 3 seconds to 2.4. He's pulled another 6 tenths back. So Lucas Auer needs to dig deep here, doesn't he? It's one thing preserving the lead, but it's getting a bit marginal now. If he's closing at this rate, he could be there within 3 or 4 laps. And we've got more time than 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, it shows you what clear air's worth as well, because Nicky Tim, the fastest man, is the only guy in the 54s. Auer in front, the only man in the 55s. Everyone else in the 56s on that last lap.
But Auer is in the clearest air of all. I mean, Tim, all right, you could argue he's had a toe on occasions, but he still had cars around him. There's nothing ahead of Lucas Auer, and yet he is not matching the pace of Nicky Tim. And I can't believe this late he's driving within himself and just looking after it, because he'll know that team is getting closer. Lucas Auer does not seem to have the late race pace. That safety car could have been the worst thing imaginable. I think we were pretty confident that with the traffic in between and the time left, the Mercedes would be okay. But as team storms his way now ever closer to the lead car, maybe this is going to be, after a dominant 5 3/4 hours, the one that gets away from the Mercedes squad.
Yeah, no cars in between now. That's all 6 dispatched. Harper doing a good and fair job of rolling out of it, coming into turn number 10. And Lucas now can see the car behind is for the win tonight. And is he going to be able to respond with any sort of pace?
3/10 pull back in the first sector, 2/10 pull back in the second. So this could be now round about the 1.8, 1.9 mark when they come across the line, looking at the way that Nicky Team is going, with still just under 16 minutes to go. And there doesn't seem to be anything that Lucas Auer can do to stretch the margin. It's almost now as though he's prepared for his fate, which is that Nicky Team will catch. And as they come across the line, 2.4 it was, and 1.8 it is. There you go. So that was Nicky Team through on a 1:54.856. He's getting closer all the time.
And like I said, it's not that the 48 car's slow. Auer is the second quickest man on circuit right now. Nicky Team is just in his own league. We heard he's going to be pumped up. Is he going to be able to keep that pace up all the way to the end, or is he going to burn through these tyres?
And equally, if, as we've heard from Lukas Stolz, we've heard from Maro Engel, it's been taking the Mercedes a while to get the tyres turned on. Are we convinced that Lucas Auer has got the tyres turned on, or could we, in let's say another lap's time or 2 laps time, suddenly find the Mercedes finds a bit more pace because then the tyres are working? We don't really know, do we?
The big negative is actually the straight line performance as well. As they come to the end of this straight, the Aston Martin seems to have 3 or 4 kilometres an hour in the pocket, and that's going to be the easiest overtake. We saw earlier in the race the Aston to breeze past a couple of the other cars it was battling. Is it going to be able to do the same with the Mercedes if it catches?
Well, in the first sector, Team has done a personal best and is therefore 4/10 quicker. We could have a gap of less than a second by the end of the lap, the way that he's going. Nicky Team is all fired up. Second sector completed, 2/10 gained. So that's 6/10, and the gap was 1.8. If he gains another couple of tenths in the last sector, it will be below a second, which I think is the prediction when they get to the line. Lucas Auer, then, after having been dominant, that car for every lap of the race is on borrowed time now, because we've got 14 minutes to go. By the way, the reason for that full course yellow into safety car Eddie Cheever, number 93 Porsche, now under investigation for not following the instruction of the marshals. There are nervous faces at Team Manfilter, the Winwood Racing Squad. Nicky Team clips the curb, gets slightly unsettled. Is the gap going to be less than a second, which is what we're expecting it to be when they come across the timing line? The answer is about to evince itself to us, because the leader goes through. He's not. It's gone up a bit, 1.2. And in the last sector, Nicky Team 1,000th of a second slower than Lucas Auer. Is this now starting to see Lucas Auer stabilising that gap? Furrowed brows in the box, never mind in the pit bunker of the Winwood Racing Manfilter squad. A little bit further back, third is Tom Fleming leading goal. Fourth is Calvin van der Linde. Fifth, Alessio Picariello. Sixth is Kirchhoffer. Seventh is Marciello. Eighth is Schiller. Ninth is Roger Junqueira. Is 10th. And has actually got the lap times back to a comparable pace. In silver at the moment, you've got number 9, Alexei Nesov, now into the lead. So the car that Alex Malikin started the race in is now up front, but Mathis Lismont is right up behind in BMW number 30. So we've got a silver battle going down to the wire, as much as we have for the outright win.
Yeah, we saw the Porsche looking strong, didn't we, with the previous 2 drivers, Malikin and Hoffer, but Nesov has been seriously quick, and looks like he's got a bit of pace here, especially in Sector 1. That Porsche so strong. We've seen it strong in Sector 2 as well. The straight line performance of the BMW hasn't seemed as dominant as it has in previous years.
Now remember that the leading Mercedes has, when we've looked at that pace graphic, always been really good in the 3rd sector, which is where they are now. So Nicky Team is closer than ever, but this is where the Mercedes has a slight strength and quite often looks a little bit better come the end of the lap. But I do fear for Lucas Auer here in the lead of the race. Nicky Team is getting closer and closer and closer. Don't forget, they've had to come back from puncture. Yeah, that safety car has certainly helped, and we have a completely different race now than we had 45 minutes ago.
I think it's going to happen the next lap on the Mistral straight. I think he's going to be on the back of him. It's been half a second, 6/10, half a second gained, and look how close he is. The slipstream and the extra power the Aston seems to have on the back straight, I think, will be enough for a potential lead change this lap.
And the temperatures continue to drop. The gap is nothing at all as they come over the line. It's half a second. It's going to be less than that by the time they get to turn 1. 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go as they head into turn 1. Now, this is where Lucas Auer has got to defend for all he's worth. He's had such an easy time of it up to the restart of the race, and now the pressure is on, and it's massive pressure from a much quicker car. Nicky Tim has done the fastest lap of the race. That in turn is a best lap 3/10 quicker than anything the Mercedes has done. And now I think there's resignation at Winwood Racing.
Yeah, I think it really is. And from what I thought could be day done for the 007, they've kept on that lap, and they've done a mega job. It's not as close as I thought he was going to be to the back of that car. Lucas Auer is now just going to run that white line down the inside to make team go round the outside there. They come to you, team, looking on. Is the move going to happen this lap?
It's going to be close, isn't it? Is the win going to come to you at Aston Martin? Well, there, the toe kicks in. Nicky Tim is getting closer and closer and closer. Lucas Auer does exactly what Joe Osborne predicts, and that's to hug the inside line, cutting off any opportunity for Nicky Tim to go up the inside. He looks to the outside as they head up now through Stinia for the 170th time. Pressure on Lucas Auer into Le Beausset now, and Nicky Tim looks to work out where he can make the move. Goes deep into the corner, tries to veer it off, squirt out the other side. Maybe a little bit of oversteer there, but he's crawling all over the back of Lucas Auer. But this is the sector where the Mercedes tends to be stronger.
He's gone in real narrow there, Auer. I think he got sold a dummy so hard with how bright the headlights are on that Aston Martin. That centre beam obnoxiously bright in the rearview mirror, I'm sure, of Lucas Auer. He needs to steady the ship, but you'll know Nicky Tim will throw one potentially down the inside here into the last corner slightly early. And again, this is all going against the Mercedes. He stops the rot. He has kept Nicky Tim at bay for a lap longer than I thought potentially. Can he keep doing that for the remaining 9 minutes and 48 seconds?
Across the line they go then. That's 5 hours, 50 minutes of racing done. Team to the inside. How's a look at Auer? Can't find a way through there. But now these are going to be the longest 10 minutes of Lucas Auer's life, aren't they? Because he is under massive pressure, and to come this close to a win and then lose it out of pure lack of pace, nothing else, would be really galling indeed. Here we all sat 20 minutes ago with Maro Engel looking all confident that they'd dominated the race and they'd be absolutely fine on the restart. So I think the expressions are changing all round. Nose to tail down at turn 5. Little bit of a twitch from the Mercedes as the power comes in, and Nicky Tim is going to be on the Mistral straight, absolutely on the tail of that Mercedes.
Yeah, this was a bit closer than last lap. Do you pick up understeer through that corner there as Maro Engel looking on ruefully? He would have felt this race unravel through his fingers. It's a similar sort of gap. It's only the last third. Suddenly the Aston picks up the slipstream, exponentially gaining speed on the Mercedes. Lucas Auer is going to force him to outside, and then when he sees the overlaps happen, then he'll ease him over to stop the cutback.
So Lucas Auer trying to cover off the inside line. Nicky Tim trying to go to the inside to make Lucas dart around and perhaps open the door for him. And he's going to make a little mistake. You see Lucas Auer, he's going to go wide. He's off the road. He's way wide. Is that the opportunity for the Aston Martin? Let's see. They dive into the corner and he's gone by. Nicky Tim picks up the advantage. Delight at Comteau. Massive frustration at Winwood. Team forces a mistake out of Lucas Auer. And this race now, with 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go, is upside down.
That was a big moment at Senior doing 220Ks. I think he just hit too much of the apex curve. It popped up the Mercedes and you could see it land back down. Heavy sparks. That's taking grip away from the tyres, and Auer had to unwind the lock and run very wide, and Nicky Tim just kept on the track and drove away. I think that is day done, and that is going to be a race lost after leading every single lap until the last 6.
Lucas Auer is going to be absolutely distraught, isn't he? Because not only has he lost the race, but he's also made a mistake that contributed towards it. You could argue Nicky Tim would have got him. Had it not been then, he would have done it somewhere else. But the car just never looked as strong, did it, on the resumption. Don't forget, Nicky Tim has come through all of that traffic, and he's caught the Mercedes, and then he's able to make the move. That was the moment that really undid it all for Lucas Auer. Way off the racetrack, Nicky Tim through into the lead of the race, and now starting to get away.
Just wonder if because he's been hugging the inside line so long down the Mistral, has he picked up a load of rubber on his tyres, and as he's turned in, he just simply doesn't have the grip. He had to do what he was doing, and that's maybe just the outcome of doing that. But I really do feel for Lucas Auer and the whole Winwood Manfield 48 car.
It's been a lean period for Aston Martin after that Spa 24 win in 2024. Tough 2025 season, but it looks like a victory could kick off this year. About an hour or so ago, as we were talking about this almost guaranteed win for number 48, you said, so, you know, are they the favourite for Spa? Can I have another go at the answer?
No.
Okay. I knew it was the Aston all along. There is the leading Silver Cup car, number 9. It is Alexei Nesov. He's adapted to that car really nicely. They've had a great effort, the Pure Racing squad. Silver has been fascinating race long. So many cars, so many drivers have had a punt at leading it.
Yeah, it feels like it could have been any of those top 5 really at any point that could have won it for sure. And yeah, I think the 9 car, the Porsche, has been strong across all 3 drivers. Like I said, and they'll be happy with their performance so far today.
6 minutes are on the clock, and Lucas Auer is not being able to retaliate, is he? Because now that Nicky Thiem is ahead, he'd already pulled out 1.2 seconds by the end of that previous lap. There going through is number 9. It is still Alexei Nesov behind the wheel, who's been a regular GT racer, really going back to 2020. Whether it's been in GT World or Asian Le Mans Series or the Creventic Middle East Championship. And meanwhile, team continuing to try to build that gap. I just wonder whether Lucas Auer is going to be vulnerable to anybody else. I think he's got enough in hand to be able to preserve second place.
Yeah, I would agree with that one as well. Fleming actually has really done well, picked the pace up after it looked like Van der Linde was going to take a fight to him. So we haven't seen too much of Fleming today, but he has done a mega job, and I know his manager Matt Griffin will be very happy with his very young protege there, the 58 McLaren. Also, of course, leading the gold class as we look as our bronze cup leader, Pereira, in the 97 Rutronic Porsche, which has had a much better day than the sister car, like we said. And yeah, Antarazao did a really strong job earlier on, so did Hartog, and so has Pereira here. And shout out to Dienst as well, the 87. Salikov started that car, did a long time in the car, didn't he? Nearly 2 hours, 20 minutes by the time he pitted after starting the car in pit lane.
That's right, so they came from the back, and we said at the time it would put you behind any dramas at turn 1, and what dramas at turn 1 they were. So they were able to pick a way through that. In gold, Tom Fleming leading from Arthur Rougier, so it's going to be a 1-2 for McLaren, run by a different team. BMW will be third, but okay, yeah, they're going to win gold. But the key thing here for Garage 59 is that car not only will win gold, but it's been up in the leading group all race.
And easily as well, to be honest, and nearly took the lead into turn 1. And would you like to know an interesting fact?
Yeah.
I haven't got one. But they've done 1,000 kilometres this lap. So 1,000 kilometres of Paul Ricard has been finished. And last year we did 179 laps, and we're on course to do 176 this year. So even with the 2 safety cars, only 3 laps behind last year's target.
So one early safety car, then a long full course yellow into safety car, which therefore just reduces those laps slightly. Over the timing line, the leaders have pounded, and the gap is down. That last lap by Lucas Auer was 0.3 quicker than Nicky Thiem. So it was 1.2 seconds. Now we're back down to 0.8 with 3 3/4 minutes to go. What does that tell us?
Thiem made a mistake. Where did he make it? Somewhere in sector 3. He lost, how much is that? 0.9 of a second to Lucas Auer just in one sector. And we're coming through sector 1 now. Let's see how the times have gone. Good sector 1 for Nicky Thiem. So sector 1 is okay. So was it a one-off mistake, or was there a problem for that car in the final part of this lap?
Yeah, it was about 3.5 tenths difference, but equally in that sector the Mercedes has always been the stronger car. So yeah, to the eye though, it does look as though Lucas Auer is staying with Nicky Thiem. So maybe we're not totally done yet here. We're running out of time, running out of laps. There's only 3 more minutes on the clock, but Lucas Auer is trying to rebuild this if he possibly can to come back at Thiem. In the first sector of the lap, he was a 10th slower. In the second sector, with a tow, Lucas Auer is nearly 0.2 quicker, so he's not going away. Now he wants to apply the pressure to Nicky Thiem in the same way that the Great Dane did to the Austrian. A little bit of oversteer midway through Le Beausset, but that proves that Auer is trying, doesn't it?
Are the tyres turned on now?
Well, looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, this is kind of what I touched on a few laps back. Might be too late, but now that looks like a different race car.
Really does. It suddenly fully come alive, and so have I. I'm now thinking this isn't job done. The gap hasn't come down as much as I was hoping in sector 3, to be honest, because I thought the Mercedes, as you said, very strong here. Looks like the gap's pretty even through the end part of this lap.
Well, it was 0.8 last time when they came across the line. Now 2 minutes and 13 seconds are on the clock. Let's see when they break the beam what is left. I think they're just going to be able to squeeze 2 more laps out of this, aren't they? But only just. As the leader goes by, it's actually crept up to 0.9. So Lucas Auer maybe is going to be done after all, but yeah, that previous lap was definitely one to keep Nicky Tim on his toes and us on our toes.
Yeah, I think it was that final roll of the dice. I think he lost time with that big slide through Le Bousset because he was 2/10 slow in sector 3, and the Mercedes are only going to be stronger than the Aston in that sector. So maybe that's everything the car has got, and he's got nothing else. But we've got to keep an eye on it, haven't we? Like I said, we're going to squeeze 2 more laps out of this one. There's no way Nicky Tim can roll out the throttle to make this the last lap. The gap way too small.
In the first sector, 2/10 gained by Team over hour. We've had a change for 5th. Marvin Kirchhoff has got past Alessio Picariello, so McLaren jumps Porsche. There is Team on the Mistral straight, and at the end of that, when they get to the end of the second of the 3 sectors, we'll see whether the gap's gone up or come down. You've got Tom Fleming also catching the pair of them in 3rd place, but he's 5 seconds back, so I think he's too far back. But you are going to get a Gold Cup car in the overall top 3 as they round the right-hander of Senior now, and there Auer pulls back 2/10, but you could argue that's the toe helping him.
Yeah, for sure. The speed trap has gone the other way. The Mercedes now 3K quicker than the Aston and just able to stay there. Next lap will be the last lap. It has to be a mistake from Nicky Tim, I think, to give this 48 car any chance of the win that looked nailed on for so long in this race.
And I think there's still a sense of disbelief, isn't there, at Wingwood Racing, that, you know, after being so dominant, it has all unravelled. And the next time a driver who looks like he's a winner says, oh, you know, don't want to speak too soon, well, you can appreciate why, because everything said this was going to be just Lucas Auer carrying on as the car had for the previous 5.5 hours.
Yeah, it really feels like they've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, doesn't it, today?
And for Lucas, these last sort of 10 laps or so must have felt like an hour. He goes across the timing line, another lap done, but he's now 11/10 back. The gap has widened, and this will be the last lap of the race then. The clock has hit 0, and Aston Martin, despite a puncture, heading for victory, unless something trips up Nicky Tim on the last lap of the race. Nicky's father, Kurt Tim, a great touring car legend of the 80s and 90s, and Nicky Tim, well, we know how good he is, a Spa 24-hour winner, Danish Formula 4 champion, SEAT champion in Germany, Nürburgring 24 winner, Porsche Super Cup champion, class winner in the World Endurance Championship, and a great character to boot.
Yeah, it really is, and quite excited to see his celebration when he gets out of that car in the new victory area here at Paul Ricard.
So onto the Mistral for the last time. Nicky Tim 11/10 up on Lucas Auer. The gap has fractionally extended, but only by thousandths within the first sector. They're about to get to the end of sector 2. When they go through, will break the beam. And Team to Auer, 30.4 the sector time for Nicky Tim, 30.2 for Lucas Auer. Again, it comes down a little, but even if he were to get on the back of the Aston with a third of a lap to go, it ain't going to happen. And this is a result that really has come out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're going to go into a very happy Sunday all of a sudden, aren't they?
Yeah, and the next time a car has a problem and you confidently say, they're done, I'll remind you of this result, all right?
I'm done.
But it has been an amazing recovery and proof that you never give up. You never know what's around the corner.
Yeah, you really do. And I think they were right that they got it out, but they were lucky, weren't they, with when it happened.
Yeah, true enough. And although Lucas Auer has stayed on the back of Nicky Tim, a race dominated by Mercedes is going to be won by Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen, Mattia Drudi and Nicky Tim win the opening round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup at Paul Ricard. Checkered flag is waved and a delighted Compu celebrate a victory that never really looked likely. But Mattia Drudi said, it's Nicky Tim, we know he's crazy, he'll send it. Well, he did, and it worked, and they win by 0.8 of a second at the end of 6 hours of racing.
Go hard or go home, it says on the back of his helmet, and that is definitely what has happened. He chose the former out of those 2 options, and fair play to everyone at the 7 car there. They've dug deep and found the pace, and I think that new set of tyres maybe was the difference after that last safety car restart.
A winning gold for Garage 59. Tom Fleming's McLaren comes home. A winning silver for Alexei Nesson. It's going to be a winning gold for the Luke Hartog-driven Porsche. But, yeah, it's been a long day for the teams. And Mauro Engel congratulates the team on a job well done. But it will be fascinating to know just why Lucas Auer could not respond at the end.
Yeah, his team was just so fast, wasn't it? And interesting dynamic down there at Compu, running 4 cars this weekend. And Lance Stroll, who's in the car 18 at the moment, unfortunately won't see what a pit garage looks like winning with an Aston Martin brand above it.
So a win for Aston Martin, Mercedes second, McLaren third. McLaren win gold, Porsche wins silver and bronze. And some really interesting results, really interesting final strategies panning out. The number 2 Boutsen Porsche 8th in the end, so I said 6th, you said 10th, and then we agreed to split the difference, so that's exactly what's happened.
You round up, you owe me the bet.
Oh, okay, fair enough, it was ever else. But a good effort done by Alessio Picariello in that last stint, and we'll go through the results in due course. Number 11 is going to cop a penalty for ignoring blue flags, but that was a long way back anyway, 44th over the line. This time last year, we talked about Garage 59 and missed opportunities, quick cars, but not reliable. They've turned it around this year.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the contact turn 1 with a 59 car, I think that car could have been on for a race win as well today. So, yeah, Garage 59, job well done for them. They'll be happy with their result today.
So, we go past midnight. Local time here. The drivers will complete the end lap. We'll hear from them. They'll go to the podium. There's the bronze winning Porsche. If you're wondering why they're driving off the road, it's so they can get some pickup, which helps with the weight and the ride height of the car. There's your silver winning Porsche being brought home by Alexei Nesov. And so everybody else comes through. Still more penalties filtering through the system, I noticed, but I don't think anything is going to affect our class winners as the long line of cars comes down the pit lane. That's the weekend done as far as the GT3 teams are concerned, but Paul Ricard tomorrow still busy with races for GT4 cars for Lamborghini Super Trofeo and earlier GT3 cars, the new Revival series, recreating memories, and some drivers with their original cars being raced as well. So there, the winning Aston Martin arrives in the new victory area. Joe was touching on the ComFew team delighted. There's Mathieu Drudi, first one to go. Congratulate Nicky team, who's absolutely delighted. He's out of the car, but before he came into the pit lane, it all sounded like this.
Go hard or go home. Well, red one, and get some pickup on the inlet, please. They've asked that you keep up the pace and come back to the pits quickly so that there isn't a queue behind you. And you're going to need to go to the winners' podium. Let's go. Where's the surf,
Absolutely delighted is Nicky team, and you heard the engineer talking about getting the pickup on the tyres, but also to go at a pace so that when he came down the pit lane there wasn't a long queue behind. Engineers, co-drivers, team, everybody going to celebrate a win that just looked impossible.
Yeah, you can see the relief on his face. He knows he would have given it everything, but was it going to be possible? He wasn't sure. And the celebrations of everyone, just sheer disbelief almost.
Yeah. For Jean-Michel Bart's team. Tom Fleming, congratulated by Louis Pret and by Stefan Ortelli, who looks after Louis Pret, and he's racing, but a mega job. Tom Fleming, a couple of years ago, was taken away from the Misano circuit with a back injury, having gone off the road in a Ferrari, and he's quite literally come back from that with a bang, switching to a different brand, and great success. Tom Fleming really does go very well indeed, and a well-deserved Gold Cup win. Right, well, let's hear from Mathieu Drudi, Marco Sorensen, Nicky team, race winners. They're with Bryn Lucas.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to crash this moment for a second, because what a drive, what an end to that race. That's why we love GT racing. They said that you would go for it, and my word, you did at the end there.
Yeah, I'm totally out of breath. Obviously, the adrenaline is coming down now. What a last hour, what a race. Like, started off really with a puncher and everything, and we just came back. Really, team worked really good, and the car was amazing. Like, we really brainstormed the whole thing today. This weekend, we tried something completely new with the car. So yeah, the old Vantage still got it. It was awesome, and yeah, Luca did a mistake in the end. So it was yeah, obviously you have a big smile then, but then yeah, thank you to this awesome team.
Luca made the mistake, but you did push him all the way. You pushed him all the way. Now, Mathieu, we came to you earlier on and said there's a gap of around 20 seconds on the restart there. You kind of predicted it could happen, but it was a long shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, really sent it. I mean, Nicky did an amazing job. He has been super quick the entire weekend. The entire team did a good job. We've been working hard during the prologue.
The car has been quick both in qualifying and race. Last year we were struggling in qualifying, so I think it's a really good start for the season, and we can aim to really high this year.
It's a fantastic start for the season. Very quickly, Aston Martin haven't had the best of times in the last year or so, so it must be fantastic, mega in fact, to get back on to the top step there.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, since we won the Spa 24 in 24, I guess that is now. Yeah, it starts to be a long time ago since we've been on the podium again, and what a way to start the season now. So I couldn't be more happy. We get to do this with my best buddies here, and yeah, it's the best.
We've lost Nicky, but go and celebrate. Well done.
Well, hopefully we'll get them to the podium for too long. But yeah, water is up. You can understand why they are so elated, because even though the safety car reduced the gaps, it was still a long shot.
Yeah, 6 cars in between them, not easy to get past. And then the move, when was it going to happen? And I didn't have a Lucas Hour mistake on my bingo card, if I'm honest, but I can see why he made it. Intense pressure from Nicky Team, having to run on the dirty side of the Mistral for over a kilometre. He did it 2 laps in a row, so hard way to lose it for the 48.
Now, let's hear from our Gold Cup winners next. Gemma's caught up with them.
Gents, congratulations, a gold class win for you, opening the season nicely. Tom, you brought that one home.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy, to say the least, but yeah, I mean, the guys gave me a fantastic car. These two had done an amazing job throughout the race to get us to that point. And yeah, I was copping a bit of pressure from Van der Linde behind. As we all know, he's an outstanding driver. So yeah, to bring it home for the team, I'm so proud of them. They've done an amazing job all winter, and yeah, really just honestly grateful.
Absolutely. Benji, we spoke earlier on the grid. It feels a long time ago now, doesn't it? And you said to me back then, it's a long 6 hours. It's going to be a tricky race. The start was something else.
Yeah, it was definitely a long 6 hours. Feels like yesterday. But yeah, it was a good start for myself. I got a good launch. Nearly got Morrow, but yeah, he just had enough, and then tucked into P2 and did that stint like that. But yeah, these two did honestly such a great job. Tom bringing it home at the end. Louis' pace was mega. So yeah, I couldn't be happier for the team and for these guys.
Not only is that a gold win, that was P3 overall. I mean, that's something else to write home about.
Yeah, honestly, starting the season like this is incredible. 4th time I come here, and it's the first time I finished the race. So very, very proud of these two, because they've been literally amazing the whole week. The team as well. Back-to-back overall podiums for us in endurance, which is very, very promising for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. Congratulations, guys. Go celebrate.
Just pondering that Aston Martin win. That's going to be the first win since Spa 2024 for an Aston. But if you park 24-hour races, the first, if you like, regular endurance win since 2018, when our Motorsport won at Silverstone. It'll be the first win outside of a 24-hour race since 2019, when our Motorsport again won a sprint round. And that's your first win for a 4-litre V8 turbo Aston outside of Spa. So quite a lot of significant results. Let's get back to Bryn. He's got more of our winners with him.
Well, more happy faces, I'm sure you appreciate why. If I go over here to Alexander to start with, I mean, it was a decent race for you, but even at the very end, you had to earn that victory.
Yeah, it's a very funny race. It's a very rough, this championship, and it's a lot of emotions. Yeah, and I'm very proud of Alexei. Under big pressure, he did good job in the end of the safety car. So, like, my big respect for him. So we're very happy with the result. And this is my first achievement in the silver status. And it's very important for me.
Well, I'm sure it is. And it's a team game, isn't it? I'll come to you at the end because you were the last in the car. But for you, Max, then having to sit back and watch the action, knowing that a P1 was possible but not certain, it gets a bit nervy.
Surely you do, but I know what Alex is capable to do in a car, so I was confident he will get it over the line. Even though I didn't expect the BMW to stick on his bumper for that long and that close. But yeah, I was pretty sure he will manage, to be honest.
In the car, were you able to enjoy any of that until you crossed the finish line at the end and took the victory, or was it still nervy until the very last moments?
You can call me a maniac probably, but the more pressure there is on me, the more I enjoy it. No, to be honest, it was a great race. It was great fun racing with Matisse. like I enjoyed it a lot. So it was tough. Was really tough. Was proper racing in the night. You know, it's not easy because in the night you don't really see where the car is behind, and when there is BMW and it comes fast normally on the straight. So, but yeah, I'm proud of the guys. We were creating a great project for this year, I think, and it's no way to start there is no better way to start the season.
Certainly is the best way to start, and a very big well done to you there as well. Congrats, congrats.
So there, the Silver Cup winners, Alex Malikin, Alexei Nesov and Max Hofer. And that's a very different look at Paul Ricard than what we have now in the darkness. And we'll hear, I'm sure, from our bronze victors next. Gemma is with Antares Au, Ricardo Pera and Luke Hartog, the very tall Luke Hartog. Our bronze winners. Let's hear from them next.
Absolutely, down here with our bronze winners now. Still tweeting and Instagramming your win and your selfie with the trophies there, Ricardo. You haven't stopped smiling since you came down to this part of the pit lane.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was an amazing weekend for us. We worked so well, and yeah, we knew we had a strong package. And at the end, the race was, we just maximized. I mean, I have to thank these guys. They drove amazing, and also the team did an amazing job. So can't ask for more, to be honest.
Antares, it's a new driver lineup, the first time the three of you have teamed up together. That's a strong way to start the season.
We're fortunate. I think it's every bit teamwork, like everyone said. We've known each other on and off, race against each other, with each other. But this is the first time together, and it really, like you say, cannot be a stronger start. But I think the season's still long ahead. 4 more races, many more hours of racing, so we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, look, you brought that one home, and you brought that one home ahead of the silver class winners.
Yeah, it was good. I had the favor to bring the car home, but of course these guys did an amazing job. I have to be honest, it was a bit of a tough race for me because I got ill in the beginning of the race. So it was 4 hours of stress before I got into the car. But then once I was in the car, I was jokingly on the radio saying racing is remedy, because I felt good in the end. And yeah, just amazing and happy, and a good round off of a good week.
Absolutely. Congratulations to all three of you. Thank you.
As ever, Luke Hartog towers over everybody in the pit lane, the very tall Dutch driver. I mean, yeah, he did the last 2 hours sort of folded into a car, because you see the different height compared to Antares Au and Ricardo Pera. But as he made the point, racing is remedy, and another excellent effort. And that's somebody that has got many a championship success ahead of him, I think.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, so tall, even with the pedals fully away, he has to wear a padding on his knee, doesn't he? Because he knocks it against the steering column. So yeah, that for an hour and 2 hours is a big ask.
It is indeed. And Luke Hartog, great driver coach as well. I mean, he was talking me around a lap of the circuit, just looking at an onboard video the other day, but you can imagine that being translated to the co-drivers and being able to advance them. Let's have a look at the result then. A win for Matthew Drudy, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Thiem, ahead of Lucas Auer, Lucas Stoltz and Mauro Engel. Third and winning gold, Tom Fleming, Louis Pret and Benji Goethe. Fourth, Kelvin van der Linde, along with Jordan Pepper and Charles Weir. Fifth, Joseph Lote, Dean McDonald and Marvin Kirchhofer. And sixth, to Augusto Farfus, Jake Dennis and Raffaele Marciello. If you head to 13th, you find the bronze winners, Ricardo Pera, Antares Au and Luke Hartog. And silver success, 17th, Alexei Nesov, Alex Malikin and Max Hofer. We started with 58 of them, and it was round about 39-40 that actually were still running at the checkered flag. Yeah, there were 1 or 2 incidents, but largely it seemed to be mechanical woes that did for people.
Yeah, there weren't really any big car-to-car clashes, were there? There was the Ford and the Ferrari down at turn 3, but both continued.
And whatever kicked off at the start.
Yeah. That genuinely just looked like a racing incident. It really kicked off the 555 CSA McLaren, and they got sort of pinstered innocently and then spun across the field, and could have been a lot worse.
True enough, yeah. This a continued look all the way through that order. Of course, the one that really lost out, or the 2 you could argue, Baptiste Moulin and Robin Knudsen eliminated on that first lap, even before they got to the first corner. I mean, it happened on the straight. They never got into the left-handed bit at turn 1.
Yeah, they were both big hits. Luckily, both drivers walking away okay, but that was a lot of damage for the teams to repair ahead of the second round of the championship.
So all of a sudden, the pit lane is busy with people, busy with fans, as we get ready for the 4 podiums, one for the classes as well as overall. And so very shortly, we'll get our drivers up there with the SRO event team, making sure that you've got all the drivers, because you need the top 3 from each class, and of course you need a team rep to go onto the podium as well. And there sits the podium midway down the pit lane. In fact, if I look out of our window, I can probably see the throng of people assembling, other cars under park fair made conditions down in the pit lane, not to be touched until the scrutineers are content. And a number of the fans drifting away, others staying to the end, and of course another day of action getting underway just after 9 o'clock tomorrow. While we wait for the podium, let's look back at the best bits of our opening Endurance Cup race. Everybody going for that trophy, and you can see the manufacturers that have conquered over recent years. It was Maro Engel starting on pole position. There was a good getaway by Benji Goetter's McLaren, which did briefly get ahead, but it was behind where the first drama really came about as the cars argued their way down towards turn 1. Robin Knudsen's Porsche being tagged and turned across the front, Baptiste Moulin's McLaren being eliminated as well. Dean McDonald then got caught and spun going through turn 2. That car still recovering from its spin to finish in 5th position. So up front, 48 Mercedes, Maro Engel at the lead, continued to build the lead. There were some good scraps going on further down the order. Kelvin van der Linde's BMW, for example, chipping its way up the order. And then we had this drama with the Ferrari of Lilo Wadu being turned around by Marie Boyer. Pit stop cycling through. This was one of the scary moments. Jules Gounon going flat chat up the inside, launching himself over curb. Not a lift, and he actually came out ahead after all of that, getting through the traffic. Brave, brave stuff indeed. Daylight started to disappear. Battles, though, continued on apace as number 59, the recovering McLaren, chipped its way back ahead of number 17 Mercedes that ultimately would drop to 7th place. The fireworks, a distraction for drivers, but another added extra for the huge number of fans at the circuit. And a car that had been pitching for the lead, the Lion Speed GP Porsche, pushed into its garage and retirement as Lance Stroll got ready for his GT3 debut. On track, battles still raged, but for the number 3 Mercedes, problems. It was losing ground, and then there was further drama. Dan Harper having to avoid a spinning Tommaso Mosca, tagged into it by Thomas Drouet. All of this overseen by Max Verstappen, whose face didn't give much away, but the pace of his Mercedes was starting to evaporate and places being lost. Jules Gounon driving, feeling under the weather, but then Chris Lulham and Danny Jonquidea struggling with the balance and the handling of the car late on. We then had a full course yellow, which converted to a safety car when we went racing. It still looked as though Lucas Auer had enough in hand, but Nicky Thiem had other ideas. He was quickly through the traffic. He was on the attack as the cars charged their way along the Mistral. He got closer and closer and closer, and eventually forced a mistake out of Lucas Auer with just round about 6 minutes to go. Auer twitching wide coming out of senior. He ran off the road. The door was open. Through went Nicky Thiem into the lead of the race. Auer tried to fight back. He was 0.8 of a second behind at the very end, but it was enough. Honours to the Aston Martin. Nicky Thiem, Mattia Drudi, Marco Sorensen victorious in the first Endurance Cup round of the GT World Challenge Europe 2026 season. So perhaps a surprise result, but a well-deserved one. Don't forget that Aston Martin coming back from a puncture, so an early pit stop that was out of sequence, and it looked as though that had done for them, but far from it. Back they bounce. The overall podium is getting underway, and there you can see Louis Pret, along with Benji Goetter and Tom Fleming, making their way to the third step. For second place, Maro Engel, Lucas Auer, and Lukas Stolz, forcing a smile, knowing that, okay, it's good points, but it could have been so different. Maro Engel back into his overalls now for the podium, having been in civvies when he came up to see us a little while ago. And Lukas Stolz joining there, the Contu team represented on the podium, and so too its drivers. Nicky Thiem is there, a race winner, along with Mattia Drudi and Marco Sorensen. A race dominated by Mercedes, but won by Aston Martin. for the Belgian ComTU team. The national anthem played for the Danish-Italian combination of drivers. And there the trophies come for the third-placed team, as Matteo Braga from Pirelli presents to Louis Pret, in the middle to Benji Goethe, to Tom Fleming. The third-place team, and Garage 59 exorcising the demons of last year.
Yeah, very efficiently as well.
Last year the cars were quick but unreliable. The season, in fairness, did build. Wins came in sprint and endurance. There for second place, Mauro Engel, Lukas Auer, Lukas Stolz. And the expressions say, well, yeah, these will do, but we really wanted the other ones, the ones with one written on them.
And it was so close, wasn't it? It felt gutting to have Mauro Engel sat with us when we saw the 93 go off, get stuck, and you could see when we were talking to him, he tensed up. He knew what was coming, and maybe he knew that the Aston on a safety car restart had some serious pace.
I still thought that the Mercedes was going to have enough in hand over what we'd seen, but yeah, you know, that pace that we were looking at as its best lap was in much warmer conditions, and it looks as though the temperature has hit yet again. I'm sure the gap would have carried on coming down, but you know, you have to deal with the situation as it presents itself. Lukas Auer was being caught anyway. That mistake didn't help, but it certainly opened the door, didn't it, for the Aston, and gave Nicky Tim perhaps an easier ride than he expected. And there the trophies go to the winners. So it's been a tough period in between the Spa 24 victory and this. And their trophies and awards presented by Pirelli as well as by SRO. The champagne is sprayed, and at least this way, the Mercedes drivers can get revenge. The GT World theme of Invincible in the background, an ironic tune, an ironic word for Lukas Auer, who was not invincible despite all the laps led in that Mercedes. And he'll be pondering the lack of pace towards the end and that error, but he was always coming under attack from Nicky Tim. We expected he could build the lead again on that resumption of the race, but it just never happened. The Mercedes never really came alive again, did it?
Potentially with 2 laps to go, did that one lap that brought the gap back down, but like I said at the time, I think that was the last roll of the ice, and the tyres then went off, and there was nothing left after that again.
So, celebrations for the ComTU team. Photographer Mike Hoyer getting everybody shepherded together on the top step for the photo. And that will give us a race order that is also an overall championship situation after one round. So, drivers, trophies off the podium. And then we'll have the podium made ready once more for the subsequent classes. There's the gold, so Pret, Fleming and Goethe will be back, and then silver and bronze. So you take the race order, this is your championship order overall. Obviously the championship leaders will be Sorensen, Team and Drudy, ahead of Engel, Stolz and Auer, and then Goethe, Pret, Fleming third, Jordan Pepper, Charles Wick, Kelvin van der Linde fourth, Marvin Kirchhofer, Dean McDonald, Joseph Lowe next, and then Raffaele Marcello, Jake Dennis and Augusto Farfus to round out the top 6 after just one race of the championship. Not only is that your endurance championship situation, but it is also GT World Challenge Europe after just the one race, and this is the rest of the point scorers, the top 10 across the line, which includes, as you see, more from the Gold Cup, the CSA Racing McLaren trio of Arthur Rougier, Simon Gachet and James Cowell. So there you have the next category, the Gold Cup, where the third-placed drivers, Jens Klingman, Ugo de Wilde and Tim Tramnitz, are there. Then the CSA Racing drivers, James Kell, the British driver, joining there Arthur Rougier and Simon Gachet. And then the class winners, back again, Tom Fleming, along with Louis Pret and Benji Goethe. Third overall, winners in gold, and that has proved that it's going to be a real force to be reckoned with over the course of the season. Not just for Gold Cup honours, but for outright successes as well. And the Garage 59 squad here, the Andrew Kirkcaldy, Alexander West, Chris Goodwin team can celebrate a victory. Garage 59 then winning in gold. So for Garage 59, British team with the British car, it is a class win. And again, Mateo Braga steps forward with the trophies. Jens Klingman in the middle, Tim Tramnitz, and then Ugo de Wilde at the far end of the podium. Mateo Braga, Pirelli's racing activities manager, well versed in dealing with podium ceremonies. So the trophies go then to the third place drivers. Then for second, they will go to the McLaren trio of Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier and James Kell. James done a lot of miles in McLarens of late, varying teams, but back with CSA this year. So the trophies for second, and then the trophy to the winning team, which will be Garage 59, and the trophy to the winning drivers, Tom Fleming, Louis Pret and Benji Goethe. Great start to the season. Garage 59 taking the trophy to a big cheer from the rest of the engineering crew in the pit lane. And then Tom Fleming, Louis Pret, who continues to impress, doesn't he? Race by race, Louis Pret a major factor, and Benji Goethe as well, the third driver.
Yeah, really stepped up his game over the last few years, hasn't he? And looks like he's able to kind of anchor the drive as well now. He had the fastest lap of the race until Nicky Team stole it towards the end. So he'll be gutted about that, I'm sure, actually, because that's a mega thing to have on the mantelpiece.
If you're going to lose the fastest lap, it's no real disgrace to lose it to Nicky Team, after all, I guess. So there are Gold Cup winning teams. Photographs taken, champagne sprayed. And already the teams that aren't required for the podium starting to pack up. They will, if they can, leave tomorrow morning early. For some, they've got to get back to base, prep cars for other championships. For some, they do British GT in a couple of weeks' time. We're only 3 weeks away from the opening sprint race within GT World Challenge Europe. Brands Hatch will be the next stop, as on the podium, the champagne is sprayed. The next endurance round is the final weekend of May, 1st of June at Monza, and that really is for the teams the last endurance prep before the big one, Spa, end of June.
Yeah, Monza's been interesting over the last few years, been some mega racing, quite different to here at Paul Ricard because it is so fast, so much slipstream. The action always comes thick and fast, it feels, at Monza.
So there, the winning drivers about to make their way then off the podium, and we will turn our attention next to silver and then to bronze. The Paul Ricard circuit has been a staple on the World Challenge Europe calendar, and prior to that it was introduced to the original Blancpain Endurance Series in its first season. A great test track as well as a good race track. And this is how we look then in gold based on the results of this opening race, with Pret, Goethe, Fleming ahead of Rougier, Gachet and Kell, then Klingman, Tramnitz and de Wilde third. After that, despite a troubled race, it started off well and then sort of disappeared in pace, and then they came back at the end courtesy of Simon Birch. He, Malte Ebdrup and Frederick Schandorf fourth. Much tougher for the Optimum team. Freddie Tomlinson's early damage. They did get back out. They did score points. That could be crucial come the end of the season, of course.
Yeah, it was worthwhile getting the car back out the box and getting those laps and the 6 points.
Exactly right. Now, what about silver? That was a race that kept us guessing really all the way through, wasn't it?
Yeah, it ebbed and flowed. It was one of those when someone got to the lead, they didn't want it anymore, and they fell back. And we saw penalties, didn't we, for the 21 car that looked super strong. We saw contact that spun Houston out of the Mustang as well. So, yeah, it was a strong ebb and flow across the silver field.
Yeah, the Aston Martin Sebastian Bode's car, Kobe Pauwels, as the drivers make their way onto the podium. The third driver of the car being Oliver Söderström. They led, they dropped back, they led, they dropped back. Third in the end, but actually it was a penalty for Bode, wasn't it, for a blue flag infringement that did for them. Then for second spot to the podium will come the WRT BMW drivers Matti Slismont, Ignacio Montenegro, not a bad debut in a GT3 car, and then Amaury Cordeel. The Silver Cup, all about silver-graded drivers. So you're looking at young guns, you're looking at the next wave of GT stars, and if they can race like that, it's doing its job.
Yeah, some mega lap times from them all, and interestingly, they've all got a pretty good ladder straight up, haven't they, with the teams they're already with as well.
That's true. Alex Malikin, Max Hofer, Alexei Nesov, victorious then in silver for the Pure Racing team. The Lithuanian flag for the Pure Racing team. Victorious in silver. Trophies to be presented by Mattia Braga. And Kobe Pauwels perhaps joins the list of people thinking that's one that got away, because that was a car that looked strong. And actually Kobe Pauwels, somebody that maybe we don't touch on it because he's not vying for overall race honours, but there's somebody else that really has come on a pace since he first came into GT3 racing.
Yeah, it's whenever we see him, he's going forwards, isn't he? And that's always a good illustration of he is holding his own and more. And again, be interesting to know about the blue flag infringement, and that has really hurt their day, because without that, they would have won the silver class.
And there you have, in the background, the BMW drivers that did lead it and the Porsche drivers that ultimately win it. Alex Malikin, somebody else that's done a massive amount of miles in, what, 5 seasons. This is 6th season of racing, having started in the first year of Porsche Sprint Challenge in the UK when it was a pretty modest grid. Then he went into British GT for a part season, up to GT World, WEC, GT World, Asian Le Mans in an LMP2 car, and victorious in this opening round of GT World Challenge Endurance Cup here in Europe this weekend. So the champagne is sprayed ahead of the 2 Belgian squads, and that's podium 3 of 4 with the bronze victors to come next. Another success for Porsche, making up perhaps for the disappointment of the Lion Speed car overall, but silver, I think, safe to say on the evidence of this round, is going to give us lots of good racing all year.
Yeah, and I think at potential times they're going to be knocking on the door of the top 10 as well of the overall, because 17th overall for the Porsche today, but with so many mistakes across the top 3, I think the top 10 is possible.
So, again, as far as the championship is concerned, you take the finishing positions, that's your championship order, and it is Max Hofer, then Alex Malikin and Alexei Nesov, the championship leaders, for Amaury Cordeel, Matti Slismont, and then Ignacio Montenegro second, Kobe Pauwels, Sebastian Bode, Oliver Söderström third. After that, you've got Sebastian Oegaard, Ariel Levy and Rocco Mazzola. Fifth, after a spin, Eduardo Cosseteng, Maxime Osten, and Finn Wiebelhaus. And SRO GT Academy winner Gaspar Simon getting himself into the points in the other Valkenhorst car, 10th, along with Ethan Ischer and Mathieu Villagomez. Pretty much everybody outside the podium can point at some sort of hard luck story, inevitably in 6 hours of racing. We've got one more podium. It is for the Bronze Cup, where you've got to say, Rotronic really annihilated people from about the halfway point. The jousting finished, and Rotronic just got on and pulled away.
They had 9 cars in between them and the next bronze class car. So, yeah, and all of them were the best of their grading, weren't they? The bronze, the silver, the gold, all took it. And, yeah, we didn't see too much of the Paradine car, did we, at times? And Darren Lung not particularly happy with some performance of himself. He sent me a message in the race and he was livid about something. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. But at the end of all, a good result.
So third, Darren Lung, along with Dries Van Thor and James Kellett. For second place, it's the crew of the Winwood Racing Mercedes, Marvin Dienst, Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikov. But the winners will be Antares Au, along with Luke Hartog and Ricardo Parra. For Ricardo, great debut in GT World, coming to a category win. Antares Au, no stranger to all of this, the charming Hong Kong driver, and Luke Hartog, who doesn't need a step. I mean, you put him on the top step of a podium, he's in the clouds.
Yeah, I think he's taller than every driver that's already stood on a step.
That's right, yeah. He's looking down to shake hands, and he's not even on the podium yet. Well done, the Rotronic Racing team. So congratulations to Rotronic Racing, to Antares Au, Luke Hartog, Ricardo Parra, and the trophies come again from Matteo Braga, Darren Lung, smiling now, Dries Van Thor. Isn't it weird to see him on a bronze podium after all the success that he's had in GT World over the years? And James Kellett, whose career, if I say, has been rescued by Darren Lung, that might be a little harsh towards James, but you know, he's not the best funded of drivers, and he has a season or two of racing, runs out of money, and has a year or so away, and then comes back. But now a second year in GT World with Darren Lung and Paradigm competition, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, and I think Darren has saved his career. I think he's realised he's a good kid, he's a good coach and a fast driver, and it's worth putting the effort and the funding into him to have him in the car alongside him.
And Dries Van Thor's vast knowledge of GT racing and the BMW also of great use. The second placed crew receiving trophies, and now the winners. There is Luke Hartog, along with Antares Au, Ricardo Parra, and the Porsche drivers prevail. 2 class wins for Porsche, bronze and silver. Rotronic and Pure Racing, the teams. And photographs done. Champagne is about to be sprayed. So congratulations to a very happy Ricardo Parra, Antares Au, and Luke Hartog. And anybody that gets in the way gets a soaking as the champagne is sprayed here at the end of our first Endurance Cup race of the season. Well, a result that surprised us, a race that certainly had dramatic parts, but for the most part looked to be dominated by that Winwood Racing Mercedes that was not there when it was necessary at the very end. The championship then in bronze will be led by Antares Au, Luke Hartog and Ricardo Parra. From Renat Salikov, Gabriele Piana and Marvin Dienst, Dennis Lung, James Kellett and Dries Van Thor. Third in bronze at the end of our first endurance race of the season. In 3 weeks' time, in GT World Challenge Europe, the Sprint Cup begins at Brands Hatch. The next endurance round will be the last weekend of May, 1st of June, and that will be Monza, the last chance to get ready for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa at the end of June. From Gemma Scott and Bryn Lucas in the pit lane, Joe Osborne and David Addison trackside, thanks for your company. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time for the Sprint opener at Brands Hatch. Bye-bye.